I am sorry. Are you okay?
Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to The Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, 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 every day I'm.
He is the fighting pride of Omaha, Nebraska.
He's good at what he do.
Defending.
Hey, Daddy.
Undefeated WBO lightweight champion of the world.
Hey, Daddy.
BoxingVoice.com. Taking, any credit away from Errol, he's a great fighter. He's good at what he do. But when you compare him to Terence Crawford, there's no comparison.
It's a dollar beat.
I'm just a better fighter.
BoxingVoice.com.
Sit back and watch this. I promise you something. I promise you something. All that shit you talking don't mean nothing.
Don't mean nothing.
I can bump my guns at you, and you can bump your guns at me. But at the end of the day, them two brothers got to get in the ring.
Hey, Daddy, it's a dollar beat.
We've been here before. You try to get there. Alright? I can tell you how it is to be undisputed. You can't tell me shit.
This a dollar. Hey, Daddy.
Y'all support y'all fighter. Let's come together, make this event a success.
BoxingVoice.com.
Everything about Terence Crawford is better than Errol Spence Jr.
BoxingVoice.com. BoxingVoice.com.
Boxing fans, are you ready?
Hey, Daddy.
BoxingVoice.com. BoxingVoice.com. BoxingVoice.com.
What up? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. Today is going to be a great show. I can sense it. I can feel it. I know that it is going to be. Why? Because Crawford fans around the world are rejoicing. If they're not, they will be once they tune into the episode and realize that Canelo Alvarez has insisted that the fight between he and Crawford can still happen, that the order from the WBO means nothing. But I'll give you his exact words and screen share and give you, obviously, the source in where it's coming from. And this is what we're going to be talking about, the fact that all of you guys clout Canelo, called him a duck, and here he is yet again willing to face another of the guys that you said he wouldn't fight. I love it. Listen, let me know if the audio is good on Discord, and let me get a check on X Spaces. We will be rocking out on a landline in about another 9 minutes. So if you want to call in there, the landline number is 1-563-999-3427 is the number to call to voice your opinion right here on the Voice of the People hotline. Once again, we're going to be talking about Terence Bud Crawford, one of the quote-unquote pound-for-pound kings, alongside with Canelo Alvarez, potentially giving him an opportunity next. That's what's really exciting, right, about this news is not that he's saying that the possibility of this fight exists. The fact that he's saying it doesn't matter what the WBO is saying. The fight could still happen. That order means nothing. And it could still happen next is exciting for us. Now, what does that mean? Is it next this year? Is it next year? When exactly? We don't know, but hopefully more comes, and we do get that information. But right now, let me just show you. This is coming from Boxing Scene, so Shout out the boxing scene, always working. But, Michael Benson clipped it up, gave us the juicy part, and this is one of those juicy parts, right? So, as you can see, Canelo Alvarez has insisted that a Terence Crawford fight could still happen next, despite Crawford versus Sebastian Fundora being ordered. And I quote, "I'm not saying that the fight can't happen. That order doesn't matter." So this is good news, I wish, truthfully, because I know everyone is going to forget about the forgotten son, David Benavidez, but I wish this were news about David. This does mean that Crawford is potentially jumping the line, skipping over David Benavidez, which is obviously an unfortunate situation, right? So this is bittersweet. It's like, oh, great, Canelo's giving us Crawford, something you dude said he wouldn't give us. People were just expecting him not to give us. But then in the other hand, it's like, damn, David's been waiting. He doesn't get the shot. What's going to happen with him? Now, does he just keep ballooning and waiting and then eventually get the call to come back down when that fight really doesn't mean much to us, or at least us purists, The casuals would certainly eat it up because they wouldn't know that David would be struggling to make that weight to come back down. But, yeah, this is what we're talking about, man. I'm going to go ahead and open up the phone lines because there's not a lot left to discuss other than your opinion on the matter, right? Whether you believe Canelo's just saying what he needs to be saying, or you think he'll actually give Terence Bud Crawford an opportunity. Phone lines are open if you want to call in. Discord and Twitter Spaces is available. All right, they just said that they had to restart Twitter. Discord. Yeah, but that's interesting, man, of Canelo, I'm sure it's going to please a lot of people, but also upset a lot of David Benavidez fans, that obviously Terence Bud Crawford would be skipping that line. So we'll see how the fans react, right? We'll see, is it going to be split down the middle? The thing is that David really doesn't have that fan base. I'm not saying he doesn't have a fan base. I'm saying they don't call into this particular show. I guess that's fair to say. He has more haters that call into the show than he has actual fans that defend him. So I'm not sure we're going to receive callers calling in to say, oh, this is messed up. David deserves that shot over Crawford. I think, we'll get the Bud fans to call in a little more excited that their guy, Bud, will be getting an opportunity against Canelo, something that they've been asking for. And, something I thought would have made for a great fight during fight week for Earl and Crawford. I had been pushing for that fight. Crawford kept saying weight classes matter. Weight classes for a reason. Then Jamel gets in there. And that seemed to be what gave Crawford, the courage to want to jump in there with Canelo. Something he's seen in that particular fight changed his mind. Because his attention was on Jamel. And it could be as simple as, Canelo just simply defeating Jamel and taking that piece off the board, forcing Bud, to find somewhere else to point his attention to, right? But once again, the phone lines are open if you want to call in and voice your opinion on today's topic. I'm going out to El Tanque. Buenos días. Tank, a.k.a. Jokers. Hello. All right. Well, while we wait for him to reconnect, we're going out to Cliff in Connecticut.
Came to me first, my man, my nigga. But yo, my, look at how this happens. Let me give y'all a couple examples, right? Canelo says it doesn't matter what the WBO has said. He said, scratch that shit. We could fight next. I don't care if Crawford is in negotiations and he got 30 days to pull the trigger. If I say I want to fight him, I'm gonna fight him because I'm the face of boxing. I'm bigger than the sanctioning body. If I want him, I'm gonna get him. And that's what we've been saying about Tank Davis.
Damn, is you AKA Young Jeezy with all this ad-libbing?
If Tank wanted Shakur, he could have did the same thing. He could have said, I don't care you talking to Cordina, I want you. And what you gonna do? Because when you the face of boxing, you pick who you want.
Bro, since you still stuck on yesterday's topic,
and they come running.
Since you stuck on yesterday's topic, let me ask you a question. What's the difference between Shakur and Terence Crawford? Respectfully, in this situation, it's not a trick question.
In this situation?
Yeah.
Nothing. To me, they're just saying.
Yes, the difference is Terence Bud Crawford is available to fight, and Shakur has a signed 2-fight deal, my brother. That's what you like. You keep overlooking that.
Yo, come on, Nash. You're gonna take the rest of my minutes with that. I don't know. We're not overlooking that because he was not always signed to fight Cordina. They just signed like in the last 3 or 4 days. Come on.
No, that's false. I gave you
his opportunity.
That's false. I gave you the information.
He didn't have his opportunity. Tank didn't have his opportunity.
I gave you the information. That's false. He signed his deal over a week ago. He fought less than 6 weeks ago.
You were saying yesterday.
Yeah.
So he has 6
weeks
to tell
since July 6th, where did you see him at? Since July 6th, where did you see him at? At Matchroom? No, at Matchroom shows. At Matchroom shows.
What that means?
What did Eddie tell you? What did Eddie tell you? What did Eddie tell you? What did Eddie tell you?
So
I played the audio.
Shows you can't fight Tank.
Yo, you delusional, Cliff. Like
I'm not delusional.
You are.
I was making a point.
My brother, you're not making a point. Eddie Hearn
Welcome
told
to Blog Talk Radio.
Eddie Hearn told you they instructed him not to get a Tank fight. Like, what the fuck more evidence you need?
You don't agree. So if you don't agree with my point, you just like fuck that. I'm a hijack his call. He can't say this shit on my.
Yeah, no, you can't. You can't lie. You can't lie.
All right then. Okay. So then they heard me already, but they heard you. So I can't say no more about it. I won't say no more about it because you the boss. It's your show. It's your ball. You won't let me play no more if you know you don't like how I'm shooting. So I'll go to the next thing. I don't think that Terence Crawford saw nothing in that fight with Charlo because if I'm not mistaken, the Joe Rogan interview was before that fight, and that's when he announced that he wanted to fight Canelo. So I don't think it was that.
You feel like it's your time.
You lied,
but it's not your time.
And I'll become.
This dude is delusional. Eddie, I played the audio of Eddie Hearn, Shakur's promoter, telling you 4 weeks ago, makes it, what, July 26th, 20 days after his fight on July 6th. He tells you he's been instructed to get fights for Shakur, not name Tank. I played the audio. Then they get him a 2-fight deal. But you still blaming Tank. Like, this dude is fucking delusional, bro. This shit ain't even about them. This is what I'm saying. These fans are fans of man. Like, he woke up with Tank still on his mind. Shit is insane. Like, we happy about the Crawford news, bro. You know, you need to find one of them channels that only talk about one fighter every day. I don't do that. I try to talk about the whole fucking sport. You stuck on Shakur and Tank. Like, that's yesterday's news, man. Move on. Tanke, what up?
Good morning, bro. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, on the topic, bro, I'm not surprised because not too long ago, I saw an interview with Eddie where Eddie said they did receive, an offer. He did see it, but he said, what did he say? He made it seem like it wasn't enough money behind the offer, and they were gonna restart negotiations after Canelo Berlanga. I don't know how true that is, but yeah. Hey, did you watch the Luke Thomas interview with Bomac, Ness?
No, Luke Thomas.
Yeah, he gave an interview to with Bomac, and he was asking him just general questions, how he graded, what Bud thought about his performance. Then he asked him about did Bud tell you anything in the corner, or did you ask him anything about this new weight division that he was in? He said, yeah, I asked him how strong was Madrimal. He said, Bud told me he was significantly strong, physically. Then he said something, but not punching wise. And that didn't make a lot of sense to me, because if that guy doesn't have a lot of punching power, then why did it take you 10 rounds to, start pushing the pace? Like, if this dude has no power, according to Bomac, you should have pressed the pace a lot earlier than the 11th, 12th round, where he clearly, won those rounds. They were his. That didn't make no sense to me, bro. And I didn't like the way that he said, Bud said that Madrimal was, physically strong. He was strong. He's really strong. And then when they tied up, where they pushed each other, I'm like, damn. He's saying about this dude that's 154. Wonder what he's gonna say after round 2 when he's in there with Canelo, and he sees them punches ain't hurt him. I like it though, bro, and I hope we get this fight. That'll shut up a lot of people.
But champ, I'm sure you've had fights when you were young, and you were in fights, or you've even played with kids or men that are physically strong at grappling, like in the clinch. That don't mean you have punching power. You understand?
Yeah. I understand that though, but the way I saw the fight, bro, gotta admit, he didn't push the pace until the last 2 rounds, bro. Like, he did not. Listen, until the last 2 rounds, Bud started doing what Bud does, and that's fucking put hands on the dude. I was wondering why it took him so damn long.
Mm-hmm. I'm not trying to say Mazarov don't have power. I think he does. I mean, I rank Karabanov. I want to see what happens when he comes back. So,
No, but this is good news, though, bro. This is really good news. The sport needs it. The fans need it. One fan base is gonna shut the hell up.
I just wish it was David, though.
But it's
either one.
He's getting skipped. David's getting skipped. But thank you for calling in. Let's see how long we take this show. Hopefully we get everybody through their work day. If you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up button. And if you're here in Las Vegas, guess who opens in another hour and a half? You already know. Hada Ding, where you could get all the flower power you need to get you through your work week. We got Army Mike. What up? Gotta unmute, player.
Hey, what's up, Ness? How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, man. I just wanted to touch on the topic today. I'm excited if we get actually get the Crawford and Canelo fight. I personally like that fight. I'm a Canelo fan. I'm a Crawford fan. I'm a Benavidez fan. But I think Crawford has more skills all the way around that I see in the ring than Benavidez. So I think it's a lot. I'm more excited for that fight than the Benavidez fight. I think Crawford's got way better skill, although the size is the only factor I see being a big difference in the match. But that's kind of all I got on the topic today. I think it's a cool fight. I still want the Benavidez fight, but I think Benavidez loses easily to Canelo. So that's why I think Crawford's just got a little bit more of a chance. I just think he's in a deficit with his size. But yeah, that's all I have to say. Thanks for taking my call, my man. Have a good one.
All right, Mike. Appreciate you.
Good job.
We got Joe Pilot.
Yo, me oye.
Clear.
Yeah, I think if Canelo wants to fight him, fight him. I wanted to see the Benavidez fight because to me that's actually a challenge. Because we seen what Canelo did with Charlo, and Charlo's a bigger guy, and to me, I'm pretty sure he's probably stronger than Crawford. So, probably more punching power. Because I'm pretty sure a guy like Charlo would have knocked out Madrimov, just from from what I've seen from him. But Benavidez should have been the fight. I think that should have been like, they could have sold it as does Canelo still got it? Can Canelo beat the monster? Can Canelo beat the young, hungry monster that's been waiting for his opportunity? What is this? Could this be the end of Canelo? They had a nice little storyline, that they could have sold. Like, they have a little one with Crawford, two-time undisputed, a lightweight coming up all the way up to 68. Is this just a payday, or is he really believing in himself that he can beat him? Will he repeat a Charlo performance, or will he pull a Sugar Ray Leonard out his bag? What will happen? But I think it's the first one. I don't think Crawford can't do nothing with Canelo. There's nothing Crawford does in that ring that Canelo hasn't seen. He fought a Lara who was a crazy mover, who was using every square inch of that ring on the back foot. He's seen the Triple G punching harder than Crawford. I think we can agree with that. Triple G punches harder than Crawford. Coming forward with an iron chin, took Triple G's best shot straight on the jaw. Maybe he was on the juice, on the clenbuterol, during all this time, but who knows? But like, at the end of the day, there's nothing Crawford can do with this guy. Crawford's too small. He doesn't got the power. And I don't think he has the legs anymore. In reality, I don't think he can dig in deep and still move around how he used to move around when he was at 35 and 40. So, and two, he's going to be heavier. Punches are going to be slower. He's going to be slower. So it's going to be Canelo by devastating knockout. It's going to be a devastating knockout, or the only way I see Crawford surviving is if he runs around, not even clinch, because even in the clinch, Canelo's just too strong for him, man. Canelo's a wonderkind, man. He's a wonderkind. Look at what he's doing. He's up there. He's consistently, him and Tank got something in common. They always fighting bigger guys. That's what they do, They the little guys fighting big guys. But more importantly, man, my boy Boo Boo want that Pacheco smoke, bro. Eddie Hearn, bro. I know you listening to the show, Get Boo Boo back in there. You cool with Boo Boo? Get Boo Boo back in there with Pacheco. He's out here wanting some smoke. We trying to get back in the grind of 68. What's up,
like
bro?
it's your time.
We be selected. Get Boo Boo back in there. I'm out.
Y'all be sounding crazy, man. Like, we just gonna build Pacheco up, invest all his money since he's 0-0, and put him in there with Boo Boo. Like, even if he beats Boo Boo, what does it do? It did shit all for David. Like, explain it to me. So Pacheco is right at the door of a Canelo fight at the #1 spot in the WBO, and you want him to risk it to fight Demetrius Andre, who hasn't fought since being knocked out to David, because he want the smoke. Man, you dudes got to be kidding me. Huang, what up? Huang, Houston, you got to unmute. One time. CYP.
Yo.
Yo.
Yo, this is a first little quick call, man. I would love to see them fight, but Canelo does a lot of talking about what he would do. He does that through his whole career. So I'm going to take it with a grain of salt, but I hope it's true. Hey, for the dude who just said that, we know Triple G has more power than Crawford. Some of us don't know that. And I'm gonna tell you why. And that's because I want to feel that way. If you think about the people that Triple G knocked out, right? Cool. But who didn't he knock out? He didn't stop Derevyanchenko, right? And people think he lost that fight. I did because I scored it. I scored it for Derevyanchenko. He did knock out Daniel Jacobs, right? Like if you think about his biggest names, and Canelo wasn't hurt at all. So you ask yourself, the three names that he fought, he didn't actually knock them down, or not, excuse me, or knock them out, stop them. But Crawford, on the other hand, the only dude, I mean, the last dude just made it. And we don't even know how good that dude is yet because he ain't been knocked out or stopped yet either. You got to let that dude career play out before you start talking about Crawford's power not being this and not being that. I don't fucking know that. I have no idea. I have no idea how hard Crawford actually hits, but I do know he's physically strong. I know that for a fact. We've seen videos of his physical strength. I don't know. I'm not telling you he's gonna knock Canelo out. That's not the point. The point is, does he have enough power for the fight to be a good fight? Does he have enough power for Canelo not to keep coming at him and taking them punches? I believe so. I mean, some of us Bud fans, people who know boxing, don't think that Canelo's going to want to continue to get hit by Bud's power. I don't think he wants to. I don't think nobody wants to sit there and take all the punches from Bud because they think Bud can't hit. Like, I think that's ridiculous to even think so, that a person want to sit there and take Bud Crawford's hits because he's the smaller man that can't punch. Fuck all that dumb shit. Fuck all of that. Like, being a smaller man don't mean you can't punch. We are in the Tank Davis era. Like, be real. Be real. If Tank Davis fought at 147, ain't nobody trying to get hit with them punches just because he's a smaller man and was knocking out smaller dudes. That don't mean you want to sit there and go blow for blow with that dude. Let's stop the fucking cap. Cut it the fuck out. Some of y'all ain't never fought. That's why you say stupid shit like that. Getting hit by a dude who's known to knock people out. I'm just going to walk through his punches. Them dudes never get walked through. They never get walked through, no matter what weight class they fighting at. Not saying he could win, not saying he going to lose, but that power shit, I'm telling you, CYP don't know. I don't know how hard Crawford hit. It looked like he hard as a motherfucker. And you going to say, well, the last dude, I say, well, again, we don't know how good that last dude is. But we know Derevyanchenko is a tough motherfucker himself. And he didn't knock him out either. So it's 1-for-1 in my book. CYP out.
All right. Huang trying you again. Huang, Houston. All right. Bacavelli.
Yo, nice, you can hear me?
Perfect.
Good. Super excited for the fight. I hope it does happen. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm not exactly sure how the whole WBO shit will work out. I don't know what would have to happen because I'm not sure like in what time frame this sort of thing could come to be. But you know, I definitely hope it happens. I'm a big Crawford fan, so I'm looking forward to it. As a fan of boxing, I do also wish it was David, but it don't seem like that nigga Canelo really interested in that fight at all. You feel what I'm saying? At this point in his career, the thing for me, I feel like Canelo fans like act weird about this fight. You know what I mean? Like I feel like a lot of them would be like, "Oh, what's the point of this fight? Like, why is he fighting this guy? Like, why would he want to fight someone like Crawford?" But they don't say that shit when he wants to fight someone like Berlanga, who hasn't done anything in the sport really. You feel what I'm saying? He's just a name. He's a Puerto Rican. I'm sure to sell well because it's Mexico versus Puerto Rico, but compared to someone like Crawford, why would you use the excuse of why would he want to fight someone like that? He won't get no credit. I don't think. Do you feel like Canelo will get a lot of credit if he go in there and beat the shit out of Berlanga? I'm asking you.
I mean, he's going to get the same, slightly less credit than what he got for Jaime. He's an undefeated contender in your division, you know. It's the same amount of credit you give you give Tank for beating Frank.
Exactly. So I feel like between all of this last batch of fighters, I feel like he would get the most credit if credit is what niggas is crying about for beating someone like a two-time undisputed like Crawford.
I mean, in theory, but he would also get the most scrutiny.
If he lost.
No, even if he won, the Canelo haters are just going to automatically say Crawford was a welterweight. He started at 35. Canelo's a cherry picker. Look how many welterweights he fought. You know how it
So do
is.
you agree? So do you agree he'd get the most credit? Like I'm confused. Like, do you feel like he get the most from, let's say,
I
between
think he'll get the
Munguia?
most credit. I think that Terence probably would be like the most accomplished fighter that he beat amongst media. But not
Right.
fans. No, amongst the fans gonna hate. They gonna say he was a welterweight.
Fans are fickle. It don't matter. At the end of the day, if the purists know what it is, it's what it is. We all know how good Terence Crawford is. Terence Crawford, when at this point in his career, he 20 years in, would be big, in my opinion. Like, as far as which, Canelo don't got nothing more to prove here, all-time great. But I think that would be a great name to add to the list. But I feel like his fans, like, they be acting a little nervous. They got like a little bit of nervous energy, like when it come to Crawford. For them being so sure that Canelo would just lay him out, that Canelo would just knock him out, put him on his ass, niggas can't deal with his power.
Again,
It seems like they got a lot of
I
nervous
just
energy
think
when it comes to the two of them fighting.
I just think it's
You
because
feel
it's a
me?
double-edged sword. He goes in there,
You may feel like it's your time,
and
but it's not your time.
that fight is as good as everybody thinks because Crawford is as good as everybody says. But Canelo wins. Oh, you struggled with a welterweight. Look, he's slipping. Like, y'all know this stuff. Y'all know, like, the negativity is always there. It's always there. Whether you choose to feed into it or not, that's all up to Canelo. But to say that it's not going to be there, that's just a lie. Like, there's going to be hella callers to call in, like, come on, man. He ducking David, bro. He fought another welterweight not to fight David. Like, this, how many times do we hear these things? Huang, Houston.
Yo, yo, yo.
We got you.
Okay. Man, so if this, if this is for real, by the way, good morning, shout out this. Um, I'm gonna tell you, like, I'm not so happy about it, but I'll take it. And I ain't gonna throw a bunch of shade on Canelo, because I promise you, if Tank, like you were talking about 147, if Tank go up to 147, wherever that 147 pound is, he ain't just gonna be like, oh, this is a little guy. It's a guy who fights 135. Nah, because there's rocks behind it. And Canelo gonna do the same thing. I edge it to Canelo. I think it'll be basically this, what we saw Bud do to Magic Mall. Bud gonna be Magic Mall, and Canelo gonna be Bud. You know what I'm saying? Bud gonna be real careful. I mean, Canelo got power. But let me, what I was gonna ask you. I can call, you got me?
Nah, you say he was going to ask me what?
Yeah, so if they fight at 168, Bud can come in like in any weight below, like 161, 162. He ain't gotta just super blow up, does he?
Yeah, nah, he don't. He can't come over the limit.
Yeah, so I mean, I look at it like Bud shouldn't. I mean, don't put on too much weight because that'll slow you down. That's how you get injuries. You know what I'm saying? And he could come in like where he feel comfortable, where he's strong enough. But I give Canelo the credit if he beat Bud. I mean, that's a killer. You know what I'm saying? And like that one dude was saying, he cares what the fans say. But man, I'm a super Bud fan. I ain't gonna lie. I watch it. I'm not as excited. It's growing on me. But, I give it to Canelo, man. It's just Canelo's got too much experience with champs, man. There's no shade on Bud. It's just that if Bud win, I'll be happy you in a B. But you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't put my money on Bud on that one, man. Maybe I would just because I cut for him, but I'll be scared. I'll be scared the whole fight. But yeah, that's all I got, man.
All right,
TBV,
champ.
like and subscribe.
Appreciate you. If you're watching this on YouTube, you know what time it is, man. I need to get to my 1,000,000 subscribers. Right now, we at 231,281. So we still need about another 800 subscribers to get to the next goal of 232,000. But the ultimate goal is 1,000,000. So, where you at? Y'all got to hit this thumbs up. G Vaughn, what up?
Good morning. Yes. Another beautiful day in boxing.
Hey man, shout out to you. I woke up out of my slumber, all kinds of tags in the Discord. I had to play the show back because everybody was talking crazy. I was like, what happened? And then I heard you say, hey, why watch it beat G-Von, the one that Haney tried to put hands on. You craziness. Hey man, like I said, Modelo time, shout out Modelo time over there. You know, we got cameras. People don't see me on camera. I can never be no short, fat Mexican. Like that's crazy. But anyways, and you know, to the other guy that was talking crazy too, like, man, you caught a charge just to fight a guy who's 50 pounds lighter than me. So you talking about you gonna slap me? Like, good luck, my friend. Um, you know, all that stuff to me be weird too. I mean, shout out to some of the good conversations you have on Discord. Last night we were talking about God and different things, and to me, I find it crazy how everybody is cool and allows anybody to say whatever they want to when we speaking about God and religion. But as soon as, you know, race gets brought into the mix, everybody, whoa, 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 whoa. Like what you say is like, bro, a second ago you just said fuck God and all this other crazy shit, and nobody said nothing. Like that's crazy. People need to stop being so sensitive. But anyways, look, man, this Bud fight, Bud and Canelo.
Champ, I'm gonna need you to stop bringing up your conversations on your Discord platforms
Oh shit,
on
my
the
bad.
channel.
I'm promoting, right? My
No,
bad, my
no,
bad.
because I mean, you coming on here talking about people saying "f God." I don't want my audience getting the wrong
Oh, okay.
impression.
I got you. I mean, that wasn't me though. I mean,
Yeah,
I love God, man.
but they don't say that on this show. I don't even understand. You wasted 2 minutes of our life talking about stuff that happens on you know, like on your.
Anyway, so you still mad about Devin? Anyways, man, let me get
I'm
my
just
call up.
shocked. Like
This
this ain't a
this
call.
this
You're not
fight right
talking
this fight
boxing,
right
bro.
here
Like
this
what the
fight right
fuck?
here makes no sense. Like people already complained about Charlo afterwards about how Charlo was too small. So why is Bud gonna fight Canelo? Like the caller before me said that the fans are fickle anyway. So who care? Who cares? And yada yada. It's the hardcores that care. The hardcores never really support anything. That's why we have David Benavidez implant that does what 60,000 buys or whatever it was. Like the hardcores never really truly support like that. You need the casuals, and they know that this fight is bullshit. But you know, I'll pay for it because I pay for every other pay-per-view. But also, I just want to see the face on all the Bug fans once the hero gets knocked out. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a big mismatch, and people who don't see it is crazy. They want to start spinning narratives like, well, we ain't seen Vajanov hurt, so I mean, how do we know he doesn't have a crazy chin? Like, nah, man. Crawford was scared to engage because he didn't want to take power from a real 154 pounder. And it is what it is. He's not going to go up two more weight classes and fuck with Canelo. Canelo is on a different level, man. And that's all I
Look
really
like
got
it's
to
your
say. Shout
turn,
out to you, Ness, and
but it's
everything you
not your
got going
turn.
on with TVV.
Appreciate you, champ. Appreciate you. Malcolm. Actually, give me a minute, Malcolm. King Amin, buenos dias. What's up?
What's going on, man? I had to listen to who is that? Javon?
You know it.
Oh man, brother Javon. Shout out to everybody in the community. It's been a long time, perhaps too long, but what I'm hearing, Canelo seems to think that this fight, and when we were talking about it the other day, when you asked, I didn't get a chance to really espouse my opinion when you said, what do you think is the biggest fight in boxing? And I said Terence Crawford versus Canelo, because all the rules just go out the window. Everything goes out the window. And I'm saying this as somebody, I don't like the fight at all. I hate it because, hey, call me call me tender. I'll use an eloquent word. Call me tender, but nah, man. Maybe I don't want to feel. Maybe I feel like I don't want to see Terence Crawford get hurt, right? And maybe he like, man, you crazy, bud. Canelo can't hurt me. Hey, I don't want to see the man get hurt, but apparently nobody don't give a fuck about what King Amin thinks, so that's why I love this fight. If Terence Crawford ain't as scared as I am, and Canelo seems to think if this guy want me to whoop his ass, then maybe I could find the time to do it. That's what makes this fight intriguing. And those that are, I guess, leaning it on the presumption, that's one fight and one example. We can use Charlo Canelo as the example, but people forget Mel didn't even really want that fight. He took it because the daddy Charlo couldn't take the fight, and it was Rum Punch's fight. So the context of it and how he performed, I'm not condoning it, but he really just literally skated out that motherfucker with a bag and they're dancing around the ring like Chris Brown. But you're talking about somebody that is really coming there to fight. Somebody that's probably going to be gracious during the press conference.
Yeah, but let's be real. We thought Jamel was coming to fight. Everything up until that point. Yes, everything up until that
when we saw the press conference.
Oh, well, that's true. We did get vibes like what's going on vibes.
He was too happy to be there. Like he was gracious.
I think he was
even
too
when he was
respectful.
flying on the jet. Remember, he was on the jet, and everybody was just, yeah, we on the jet. No, like you didn't see the same intensity where they'd just be cursing each other out. The Charlos, that is. You saw and I said it on a couple shows. I ain't never seen Mel Charlo smile that much. He was happy as a motherfucker.
Hey, he's a big bag, man. It's hard to carry.
Yo, so remember about Terence Crawford, what I said, and we got people, shout out to Dennis from Tampa, because he made this point. We got people on this show, I'm about to light mine up in a minute. Some people engage in Hardin, some people don't. Some people drink, some people don't. Remember the mentality. Terence Crawford don't give a shit what we think because the man don't drink, the man don't smoke, and the man apparently ain't afraid of Canelo. So why don't we, I'm myself included, stop being afraid for him and let the shit go down? That's all I'm saying. It's a different mentality. He's got a different mentality from many fighters. We've seen so many fighters that are plagued by drink and drug, and this motherfucker is completely sober as a gopher, whipping ass, taking all fades. That's a different kind of man when he step in that ring. So I tend to kind of lean on that. Yeah, maybe a little bit too Spider Rico and Moose. Maybe I'm a little bit too existential this morning. But what I'm saying, there's some facts to that shit. Please, trust me.
Nah, I hear you, man. I hope it ends up happening and it is a good fight. I just hope the boxing fans don't flip-flop like they did on Jamel. You know, you make a great case as to why we did as a community, but we still did. You know, like, oh, he didn't act the way we wanted him to act in the press conference, which led to him performing the way that he performed. So Canelo don't really get credit for that fight.
No. Now you are right about that. People will do that, but I ain't with that. And as long as I ain't with it, and I'm guessing my brothers and sisters in the TBV community ain't with it, I don't think that that's something that's gonna happen. I think that as long as we've been respecting it throughout the history of boxing, especially me, the warden of women's boxing, I'm getting ready to watch Amanda Serrano move up 3 divisions, and I don't like it, but I respect it. So I'm keeping the same energy. There is no, but, oh, Katie, you know, you're picking on a smaller Amanda. No, because people know what kind of work Amanda put in. Now, people might not be as enthused with the kind of work, or they don't believe he put in the kind of work against Madrimov. Hell, even better. I was one of those people saying maybe he need to do 160 first. But again, I can't put my fear on that man. I'm not going to be afraid for him. And I have to respect that and allow Canelo to get full rights for winning this fight. He got to get full rights, full credit, and full acknowledgement. So only a scared person or a fan of man would kind of tilt this to not give Canelo his credit. You can't do that. That's not fair.
Nah, I'm with you, man. But we seen it done with Jamel. And, you know, people call in here and they get mad and they're like, look, Bud fought an old Brook, an old Khan. Canelo fought Khan. You know, oh, he went on a rock band tour. He went on a Euro tour. So, like, you know, it sounds good. And no one else is going to do a better job than you with it because you have such a great vocabulary. But it don't mean shit. These boxing fans is what the last caller said, fickle. They're going to beg. They're going to beg for this fight today. Then they're going to get it. And if they don't get the outcome that they want, they're going to crap all over the fight. They're going to crap all over the fight.
You are right. But again, I think that's where we have to do our job. And we're going to let the callers speak on it because they're going to have their opinions on it. And we all are entitled to it. But we got to do better. Like, we can't. And I had this dialogue with somebody the other day. Shout out to my man Bugs, right? We were talking and I was just saying, like, yo, every time I bring up an opponent, of course we could find something negative to detract from him. But if we can't do that, if we keep doing that, then everybody's resume is bullshit unless they fought in the 80s and the 90s. Because every time we bring up why somebody fought a fighter, oh, nah, but he was this. Oh, nah, but he ain't finished reading in 2nd grade. Oh, nah, but his mother drink tea. Who gives a fuck? Like, we have to give these guys credits for being the opponents that are willing and available. So let's not be so critical. But
that's what I'm saying. You saying willing, it's like, champ, everybody's willing. Canelo say, yo, here's one ticket to fight me, and throws it in the air, fight. They gon' what? Everybody, even civilians, gonna be in that scrap.
Yo, picture this though. Out of all them people reaching, Ness, it could be me and you in that crowd. Only motherfucking Terence Crawford and Benavidez, if they reaching for the ticket, they the only ones that think they could beat Canelo. Respectfully, I'm a bad motherfucker. But with them gloves on, I can't do nothing with Canelo. So if Benavidez and Bud is in that crowd, they are the only 2 people, not Berlanga, not Pacheco, not Mbili. Who else we got at 68? Not Plant, not McCumbie. Who else we got at 68? Kevin Lilly Sajo, not him. Only Benavidez and Bud. So if it ain't Benavidez and Bud raise his hand, it's a difference between willing and really willing because you think you can, and just willing because you're willing to take the bag. Mel was willing to take the bag and also honor his family's name. Everybody else just wants the fucking bag. Berlanga talking like he trying to honor them Puerto Ricans. He talking like it. He got to show it.
Berlanga said he gonna break every bone in Canelo's face. There won't be a fucking Crawford fight because there won't be a Canelo left. My man, yo, he knows how to sell a fight. I swear to God, like with every post, I just smile like, yo, he know how to sell a fight, bro. He know how to sell a fight. He said all the right things to get them casuals right behind him, bro.
And more importantly, I think he's doing something else that's very strategic. You know, you talking like this. The one thing he's got to do, and it could be, I don't know if he's trying to throw a little 52 fakey, as we used to say, but he's got to come out there fighting like this, like talking like this and fighting like this is one different thing. So coming out there, putting the pressure on Canelo, smart pressure. Obviously, he ain't going to walk through Canelo and he ain't going to walk him down, but he's got to figure out a way to put something on Canelo to make him think, you know, and I don't see that shit happening. That McCrory shit ain't impressed me.
Bro,
not me.
I got to get to this counter. I'm trying to be better with not leaving people's counters, but people going to talk about skill. I'm not talking about that. Because I know with skill, you can pivot and things like that to get away from someone walking you down. But I'm just saying, what's going to happen when he get walked down? Because, like, Canelo basically walks everyone down eventually. And really, they can't take it. They force the shell up. They end up on the ropes. They either get dropped. Something happens. Even Bivol was on them ropes. Like, yeah, he said it ain't bother him, but he was even on them ropes.
Because when Canelo goes for that double left hook, whether he's throwing a double to the top or he's going up and down to the body to the head, and he takes that step and catch you on that angle, that's what I'm saying. Canelo is a bad dude, and I know Crawford can move and do these things, but like you said, there's moments now. The difference between Bivol and Canelo, Bivol and Crawford, I think, when Canelo lands those or Crawford, that's what got the Kool-Aid in my heart. You know what I'm saying? Like Crawford takes one of those punches to the body, all right, glances off the elbow. Canelo might just hit him on the hip. That should have slowed him down from all that movement that he anticipates on doing. You know what I'm saying? So
and that's what
those
Plant
are things
didn't account for, because that's how Plant got slowed down, was with hip shots. But counterpunch.
Counter.
Yep. J-Mac. Malcolm, I was going to you, but you got cut.
And thanks for letting me land, Malcolm. Appreciate your patience.
Yo, good morning. Can you hear me clearly?
Clearly.
Hey, good morning to you good brothers. What do I want to start? Next, I had a counterpunch sent to me late to the show. Is this the one from yesterday, or do you recall that one? I just don't know who sent it to me. Somebody said send in a counterpunch for their coach. I just didn't know who that was.
Ooh, I do remember that. I don't know,
All right,
but it
so I'm
sounded
gonna
like it could have been a. I mean, if you coach, it could have been a
super.
super max, but I could check.
All right, I'll take that. If that's not, I heard it. If it is all good, I'll send it. So let me get my time started. Okay. I want to talk on part. With the Berlanga fight. Berlanga, he might be young enough and not seasoned enough to take the risk that he needs to make the fight to make the fight competitive with Canelo. I still have, however, Canelo being a seasoned fighter, the great that he is, to be too much for Berlanga. And that's where Berlanga go run his course and run into difficulty with Canelo, and he nine times out of 10 might get stopped. That pressure that you say he put on, Berlanga struggled with that because in the experience of fighting, when you don't know how to step on angles and create space, but also throw the right punches, or put yourself in a position to where you can't be hit and step off the line or move your head fluidly, that's what Berlanga will struggle with, the pressure of Canelo. On to this pressure and this giving people credit shit. Man, fans been hate. Give me a second. Fans been hating for years. Fans been hating for years on fighters and taking credit from greats. And when since we got a platform for people to call in and do it, you think it's gonna stop? And when did we value this? When you got stuff like Hall of Fames, you got stuff like resumes, you got stuff like undisputed champions, you have a lot of accomplishments to where no matter what somebody say and what their opinion of it is you can't discredit that. Bud had, from I heard, I think Cliff said, I don't know if this was true, Bud had both his hands already sealed or something for like Hall of Fame. So how Canelo fighting a guy like that doesn't get credit for fighting Terence Bud Crawford? That's ultimately going to want to be one of the best names on his resume if he did win, or even if he lost to him. So when we sit up there talking about fans not giving him credit, for Jamal Charlo, he still beat Jamal Charlo. It's still on his resume. It's still on Jamal Charlo's resume as a loss. It's a win for Canelo. So we can't sit up here and go tick for tat on who will decide to wake up out their bed in their average-ass life, never competed in a ring, never competed, put no gloves on, and wake up and say what they want to say because they're entitled to their opinion. Shout out to them. But what actually matters is what these fighters get out there and do, accomplish, achieve, pound for pound, belts, undisputed, two-time fighter of the year, all that stuff. Like, you can't take that away from them. So we can sit up here and say what credit he won't get, and I think that's an excuse. Let me add on to another one. For Canelo's pressure against Bud, and the difference from Bud and a Jamel, a Bud and a Plant. Plant never was no inside fighter. Plant was always a guy who fought on the outside, stayed at range. So fight a decent fight till it ran out of real estate because Canelo eventually caught up with him. Jamal Charlo, on the other hand, I thought was way more of a competitive fighter and had more dog in him. So I had him losing. However, I thought he just had more fight in him to where he would have moments. Before he eventually lost, didn't have him stopping him like he didn't. But when he felt Canelo power, he went down. But them two fighters don't have what Bud have in common. And that's why a lot of people view Bud pound for pound great. Some putting him as top 5. Some got top 15. Some say the best. Some say after this Canelo win, he will be the best. But the difference from Bud is them angles that you talk about that he stepped on, they got a lot of things and a lot of problems that come with that. It's just not simple. It's not easy mathematics. It's a beautiful science that some fighters don't reach, and they don't never reach that level and know how to understand it. So when you step on an angle against a flat-footed fighter that has to catch up with you and you have longer arms and you can outmove him, you can move on your feet better, there's a lot of space that he has to catch up with. And that's what I think Bud, and you're going to see a masterful class of Bud beating Canelo, and a lot of people that's calling in, they're going to renege, they're going to take back, and they're going to still hate because they don't understand what they're watching. You had a caller that called in that said, why Bud was scared to engage. Bud told you. I don't know he was scared. I mean, you can have an opinion on how hard somebody hit, but nobody walks through a punch you don't see. That's why Tank gets all his knockout against opponents, because when you close the distance against a small, explosive fighter like that and you don't see that power, it's devastating. And I promise you this, nobody walks through Bud power, and if he hasn't proved that to you yet, you just don't know what the fuck you watching. You need to get away from the sport. But going back to the point of how hard he hits, you saw Madridov do things that he normally don't do if you've been watching him. You saw him not fight as aggressive as he normally fought, and you saw Bud have to adapt to a fighter that was more patient, and that's why he said he had a hard time catching up with Madridov. Not what you woke up off your couch, drinking your beers, drinking your 40s, drinking whatever your Modelo's or whatever you want to call it, and came up and see Bud told you what it was. He's the expert. He's the all-time great. He's the two-time undisputed. If he stay at 154, that'd be three-time undisputed. And y'all just gotta get smarter with this sport, man. Some of y'all just don't have that elite eye, man. But hey, shout out to you. You're entitled to your opinion. I respect it. Keep doing whatever you're doing. Keep living however you want to live it. Bud gonna be a great writer. You want to give him credit for it or not? That's my call.
Good point, because again, Mel Charlo is still undisputed. You know, he went into that bout as undisputed. Canelo got undisputed.
And that's why I think
resume.
it's not a good point. I think that's the exact reason it's not a good point, because Jermell is undisputed and still they flip-flopped on him. Like, you literally just came in here like, come on, man, look at the way he was acting at the press conference. Like, you are basically saying he just went in there and didn't do much and get a check. Like, everybody's saying the same thing. And that don't matter that he undisputed. It only matter what the fuck you did that night. And if that night wasn't good enough for the fans, that fight ain't going to get credit, regardless of what these people saying, because the truth is, we've been here for 14 years taking phone calls, man. I hear them, man. I hear them. 1 minute, Jermell is going to beat Canelo. The next minute, he ain't nobody.
But Ness, hold on. This saying is becoming so frequent, but it's true. Two things can be true, because tactically, when people saw Jermell, tactically, I said, I believe physically he has the tools, but I can't, you know what I'm saying?
More reason to give Canelo praise.
Yes, so I agree with that.
But instead, these dudes got the yoke on their face and like, man, I picked this fake-ass lion. Nah, I ain't giving them no credit, bro.
Well, that I disagree with.
Come on,
I ain't down with that.
We literally just heard it from Jay Will. Like, Jay Will, the king hater. Remember, I highlighted it because he's such a hardcore, and he did it. Like, he came in just to shit on Canelo, because I think the topic was probably about Benavidez, and we shit on Canelo, and Mel takes the bullet. They do it. I listen to it. I got great headphones. Like, they do it. Believe me, man. So all that shit don't matter about, he's two-time undisputed. So what? So now, now we'll give him credit because he's beating a two-time. The last undisputed fighter, we ain't going to give him credit because he was only one time. And no, he lost and he had a draw. Like, they find ways to minimize. If you don't want to use the word credit, because people are gonna call in, where's this credit league? Where's this credit assembly? Cool. You find ways to fucking minimize the win, man. The general public finds ways to minimize the win whenever they want to win a fucking argument, man.
And I think, but that's what, Coach was saying, he was, people that do that, they have an issue with probably giving themselves credit, because you can't minimize these sorts of accomplishments, man. So, without getting too off track, man, let's see if anybody else is willing to give, from the credit league, they would give Canelo credit or not minimize a win over Crawford. Who we got next?
Let me see.
We might got some super chats.
Malcolm, we never got to you, brother. Sorry.
Brother Malcolm.
Yo, you hear me?
You.
Canelo gets zero credit unless he fights David. Nah, I'm just playing with you, bro. Shout outs to Boxing Boys. Yo, Ness, shout outs to you. My brother, Amin. How's it going, my brother?
Good, man.
Great call from J-Mac, man. It's pretty hard to follow up from that, But
I'm cool with this, man. We've been calling for this fight. Hopefully, just Canelo pursues that. Because he tends to flip flop with certain things. You know what I'm saying? When Turk hit him up or whatever, or when they talked, he said he wanted to focus on his fight, and they could talk about that later. Now he's backtracking and saying something different. This happened with the Mexican situation. He said he'll never fight Mexicans, got backlash, and then he kind of reworded it differently. So, but I'm trying to be the optimistic person in the room. You get me? So hopefully we can get that fight, man. Now in terms of this whole thing about Bud not having power, he technically has like two power hands when you really think about it. And then a good point. When you had Troy Isley on here, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, probably maybe 3 weeks ago. The one thing he said about Bud's power is that it's there, but you really feel it when he's throwing combinations. That's really where his power shines. And Canelo is a counter puncher. Naturally, he's gonna walk you down and he's gonna try to counter you. And you guys brought it up, with the double left hook. So if Bud's able to get some shots off because Canelo's there to get hit, he could possibly feel that power. Bud's durability, that's going to be the big elephant in the room because he is naturally from a smaller weight class, but it's not like Canelo's a natural 168 guy, but he's stocky. Canelo has a good chin, and we're just going to see how Bud reacts to getting punched by him, Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. We thought Jamel would do better. Came in, he got hit, he felt something, and running like a track star, So I'm all for the fight, I'm happy for it. I would be rooting for Bud. I do flip flop a little bit on who I think is gonna win, so I can't really predict that. But I will give the winner credit, man. Like everybody's been saying, a lot of fans, depending on what side of the fence you're on, they're gonna give people credit, and then other people, they're not gonna give them credit. Mayweather Pacquiao, when they had their common opponents with Ricky Hatton, Cotto, and De La Hoya, they trashed Mayweather for it, but he beat all those guys first, and then he beat them at a better weight class. They gave Pacquiao credit for it. So.
Bro,
we'll
just the other day they tried to discredit Mayweather's win on this very show. They tried to discredit Mayweather, the Manny Pacquiao win.
It's a common thing to discredit people too. Like we say it all the time. It's common to discredit somebody to just bring someone else up. But that's all I got. And then y'all already know, man. September 3rd, the real pound for pound king is fighting. He gonna knock out Doheny.
You may feel like it's your time,
let's play my music, man.
but it's
I'm
not
out.
your time.
Who's the real pound for pound king he talking about? Did you catch that?
In a way.
Bro, that is weird. That dude is like popular unknown. Bro, he the only dude that's like a pound for pound top 3, and we don't never know he's fighting until the week of.
Yo, because it's always on Tuesday, man. Again, if Tio wanted to be like, yo, I ain't fighting on a day, no fighting on Tuesdays because of the Japanese schedule. Like, that shit sucks. I'm trying to get ready for work and get my kids out the door.
I don't know, bro. That shit seems strange. I mean, when you a name, you a name. I mean, we knew Shakur was fighting on a Thursday, and look, he had like, 6,000 people there, and they did good numbers on television. I got the first super chat of the day. Matt Machine Gun Garcia. Sounds like Al moving his chess pieces to keep the power on his side. Best way to get Fundora free from a Bud fight is with Canelo. Damn. So you give Bud the Canelo fight so he can't get the Fundora fight? Nah. That's a strange move on the chessboard, Matt. What? I think this says Caesars Kane. Welcome to the prospect level. Adrian, $2. Get ready to put Canelo pound for pound #1 again. Hey, mama. What in the hell? Super Mix was in the lab with Chris last night, man. Alex better be on his A game, or it's going to be a long or very short fight. Chris Sharp, # Battle of the Vegas. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's Chris that needs to look sharp. Alex already sharp. Alex looking a little too sharp for your man Chris. But if you do want to watch that fight, it's going to be live right here on YouTube.com on September 14th from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where we will be live for our first amateur event. This is our 14th Border Wars, but our first USA Boxing amateur event. It's also WBC approved, so our winners will get WBC medals, and the fight of the night gets to take home the lucky, beautiful green belt. We got Neil's water bottle, 5-pounder. Al don't want Bud to chase Fundora fight, which is why they dance in the Canelo fight in front of him. Laugh out loud. BBC is down bad. Hashtag B-side era. Hashtag Saudi takeover. Face with the money tongue emoji. I'm shocked that people are going with that theory that this is all Al playing chess to keep Bud away from Dora. That's interesting. Second person.
Unless the back door is that Spence is, you know what I'm saying? Spence is Fundora and Al wants that fight. And that fight is, you know, maybe a bigger play for the bigger picture of PBC, you know, contract negotiations.
But the only way you get Crawford out of the Fundora fight is with a contract. You can't woo him with just talks on the internet.
Somebody said Al Heyman turned water to wine, man. That's what they say, man.
Big Super Mix, $2. We not nervous, laughing out loud. We want this easy win over Bud.
Man, why people want fantasy fights, man?
Oh, he jumped on. Yo, if you don't say nothing, I don't be seeing you. I'm glad you said
I'm glad you say something. Fantasy fights nuts.
Hey, man, they love it.
Why people want these fantasy fights?
This my man, Punch Drunk Boxing. He obviously does not like the Bud Crawford Canelo fight.
Nah, man. I just don't understand.
Let me ask you one thing. Let me ask you, did you give Canelo credit for beating your boy, El Leon?
Who?
Come on, there's only one lion in Leon, compadre, Jamel Charlo.
Of course, I gave him credit, of course.
Okay.
But that right there should have humbled that right there humbled me. Not saying that I thought that Jamel Charlo was gonna beat Canelo Alvarez and you know what I'm saying, scrape him, but right there should have humbled everybody that was thinking about the potential Bud Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez. That the 154-pound king that is bigger than Bud Crawford, that's a knockout artist in his own right. When I spoke to Jamel Charlo said, yo, he ain't feel none of my punches. He ain't feel no punch. What is Bud Crawford gonna do to Canelo Alvarez?
But but this is what I'm saying. Now you're gonna get people to you triggering them. So I want you to just keep talking, because now, I mean, guess what's gonna happen? They're gonna call in now and do exactly what I said. They're gonna shit on Jamel and say, man, Bud ain't Jamel. Jamel don't turn his punches over like Bud. Jamel don't got the skill of Bud. Jamel lost. Jamel had a draw. Bud will never lose to Tony Harrison. I'm telling you, bro, this is beautiful.
Yeah, you know what it is. Look, Jamel Charlo, everybody know he's a knockout artist in his own right. He made Jason Rosario catch the Holy Ghost with a jab to the solar plex. He knocked out every opponent so he could become a champion, so he could become undisputed. You know what I'm saying? In the division right now, in the 154-pound division right now, that is like, yo, anybody really could win. Like right now, everybody's showing the same level. Virgil, Bud in his last performance with Mashramov himself, Tim Tszyu, Fundora, Eric Salupin with a good close win versus Jesus Ramos.
Bohacek.
It looks like anybody could, you know, with that between the number 1 and the number A7, whatever, anybody could really win. Like everybody look like they're on the same level. You know, this is the landmine division. But this imagination of Bud and Canelo Alvarez, like I thought that after the Mashramov fight, you know, I'm sorry, before the Mashramov fight, everybody was a slave to the moment of Bud Crawford's performance with Earl Spence. So right there got people, oh my God, Bud and Canelo, yeah. He can move up 3 division up and fight Canelo. I could see it. Nah, man. the Jamel fight with Canelo Alvarez should have humbled. Then Bud Crawford's performance with Masvidal at 154 should have humbled everybody. We shouldn't even be talking about no Bud and Canelo Alvarez.
But why? He beat what? How many gold medals this dude got? He won a belt in 10 fights. He could punch. I ranked Karabanov. Why don't we think he can do it? Like that's a great win that he got over Madrimov. He just didn't knock him out.
No. I'm not saying that is not a bad win. I'm saying that even though the performance, he got a victory, but he didn't make the type of statement to justify a Canelo Alvarez fight. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is.
I agree. I was one of those people that got humbled. I seen the Madrimov fight, and not that I was scared in that fight, but I definitely said to myself, I don't want to see Bud and Canelo. You know what I mean? I don't want to see it. I'm not interested in that. However, you said why? Fantasy. You want to know why? Because sometimes it's like, Punch, you don't need to see it with her clothes off. Sometimes the way she look in the scrubs is better, right? So in my imagination, maybe Bud Crawford, because if I think about it really, really, truly, is he really, truly a 135 fighter or 140 that move up to 147 and now he's at 54? And could he keep doing it? I don't know. My imagination, what it look like. You know what I'm saying? Do the curtains match the drapes if she a redhead? So I just want to see it.
I think that there's so much in the sport of boxing. There's so many matchups, like even in 154 where Bud is at right now. There is matchup for him to still enhance his legacy. There is still Fundura. There is still Tim Tszyu. There is a potential Jermell Charlo if he comes back. He said he was going to come back to the 154-pound division. So he's still he told
us a long time ago he don't give a fuck about no legacy, man.
Hey, it's a long time ago, but at the end of the day, Bud Crawford is not highly active as well. He's fighting one time a year, and he's older than Canelo Alvarez, and he's less active than Canelo Alvarez. And Canelo Alvarez has arguably one of the best chins in the history of the sport of boxing. If you think that Bud Crawford is going to compete with Canelo Alvarez, a fan gotta see Canelo and say, "Yo, he declined too much. He declined a lot." Nah, you're still talking about the best at 168-pound division. You're still talking about a king in his own right. This ain't no cakewalk. I'm going to tell you like this, Canelo Alvarez, if that was Canelo Alvarez in the ring when Bud Crawford was with Masvidal, he makes Bud Crawford eat from a straw. I don't want that from Bud Crawford. I like Bud Crawford. Canelo Alvarez will make Bud Crawford eat from a straw. Calm down. Relax, guys. I know everybody have fun with the Earl Spence fight.
Wait,
not for Canelo.
Wait, but he didn't make Amir Khan eat from a straw. Like, yeah, he knocked him out, but you know, Khan was still good after that. Jamel just went down. He didn't even knock out Jamel. He didn't knock out Jaime Munguia, who also started at 47. Remember, he beat Montiel at 47. So, you know, he's not really – he does have power. He dropped Jamel. He dropped Munguia. But, you know, the last, like, devastating knockout, I want to say had to be Billy Joe, where he broke something in his face. You know, we can't – I mean, you know, we don't want to overhype his power. He's strong. But Bivol, remember, Bivol went like this. Nah, that shit ain't hurt me.
Yeah. So no, it's not only Canelo Alvarez offensive powers and you know his strength on the offensive and him being an accurate counterpuncher. It's just not that, but it's also the way that he could take hits. He's been in this era, bigger punchers. He's been there with Kovalev. He's been there with like Bivol. He's been there with Triple G. My man, he been there with Triple G, was hitting him with some shots, and his neck still wasn't moving.
They're gonna say like, Triple G was old.
Yeah, three times. The old one.
But they're gonna say that the first fight Canelo did lose. The politics just didn't want him to lose.
Hey, I mean, I just say this is that for me, in my opinion, Bud Crawford is a first ballot Hall of Famer. We all know that. I feel like when it comes to him, people want to compare him to Floyd Mayweather and Oscar De La Hoya. I still think that his resume, in my opinion, as a Hall of Famer, is still not. It's still not first tier. He's a first tier Hall of Famer, but his resume is not first tier resume Hall of Fame, in my opinion. And I think that he could actually do that in a 154-pound division. And he would get a lot of credit to and get these names. He don't need to chase the Canelo Alvarez. And the thing is with Bud, when he's explaining about the Canelo Alvarez fight, he's talking about money. This is his 401k plan. I don't even think he's going out there really truly think that he could win. Let's not forget that before the Errol Spence fight, when they was interviewing him, he said that he never saw himself fighting Canelo Alvarez. He's 147 pounds. He's 168, campaign at 175. There is no way. I don't see it.
He said weight classes for a reason. That's what he was saying, fight week. Weight classes for a reason.
Exactly. And I get it. The media keeps asking him about Canelo Alvarez. So, of course, him as a fighter is going to turn around and be like, I'll fight Canelo. But you know that he's in the cloud. He was in the clouds, just like a lot of fans was in the clouds after the Errol Spence fight. People was talking about Errol Spence and Canelo, right? I didn't like that conversation either. I didn't like the Errol Spence Canelo Alvarez fight. Now, can you imagine if it was Errol Spence and Canelo on the same night that Errol Spence was with Bud Crawford? You feel me? Like, the good thing about it is that there have been fights in between the anticipation of wanting to see this fight that has humbled the thought of, you know what? Nah, Bud and Canelo, yeah, that's too much, It was, something, but nah, come on, guys. it's not a good fight. It's a fact.
Let me get to some kind
If it happens, are you watching it? You got to.
Of course, I'm gonna watch it. And just like I was watching the Masvidal fight and leading up to the fight, and I'm like, yo, he's not gonna outdo the performance with Errol Spence. Wow, I was telling everybody he's not gonna outdo that type of performance.
So look, and I hate to be one of those because I think that's why boxing is so much is more distinguished than that human cockfighting MMA. But you're not, because of the things you said, drinking through a straw, you're not going to tune in, punch, live chat on the edge of your seat, say, watch Canelo hit him with a body. Oh my God. You're not going to just be like this, like casual. You're going to be all in, brother. And that's part of, for me too. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's so fucking crazy. You got to want to see it.
Of course. What do we have as fans? Bragging rights. That's it. That's how we watch. So we could go back in social media and be like, I told you this was going to happen, or eat some crow. So I'm going to be watching it. And I said, I told you, Bud. I said, damn, Bud. Damn, get up. Bo, man, please throw in the towel, damn. Stop eating that damn sandwich and throwing the damn towel.
Yo,
you ain't seen the damn fight.
Punch, aren't you being, I don't want to say biased, maybe forgetful. The world wanted Errol Spence and Canelo. I was certainly one of the people campaigning that would do 100,000 in Texas. And then we find out that even Earl's name was on the contract. It was the two Charlos and Earl. So if it was good enough for Earl and Terence destroyed him, I mean, don't he
that's
deserve
what I'm saying,
it?
that they're slave. That's what I'm saying. I understand why after the fight, people started talking about Bud and Canelo, because they was talking about it with Errol Spence and Canelo. And I believe that there's a lot of people that picked Bud beating Errol Spence, but I know a lot of people didn't think it was going to be like that. It was a spectacular performance. So I think that people was living in La La Land as well. The people were slave to the moment of that moment, thinking that he could do the impossible and move 3 divisions up. But that's what I'm saying. To humble, just like when in the beginning when I got on, you were talking about the Jamel Charlo and Canelo. That fight humbled, and there's some fights that be like, oh, yo, okay, let's chill on that, because right after the fight, we was talking about Charlo and Bud. That was the fight. That was the realistic fight.
But that's another reason.
Crawford was looking at Charlo.
Yeah, but that's another reason. That's another reason. You beat the guy I thought I could beat, and guess what? You ain't even do that good. I know I would have fucked up Jamel better than that. That's how he looking at it. But listen, I got to get to these kind of punches. Let me double check here. I know J-Mac got one, but I'm checking timestamps because Treese also sent one.
And that's why you doing that. I got to cut out of here. But let me just let everybody know, new episode of the championship rounds is up already. I'm trying to see if Ellie Scottney, is she going to get Yamlith Mercado, which Mercado seemed to be ducking. Is more likely going to be old girl out of Australia, Miyamoto. I also want to know, are we going to see Beatrice Ferreira in the title defense anytime soon? You know, she's coming off of the Olympics honeymoon, so let's get something shaking. Also, catch me shaking on Instagram, King I Mean of Essex 1, and on Twitter, King I Mean of Essex 1. Punch, good seeing you, brother.
See my brother, man. Take care.
All right. So we got a long line. Not long, but we got a line. We got J-Mac, Sean, and then Treese. Counter.
Yo, oh my gosh. Wow. I heard a lot of nothing. Shout out to Punch. I do respect his opinion. He's entitled to one. But just like the common saying is, everybody have assholes, so everybody has an opinion. Shout out to you. You said a lot of all of that, but you're going to tune in and watch the fight that you see that's so much a mismatch, so much of this, so much of disadvantage, so much credit, so much this. I'm going to go back to what Bibble said. Everybody acts like Canelo is such a like he's superhuman and stuff like that. Bro, like what? What have y'all been watching? Canelo don't even knock out everybody he fights. Like y'all gotta get this Canelo's like y'all talk about Bud fans. Man, y'all got this thing about Canelo, man, I don't get. But he's a great fighter. He's a Hall of Famer. All like the credit talk. Would a fan wake up and say, get on his YouTube, this is no shot at nobody person, I'm talking in general. Would a fan, an average Joe Smo that ain't never dedicated other than his time, his passion, and his fandom to a sport, he wakes up and say what the average and what the achievement of a fighter means. Like, bro, that shit is fucking crazy. Like, you're delusional. You can't say a fighter that's going down in a Hall of Fame resume, whether you give him credit for his opponents or not, whether the opponents of yesterday was in his on his resume today. Like, we can't flip flop. It ain't no game and ain't no video game. You can't download creative players and make him fight this fighter so we can, bro. That's not how boxing works. Boxing have a few things intact to prove somebody's greatness, and that's if I go over. Let me cook. They have a resume. I mean, they have a record on BoxRec that has how many fights you win and how many you lose. They have accomplishments. They have achievements. You don't get to pick how you get those belts every time because it's not structured like the NFL, the NBA, a playoff. You're going to play the best till you fight the best. It's not structured like that. Sometimes some people vacate. Sometimes some promoters get in the way. Sometimes they don't see eye to eye. The money don't make sense. Sometimes the fighter, shout out to Tank Davis, is just scary as fuck and don't want to fight nobody. So, like, it's a bunch of things that happen in boxing, but as fans, we're so diligent to come past and see past all that, use our fandom, and not realize that fighters got to get out the mud. Everybody don't have a big promoter to put them in like a stardom or a cash cow situation. Some people got to fight this fighter, that fighter, till he could get to this level, and then no matter what, a fan can wake up after his shit-for-nothing ass life. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because y'all sit up here and critique and continue to critique fighters that the sport is hard already. It's a poor man's sport. They got to do a lot of things to get to the top. They have, I don't even know the number of fighters they have, but anybody could come on YouTube any day and just dismiss that. That shit is crazy to me. Off of that, Canelo and Bud is a great fight. I think a lot of people want it. I think a lot of people who say they don't want it is going to be the ones to tune in and definitely watch it. I think a lot of you guys with this size shit, you have not learned. There's weight classes for a reason, but size don't always matter, and it's always style that makes fights. There's always narrative to debunk why the bigger guy can beat the smaller guy.
Can I ask you a question?
This fight is a fight up. Go ahead, Ness. As long as you don't try to start fussing with me and start
I ain't trying to fuss.
I
I just want to ask one question. If Tank retired today,
Go ahead.
If Tank retires today, do you believe he will get in the Hall of Fame? Not today, just saying, will he get in the Hall of Fame?
Right now.
If he retires today, Will he get in the Hall of Fame either 5 years later, 10 years later, 15 years later? Will they vote him in the Hall of Fame with everything that he's done right now today?
Maybe. I don't know. Like, that's up to the voters. I mean,
What about
shit,
you?
I don't know.
What about you? Do you consider him Hall of Fame if he retires
No.
today?
Tank is not a Hall of Fame fighter to me.
Oh.
He's a money fighter.
All right.
He's a money fighter. He ain't a Hall of Fame fighter. He just talked that Hall of Fame shit. He actually had a Hall of Fame fighter who put his ass on a pedestal to get the money. And, bro, like, shit, you know I don't fuck with Tank. I don't fuck with Tank. Tank is a duck. So, on back to my point. Look, man, hey, Bud, Canelo, bro, like, this is one of the biggest fights of today boxing. This will be Canelo's undefeated best win. I don't even know if he have a better win than Bud and an undefeated fighter on his resume. Because all those guys that y'all give him praise for, we have seen them mollywopped or beat by somebody else, and I'm not taking away their greatness. I'm just saying, I haven't seen Canelo beat an undefeated fighter yet. But y'all get on here, or some of y'all get on here and say, ain't gonna give him credit, but that'll be his best win on his resume. Like, when you look down those names, Shane Moses, he beat a few times. Cotto, beat a few times. Like, bro, like, I don't have to do this, but we want to always tic-tac and start trying to pull somebody's resume apart. But we can do the same thing for what Canelo did when he started fighting guys after they got beat up and stopped. Bro, like, but it goes hand in hand. Hey, bro, look. Hey, and Floyd, the same thing. Don't get me going on Floyd and Money May. Pretty Boy and Money May was two different fighters. One fighter started fighting flat-footed fighters. The other guy was a dog and young and ambitious. That's just my opinion of boxing. But I'm not going to sit up here and take away the greatness from what Canelo could achieve from this fight and what Bud definitely going to achieve for this fight. I'm going to take my last counter punch, and it's going to be my last one for the day. I have Bud beating Canelo, one, because he's smarter, he moves better. I think when y'all do the comparison between Jamel Charlo and Amadrinov, style makes fights. I think y'all spend too much into it, but it's okay. That's what we're supposed to do in boxing, but we're not supposed to take away from the fight because you got to still fuck around to find out. And we, in boxing and history, has proven over and over, we can say this, we can say that, but until they get in the ring, that's what we got to find out. And you have to fuck around to find out. The difference from Bud and Jamel is there's just two different levels of fighters there. Jamel has always been a strong, aggressive fighter. I won't think he was very tactical, and I damn sure don't think he was slick. I thought he just ran up against a superior fighter in Canelo. He didn't know how to deal with it. He didn't know how to deal with the pressure. He didn't have the angles. He didn't have the timing. He didn't have the patience to set up the big shots. That's the difference from what Crawford does. That's why he is a hard puncher. That's why he does punch hard. That's why he knocked guys out, because he hits you with the shit you don't see. And the difference from David and Bud, they both make you fight when you don't want to fight. They both make you think when you don't want to think. And then they apply pressure more in Bud more of a counter puncher way. David applies pressure more in a pressure way in your face. But Bud get knocked out against guys because when you engage, he catch you with angles, he catch you with shit you don't see, and he's in there to fight the fight, and he's not backing down. That's my last counter punch for the day.
All right. I mean, he proved my point, though, right? Like, he said Bud would be Canelo's best win and goes on to minimize Cotto and Shane. He had a couple losses. But the thing is, that's what you came on talking about. Quality of opponent, quality of a Hall of Fame resume. You can't say Bud would be the best name on Canelo resume when he got names like Miguel Cotto and Shane Mosley. You can say Bud would be the best name in his prime that he beat, maybe, right? Because Mayweather he lost to, and obviously Bud would be considered better than Laura, more accomplished than Triple G, things like that. If you say, like a fighter he beat, but like to say he's like he doesn't even have the career of Cotto or Shane Mosley, bro. Like, bro, I'm not a historian, but I'm pretty sure Shane, didn't he beat Vernon Forrest too? Or did he lose to Vernon Forrest? You're not a historian either. We're gonna have to Google it, but
I think he lost him.
I'm pretty sure he got 2 fights with Vernon Forrest, 2 fights with Oscar De La Hoya.
He beat Oscar twice.
He beat Ricardo Mayorga. I mean,
You may feel like it's your time,
the dude beat
but it's not your time.
Prime Margarito. I don't know about Prime because Williams beat him before him, but yeah, I mean Mosley got a hell of a fucking resume, bro.
And that's what I said earlier about Bud Crawford. That Bud Crawford is a first ballot Hall of Famer, but does he have first tier resume Hall of Fame when it's time for them to compare, him with Oscar De La Hoya
So
and Floyd Mayweather?
he definitely lost to Vernon twice, back to back.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he got the win over obviously Oscar twice.
In his prime.
Yeah. He beat Jesse James Leha, another champion. I don't know, was John Molina a champion? I'm not the historian, bro. 98, I'm in high school, chasing girls. You feel me? Like, fuck. Actually, I'm fresh out of high school in 98. So, but again, Mosley got a crazy resume. That's what I'm saying. And he's multi-division, just like Bud.
I just don't get it how people could call, let's say when Canelo Alvarez decided to fight Jermell Charlo, they call it a cherry pick. That he's picking somebody in 154 pounds, right? They say that he's cherry picking Berlanga. They say he's cherry picking Jaime Munguia. But then the people are asking him to fight Bud. That's another cherry pick. That's the ultimate.
But that's what they
pick.
saying. But they saying no because of the skill. They're saying skill for skill. Do you not believe he's more skilled than Munguia?
He's more skilled than Munguia.
Is he not more skilled than Berlanga?
He's more skilled than Berlanga.
Well, then, is he more skilled than Jermell?
That part is up for grabs, in my opinion.
Again, then we go down that road. Do you see Bud losing to Harrison?
I see him struggling with Harrison.
Not losing, though.
But not losing, no.
Can you see him losing to Castaño?
I can see a struggle with him.
Not losing, though. Your first instinct isn't to say lose, so you clearly see.
But ask me then about
subconsciously. You saying who's better. You ain't even considering he can lose in those fights. You ain't say, nah, he'll struggle, but he ain't losing. Jermell lost.
Look, Lee, I have respect for Castaño because I know Castaño in the amateurs and stuff like that. He beat Earl Spence in the amateurs as well, And I knew that fight was gonna be hard for Jermell Charlo, with the Brian Castaño. So I think that Jermell Charlo and Bud Crawford was a great fight. Of course, if Charlo was active, what I'm saying?
He need a tune-up. He need a tune-up before we could talk about that again. Let me get to these counter punches. CYP.
Hey, Punch, if I ask you what time it is, don't tell me it's hot outside. All right, he asked you a simple goddamn question. Did he lose to him? And you talking about, I see him struggling. Man, answer the goddamn question, man. You on live YouTube. You're on the best show in the land. Get your shit together. Hey, man. Hey, you know what pisses me off? Besides the fact that my counter punch was like 40 minutes ago. Fuck that. But listen up.
My bad.
Do y'all realize that the Mexican fan base, this is a fact, they know that Julio Cesar Chavez resume is filled with 80 opponents that were never ranked, 50 of them that were cab drivers, 60 that had full-time jobs, 30 that had losing records, 20 that was on their debut fight, right? They know this, but they still call him the greatest Mexican of all time, and some of them crazy motherfuckers say he's the greatest of all time. This is the Mexican fan base. Canelo is Mexican. All of a sudden, they not gonna give him credit for Crawford, but they think Chavez is the greatest of all time? You are liars. You are liars. You will give him credit.
Canelo has it worse.
You know they were giving credit. Fuck all that lying shit.
Canelo is like a light-skinned black dude. He don't get the true love. You know that.
It don't matter.
He red hair, so they don't really rock with him.
When it's all said and done, they're liars. When it's all said and done, they gonna talk about how great Canelo Alvarez was, like every single race does with their greats. They always do that when it's all said and done. They might hate you when it's all. See, we're not old enough. We didn't live in the 60s. But in the 60s and 70s, a whole lot of black people hated on Muhammad Ali. They hated on his confidence. They hated on the draft guys. They didn't like the fact that he was Muslim. What? How do they feel about him for real? How do they really feel about Ali for real? When it's all said and done. Don't listen to the motherfuckers at the time. Look at what they do when it's over. They always go back and show love, admiration. The fact that you have dudes in here. Look, I don't know how Joker feels about Chavez, but Joker, I want you to call back in. If you need a counter punch, let me know. I want you to answer. How great do you think Julio Chavez is? And if you say you think he's a great, but then say you won't give Canelo credit for Bud, you a fucking liar, dude. I don't think you would do that. I think you one of them new age Mexicans who just want to see a good fight. But you may be an old school Mexican who just want to see y'all win no matter what. Stop playing. Stop playing.
So are you saying that all Mexicans give Chavez credit?
Hell, man, listen, I've been arguing against Mexicans with Chavez for 10 years. Like this show is nothing in comparison to the Chavez fans. Them motherfuckers is in the millions. I've been arguing with them forever. And they continue it. I could call the same dude 10 years ago. He still will argue the same shit. Let my counterpunch run again. I'll pay for another one. They still will argue about how great he is. They will ignore the fact that 89-0 was filled with 80 bums. They don't give a shit. They don't care. But we sit here every day talking about this credit community, which the Mexicans have got kicked out of. You've been evicted from the credit community. You can't even move into the credit community. You've already been established as we don't even want to live there. You don't care about credit. You just want to get the win. I'm confused here. When he brought up Khan, y'all supposedly didn't give him credit. But then he brought up Jamil, supposedly didn't give him credit. But if he brings up Bud, the one of the three that is the best of the three, the most accomplished of the three, he's going to bring you the most money of the three, he's going to be best on your resume of the three, that's when you start worrying about credit. This shit is crazy to me that the other two who brought you less money, less fame, less admiration, those two, let's see. But this one, nah, now I'm going to stand on business. Stop the cap. Stop the cap. Like, I don't want to keep calling you out for this shit, but I actually do because it's fun to me. I like rubber shit in y'all faces because y'all been getting on my nerves for 10 years with this Chavez shit, so I'm paying y'all the fuck back. But I also go on Mike Tyson the same way. Mike Tyson resume filled with bullshit. Mike Tyson had lost most of his big fights. But at the end of the day, when it was all said and done, they loved that motherfucker, and some people put him as the greatest heavyweight of all time, which is craziness, but they still do it. I follow the pattern of the people. The Mexican people do it. The black people do it. The Filipinos and Pacquiao, Jesus Christ. Them motherfuckers do it too. The same way they go with Kawasaki over there on the European side, knowing damn well he wasn't shit and fought them two legends when they was 39 and 42 years old. They don't care. When it comes down to arguing about who your great boxers are, they will rock with them. The same way they do Rocky Marciano, old whack ass. They do that shit when it's all said and done. They gonna do the same shit for Canelo. CYP is on the case, and I'm putting cases out on all you races. You blacks, you Mexicans, you Asians, you persuaders. I don't give a shit who you are. I'm keeping it real on TVV. CYP going.
Trees. Wait, let me make sure it's not. It's Trees. Actually, Sean. And let me see. This is Sean. Sean, what up?
Yo, what up? This is Santana. What up, man?
Oh, my bad, Santana.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good, man. How you been, man? Everything good?
Good. Wait, so this is Santana from back in the day that I used to play the intro for?
Yeah,
Damn,
yes,
what's
yes,
up,
sir.
bro?
Yeah.
Holy
What's
smokes,
up?
it's been a
I just found out
minute.
about the counter punch, man. I didn't know about the counter punch, so I'm gonna start calling more or whatever. So
Yeah. I'm trying to get better
thing,
at actually going straight to them. But we do our best. We do our best.
Okay, it's all good. So yeah, man. I don't know why people don't want to see the Crawford and Canelo fight, man. That's a great fight. Like, Crawford is a pound for pound. It ain't like any other boxer moving up and fighting. Canelo. This guy's a pound for pound, 2-division unified champion. Like, and then he's going for history, even more history. It'd be 3-time unified champion. So I don't get it. And these are the same people that still probably wanted to see Triple G and Floyd. And Floyd came from 130. So, but nobody had an issue with that fight. So I just don't get it, man. But I would like to see Crawford move up to 160 and fight the winner of Garcia and Lara. I think that'll be a good, get your feet wet at 160. Because I think if you fight Canelo, he should stay around that weight anyway. You collect the title. Then if Lara win, you able to, you fight Lara, and then you will have somebody that Canelo fought that's on his resume. And then him and Garcia already has history back in the amateur, so that'll be a good build up, and that's a name. So I think that's what he should do next instead of the tall guy, I forgot his name. Instead of fighting him,
Fundora?
In my opinion, that's what I think he should. Yeah, Fundora. Instead of fighting Fundora, I think he should move up to 160, get your feet wet there, and then go for the Canelo fight around May. And I think that'll be a great setup. And yeah, now that's all I pretty much got, man. I do think Crawford, just to rebut what you said, I do think Crawford is a better win for Canelo than Mosley and Cotto. I feel like they both was kind of washed at the time, and I think Crawford is a better fighter than both of them guys, actually, to be honest with you. So, yeah, that's all I got.
All right. Appreciate you.
Cotto was younger than Bud.
Say what?
Cotto was younger than Bud.
But was he washed?
Yeah, but
though?
Cotto, the same guy that got beat
He wasn't washed. He became a champion again.
That's what I tried to tell him. Because he had lost to Margarito, and they tried to call him washed after that, but then he became a champion at middleweight.
You talking about he beat Sergio Martinez with one leg?
See what I'm saying about minimizing? Sergio won the belt.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
He beat Chavez and defended it versus, what was it, Matthew something, right? No, not Matthew. The dude with all the tattoos that couldn't come to America. Oh, my God, what's his name? And it don't matter.
And then hold on, one more thing. And then, like I said, he got after Cotto lost against Floyd, he lost against Trout. And Trout not no outstanding fighter, so yeah, he's wild.
But it's not your time.
Bro, Trout beat him. Trout was in his prime. Trout is an outstanding fighter. Nobody never even knocked out Trout. And he only lost to Canelo and the Charlos and what, Hurd?
Lara. He lost against Lara.
A great fighter.
Canelo,
Laura's like a
Charlo,
two-time champ.
Yeah, I'm not
and
saying.
Laura lost to? Laura only lost to what, Hurd and Canelo?
Yeah, I'm saying Trout is not he a C-level fighter. He's not like
nah, man. Hell no. Ain't no C-level fighter. Bro,
he beat biggest win.
Cotto.
Huh?
Cotto.
Yeah, Cotto, right. But he was washed.
Bro, God damn. So Cotto was washed all the way when he fought Trout, but then he goes on to win the middleweight title and he's still washed? I gotta go, Santana. That was the belt. That was the belt. This is what I'm saying, though. You see, this is exactly what I said when we opened up the show. We minimize. Just because we want the Crawford fight, we gonna discredit Miguel Cotto. Yo, this is wild, bro. Wild.
Just for the fight, just for that fight, we gotta devalue everything Canelo Alvarez has done and his opponents.
Everybody, Crawford. Yo, Punch. If Canelo don't fight Crawford, because look, he's the best thing he ever did. Look, this guy ain't no good. This guy ain't no good. This guy ain't no good. Crawford would be the best. It's like, bro, that's not how we gonna get it, man. I don't know. We contaminating the new fans, too, to think the way that y'all think, bro. It's bananas. Treese, counter.
Y'all.
We hear you.
What up, though? Hey, I ain't gonna hold you, man. On some real shit, I think that's who Bud should fight is Austin Trout, to keep it real with you. I think he should try to get him, you know me, my bare knuckle brother. He out here fighting and whatnot. He got a fight lined up in October, September in Spain and shit like this. You feel me? I think Bud and Austin Trout should link up and fight. You feel me? I know Austin Trout actually fighting at 165 in bare knuckle. You feel me? So that's inching you closer to that 168 that everybody wanting to get to. I know Ness, you talking about a Munguia and all this shit, but I think Trout is a bigger name than the Munguia, and no offense. But it's like, yeah, I think, yeah, Bud, you should think about that. That'd be good. Man, still active. He actually training out here. You feel me? Your man's Turkey Alice Sheik got his hand in every combat sport. You feel me? When you look up, he deal with the UFC. He dealing with WWE. I'm sure he could find a way to deal with the bare knuckle promotion too, and get Trout in a fight with you, gang. I think that would be something decent. But hey Ness, I heard you talking about some fighters who like top 3 pound for pound who don't really get buzz like that, like you was trying to shit on anyway. But I think Usyk is that in the same vein. You feel me? Like he don't nobody really.
Bro, why you gotta say I was trying to shit on anyway? Because I'm making a
It was.
point.
I mean, it was the way it's. I'm just saying. Whoa, I'm just saying, bro. I
telling the
got ears,
truth.
gang.
I'm just telling the
the way it
truth.
sounded.
I'm telling the truth. Don't know. Bud Fight Week don't go by this quiet, and neither does Canelo's.
Hey, I'm excited for NOA fight. I ain't gonna. I work third shift, so when I get off of work, you feel me? That's when NOA coming on.
You called in? How many times you called in to talk about NOA?
And it ain't fight week, gang. Let me damn. Can we? What do you say? Let it bubble. Let me damn. Whoa.
That's
you know,
my-
NOA ain't from Toledo, so you know we ain't gonna
That's
rep him
my
as hard, but we
point,
stuck
though.
with him though.
But that's my point. People waiting for fight week for a pound for pound fighter. That don't happen for Canelo. That don't happen for Bud. That don't happen
Who
for
done called in and talked about who been calling in talking about the Berlanga fight? All I mean, niggas talking about Berlanga. Everybody know Berlanga about to get his man.
Bruh,
He's not about to go there.
talking about
The
Canelo.
point being, hey man,
They talking
listen.
about Canelo. What you talking about?
What? All right, man. People talk about NOA too, though. That's what I'm saying. Like we talking about Bud and Canelo fighting, but motherfuckers just a week ago was talking about Tank and NOA. If that fight was to happen, motherfuckers you telling me that's not like that should be a
week ago.
Put that in the poll.
Hey, yo,
what's the bigger question? What's the bigger fight? NOA. Go ahead.
You in the DeLorean? You said a week ago. Who the hell was talking about Tank and NOA a week ago?
I mean, but just a week ago. You know what I mean, brother. You get what I'm saying, though. Damn, Ness, don't do this. You know what I'm saying. Point is, the NOA and Tank shit was a very high it was a high level of discussion around that. You feel me? That's the point I'm trying to make. Let me burn, Ness. Let me get another call. I'm burning. Let me burn.
Didn't one promoter turn it down? Didn't one promoter say something like it ain't ready right now?
I mean, hell, it's Tank, bro. Whoa, don't Tank promotion say that about every fighter, motherfucker. Is Shakur and Tank ready right now? No. Is Tank and Devin ready right now? No. They say that about every fight, goddamn. But what I'm saying is, we was talking about Tank and NOA.
Hey, we don't know. We don't know. Don't forget, Calvin's last words was, "We gonna all be surprised."
Now here we go, man. He ain't fighting NOA. He not fighting Devin. He not fighting Shakur.
I hope he not fighting NOA. Nobody want him to fight that little dude.
Now we don't. But we want Canelo to fight Crawford. All right, for sure. But that's not what I'm here for, again. You. That's not what I'm here for, again. That's not what I'm here for.
Crawford's not small though.
Now Crawford not small. What the fuck?
He weighed in 170. It ain't my fault, California.
Now we weighed in. Come on, man. Listen.
Bro,
if NOA and Tank fought tomorrow, everybody and their mother gonna be tuned in to watch it. That's the point I'm trying to make. You understand me? You talking about this Crawford and Canelo shit? If NOA and Tank link up and they make a mega fight and and both of them on the pound for pound list like Crawford and Canelo happen to be, it'll be a big ass fight. That's all I'm saying. But hey, October 26th, man, the date got changed, gang. Dallas, Texas. Albert Bell. It's a switch them up, fix them up. Shout out to King Born, man. October 26th, man. We in here. Dallas, Texas. The greatest 130-pounder on the planet. Oscar Valdez. Navarrete. We on your ass like a diaper rash. You understand me? But shout out TBV and shout out Toledo, Ohio, man. Midwest Mafia, man. Y'all be cool, man.
A punch. I got one more counter punch, so I still want to answer though. Bro, what's the difference with Crawford jumping up 2 divisions and your man Teofimo Lopez jumping up 2 divisions? The other day, he talking about, yo, I move up to 54 to fight Bud. I think it was on your show I see him say that. So, you know, you campaigning for one dude to jump 2 divisions, and he started low. Like, he started 135. So, like, same thing like Bud. Bud started 135. What's the difference here?
I think what that is that when he was calling him out, let's not forget, Bud Crawford just moved up to 154.
But he's there. But he's
hasn't
there.
even been more than 3 months. So when he was calling him out, huh?
But he's there, and Tio said out his mouth, no, I'll move up 2 divisions. He said move to 54.
Facts. And what do people feel about that?
But that's what I'm saying. But you defending that one.
I'm defending it. I'm defending it because in my opinion, it was a 140 pounder versus the 147 lineal champion. You know what I'm saying? He just moved to 154.
So are you saying you no longer want Tio to move to 54? I mean,
no. I'm saying if he want to move, but I'm saying his performance didn't justify that call out with Steve Claggett.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So there's no more. That's
no
the
momentum.
Part. There's no momentum. So I think that people's missing out the momentum of making a big fight. You know what I'm saying? The reason why people's talking about the Inoue and Gervonta Tan Davis is because Inoue is wrecking everybody that the illusion is wow. He's wowing the people to the point to make you believe that, just like Bud Crawford did to Earl Spence, which made people believe that he could go to fight Canelo Alvarez. But the humbleness came when he did move up. And Maschermoff is landing right hands after right hands.
Yeah, but you're sending a message to the casual that you got to get a knockout in order to win. Like Bud still could just outbox Canelo. Just because he didn't knock out Madrimov don't mean he can't beat Canelo. Because you just talking about the illusion, like you saying, well, if he would have got a knockout or a more dominant performance, the people would have backed him. But that don't mean that because the people not backing you, you can't beat someone. Like, we not backing Tio. That don't mean Tio can't beat Bud.
No, that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that. But also, that's Canelo Alvarez is 168 pound that rehydrates also to the uppers of 185.
My dude, we seen what Bud rehydrated to on fight
170.
night. That's a
170.
lot. That's a
but
lot.
That's what I'm saying, that even with the Jamel Charlo, that's why I said at the beginning, the Jamel Charlo fight, I supported that fight, undisputed versus undisputed. But that fight humbled me as well. And the things that he said about that fight is further, humbled the analysis of this guy's bigger than Bud. He's a knockout artist. He's known for pop. He does got movement. He do mix punches. He does got a jab. And he said none of the punches, Canelo Alvarez didn't feel nothing. It was a different type of fight. It was a different type of body that I'm in the ring with. I could only rehydrate. He worked out to get to 168 and only rehydrated 5 to 6 pounds. Almost like Demis Andre when he moved up versus DeMar Nicholson, only rehydrated 5 pounds. Like, it's not easy. Just because you go to 168, remember there's a rehydration after that. But he just got to 154. He's going to go, to 168. What he think he's going to rehydrate to the uppers and 180s and really fight somewhere that you really never fought in. His reflex, come on, let's be real. His reflex was off as well. He's not even as active. And that's what I'm saying. We're talking about Canelo. We ain't talking about no top 15 rank at 168. We're talking about Canelo. And the performance did not justify the call out. Maybe if he fights again and stay active and let's say fight Fundura and gives us a statement win, brings that type of illusion. Oh, he could go to 160. Oh, could he beat? Man, I don't think that Bud Crawford could beat Caleb Plant.
The Bud fans
could beat Caleb Plant.
The Bud fans are looking at like you want to be in an illusion. They believe, but let me get to some of these counterpunches. I got Jay.
Financial advisors. They want to be his financial advisor. They want him to get a 401k plan and say, yeah, he got a chance and I got paid. He retired. That's what it is.
Jay Swift, New York. Got to unmute, player.
1 2 1 2.
What up with you?
Can you hear me? Everything good. Yeah, I apologize. Running up the tab, I was like, "Yo, what happened?" But my paycheck
It's all
comes
good,
through.
doggy. It's all you ain't got to talk about that.
All right, but the way y'all talk about other boxers and their quest in boxing, and then how they start to depreciate, and
my bad.
It's okay. And how they start to depreciate as they get older. We could say the same thing about Canelo. That's why he's not taking on
every lion. When Canelo was young, he took on every lion that was running around in the jungle. He's not trying to do that anymore. And that's why I'm big upping and championing Edgar Berlanga, because he has all the right tools. He's quick. He hits hard. He can take a punch. And he's got 17 knockouts, 16 of them in the first round. So my thing is, for me, when I look at the fight, everybody's going to be disappointed when Canelo loses. But they could cheat Edgar out of the fight because he doesn't have to knock him out. All he really has to do is outpoint him. And I think that's where Berlanga is going to best and be best in that fight. And that's where people are going to have to give him his credit. But at the same time, Canelo is the greatest of the great. There's nothing you could say about him. If you wanted to say something bad about him, it's because you're a hater. That's all. You're a hater. But right now, his skills are diminishing, and eventually he's going to do the same thing Muhammad Ali did. He lost. Muhammad Ali, during his time period, he was the greatest ever. Nobody could hit him. Nobody could lay a glove on him. But eventually, diminishing skills. Also, I was around when Muhammad Ali changed his name. If you want to run that 5, I got you right away now. All right?
You got it, champ.
All right. In
You
his
feel like it's
time,
your time, but it's not your time.
I was around when Muhammad Ali changed his name from Cassius Clay. I remember that. I remember when he won the gold medal. Well, I can't say I remember that because I was maybe too mad young for that. But I was there when he changed his name. I was there before he changed his name, and black people wasn't mad at him because of that. A few black people may have been standoffish because he became a Muslim, but that does not mean that they hated Muhammad Ali. They all love Muhammad Ali. So when you start talking about the history, you gotta do your homework, CYP. Because there's no, and I know you do your homework, because I'm not disputing that either. I love your fucking stats when you come on. But this one is not true. Everybody black was not hating Muhammad Ali. They were indifferent when you got your Bible thumpers and then you got your Muslims. And that's where the confusion comes in, that they hated him. No, they didn't hate him. They just didn't want him to change from Jesus to Allah. That was it. Other than that. But yeah, I'm still riding for Berlanga. And stop trying to make him Puerto Rican this and Puerto Rican that. Yeah, he speaks Spanish. His descent is from Puerto Rico, but he was born and raised in New York City. He's a New Yorker. So stop trying to change the narrative. All you do, stop trying to change the narratives with all this race anyway. If you can fight, you can fight. I'm a Canelo fan, and I'm black. And I championed Canelo all the way from the beginning, except I didn't bet on him when he fought Mayweather. I did not bet on him. I bet on Mayweather. Anyway, that's my time. Talk to you later. Peace.
All right, champ. Jay Swift.
Yo, Ness, I'm about to head out.
You
My
got
brother.
it.
Looking out, man. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you as always, champ. Thanks for jumping on. Let everybody know where they can find you and what time you stream.
Y'all already know Punch Run Boxing, YouTube. Follow me on X, formerly known as Twitter, Mr. Moonshine 10. Punch Run Boxing on IG. Find me on. I'm going live. Punch Drunk Boxing, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Happy Hour Thursday. You already know. Good looking out, man. Good discussion. Good discussion.
All right, all right. Appreciate you, man. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. My man's Punch Drunk Boxing.
But it's not your
We're
time.
going to keep these phone lines moving. We got a couple counter punches came through on the YouTube channel here. Let's see. While I get to that, go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channel, man. Don't leave me hanging. I need my numbers. Right now, I'm only at 231,285. Still need about another 800. So we are working towards that. Looks like we're going to get Xander Zayas on the show. If you haven't already dropped him a question, go ahead and do so. If you're a member, you have the opportunity to drop him a question. Same if you're a Patreon. Just go to our Patreon page and drop them a question. Same thing for YouTube members. Come to the members page and drop them a question. We got Counterpunch for J-Mac, courtesy of Lake County. And we got New York Giants for life, $5. Crawford don't hit as hard as Munguia, Berlanga, or Charlo. If they fight, Canelo is going to end it on a body shot. Hopkins versus De La Hoya. Pistol Parkway Mozzie. Yo, I mean, off subject, but is Serrano ducking Sky? The answer would be yes. DC3 $2. Shout out to King Amin and Championship Rounds. Cooking GMOG Media TV. Welcome to the prospect level. New York Giants, $2. Ness cooking today. Straight chef mode. Wow. He never likes what I say. ES, $5. MF Canelo. Got, why say MF and still spell effing in the next word? So MF Canelo got effing skills. Best counterpuncher in the game. How do you think a 5'8" little guy can hang with a 168-pounder? We got Montez Jackson, $5. That's why everybody wants to see it, to answer that, my friend. That's why they want to see it, to see can he hang with him, and does Canelo, stop him? For Canelo, it's like, it's a gift and a curse too, right? Because, some would believe, hey, take the fight. He's a smaller dude. Get the stoppage that you've been struggling to get. Because we haven't seen a Canelo stoppage in a bit. And, maybe you could stop the smaller man, but then what if you don't stop the smaller man? They're going to say something about that. Montez Jackson, $5. Shout out to Punch. Remember, pre-Bivol fight, Canelo was talking about cruiserweight. After Bivol, he got humbled, and he don't even want to go back. Well, he does want to go back only for Bivol. But yes, there is no more talks of, cruiserweight and things like that. Oscar, the member for 16 months on the contender level. You guys are disgusting, trying to get Bud beat. Wow, there is numerous amounts of great fights at 154. Beat 3-time undisputed, but you all want him. Skull emoji. Dead skull emoji. Alan Day, $5. Systematically, Canelo is food for Bud. Styles make fights. Canelo head is on the line, and he walks straight in, and he's flat-footed. Easy work. Akane Nut, the GOAT. No. This is Akanu, the GOAT? I don't know. You want to call in and help me with that one, brother. But you the GOAT nonetheless. Welcome to the contender level. We got GMOG Media TV right back at us with another super chat. Fat $10. Coach Bomac's game plan to fight Canelo is to have Crawford fight on his toes, mixed with lateral movement and not let Canelo set his feet. If that ain't Charlo 2.0, I don't know what is. Hand on face emoji. DC3, $2. Triple G, Laura, Mosley, Laura, Kovalev, Kodo, etc. Sean, Earl. Huh? What in the hell is he talking about? I don't know what he means, because the Earl and the Sean and the Earl threw me off. Charles Remington, $5. So, if Canelo fights Tank, it's not a cherry pick. What? So, if Canelo fights Tank, it's not a cherry pick because of Tank's skill level? Okay. Okay, I like that. That was, because, that is the thing, right? Like, we say Canelo's cherry picking Munguia and Berlanga and things like that, but if he picks Crawford, he's not cherry picking because Crawford is skillful. So that's a fair question. Is it a cherry pick to fight Tank? Shout out to Charles. That was pretty funny. Do know this guy likes Charlo, who only wanted to survive for a check. Shaking my head. Let him and Spence have it out and stay away from Bud. Yeah, I like that, the Jamel and Earl. I want that. Why not? We got Bernard Banks, $7 Canadian. He says, there are levels to quote-unquote credit. Canelo gets credit of 5 to 10 for beating on Lil Bud, but will get a 10 for 10 for beating Benavidez. 7 thumbs up. Cruz, $2. Julio beat Roger, Mayweather, Camacho, Randall, and Taylor. Come on. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Those names ain't as big as Sugar Shane Mosley, Miguel Cotto, Triple G, Daniel Jacobs, Austin Trowers, Landry. I don't know, bro. That's what I'm saying. We could compare resumes all day with Chavez and Canelo. I'm with it. But we got Capicu, what it do, $2. Who wins, Pac-Man or Canelo in their prime? Bro, it's so funny. I've been watching boxing so long. There was a time where Larry Merchant said that on HBO. He wanted that fight. He wanted that fight. It didn't happen, though. Canelo just kept growing. But in their prime, I'm going to always pick Pacquiao, man. I wish we could have got more prime Pacquiao fights, but, elite level prime Pacquiao fights, because he was, that speed, that in and out, that power was crazy, and obviously his prime is before the drug testing, so, it's different. Boxing King 2022, member for 41 months on that prospect level. Damn, punches back like MJ with the 4-5. Should have said, damn, punches back like MJ wearing the 4-5. That ain't to play games with you. We got John Cervantes. F it. I want to see Canelo Bud. Make it happen. The way you can continue not give him credit, Canelo brought up 154-pound Bud, gets clipped, goes to sleep. What the hell? F it. I want to see Canelo Bud. Make it happen. That way you can continue not give him credit. Canelo brought up 150 pounds. Okay, so yeah, he's just being sarcastic. Still wants to see the fight because he believes Canelo's going to put the 154-pounder in Bud to sleep. Clipped goes to sleep emoji and then a man sleeping in the bed emoji. I had to put that together there. We got Rod in the 870, $2. He says, get this clown off the screen. Punch, clown, Two emo and hater, raccoon emoji, hunted emoji. Punch has always been a good guy with me, bruv. We got Pristine Sports, $2. Uncle E and Jay Swift gotta chill. Liquor glass emoji. Laughing out loud emoji. DC3, a clown 2. Not terrible. DC3, $2. Shout out to Old English and Paul Mason. Shout out to Jay Swift. Y'all gotta leave Jay Swift alone. He don't drink. He's older than us. He has an old raspy voice. That doesn't mean he freaking drinks. You guys are terrible. J Mac, where are you? Counterpunch, courtesy of Lake County. Shout out to Lake
Can you hear me?
County. Yep.
Yo, yeah, shout out to Lake County. Appreciate the counterpunch. I want to make a point before Garcia, Matt, and I think it was somebody else that spoke on it. I was wondering if Canelo saying this and put this entertaining Bud, would that put Bud over his 30 days? And I thought it was the Al Heyman chess move. So I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. So I do agree with that. For as somebody said something about punching power, he said that Magia and Charlo hit harder than Bud. I don't, maybe pound for pound, I don't know. But when it comes down to punching power, it's about in boxing, it's about how effective you are with it. The difference from Bud with his power is not only is he sharp, but he's a counter puncher. So when he lands, he places, and he's a very sharp counter puncher. And that's why I believe he knocks a lot of dudes out with his power, be it if he hits harder than McGee or Charlo. Don't know if he does, don't know if he do. I just will tell you this. He's an elite level fighter, counter puncher that's more efficient with his power than McGee and Charlo. So that's why the fight is entertaining. You got Bud that's taller than Canelo. I don't know about Canelo being 5'8". I hear his name 5'8" getting thrown around. When I seen a picture of Bud and Canelo, Bud was taller than Canelo. So Bud is taller and longer arms. So that's why I'm definitely seeing a fight. When everybody says 168, Canelo's a guy who moved up to 168. He's not a guy who's been campaigning at 168 like a David Benavidez from the start of his career. That's the difference between Bud moving up and fighting Canelo. Another part of the flat-footedness in Canelo is why what Bomac said their game plan is. Somebody said that sounds like Charlo. Man, listen, man, I don't know how long you've been watching sport. Charlo is a great fighter. I think he done enough to be put in the Hall of Fame. I don't know what ballot. I don't get caught up into all that by going undisputed. But at the same time, he's still not the level of fighter that Terence Crawford is. And it's just levels when it comes down to those two guys. I wish the fight would have happened, but, I mean, Charlo moved up, got his Canelo payday, and we don't know where he at. As somebody else mentioned something about Pacquiao and Canelo. Interesting fight. I easily thought, well, Canelo don't have a jab, so will Pacquiao be able to jump in and out with that speed? But then again, I thought about Marquez. Marquez was flat-footed like Canelo. I'm not going to say a better counter puncher. I think he was a little more better as a counter puncher as going backwards than Canelo is. So it'll be an interesting fight. I have the favorite towards Canelo. I do think Canelo's ability to counter punch will catch Pacquiao jumping in and out, and we will see a repeat of what happened in Marquez versus Pacquiao if Canelo and Pacquiao ever fought in their prime. Shout out to Lake County.
Like it's your time, but it's not your time.
All right. We got a bunch of counterpunchers. Next up is Boxing Patron. Boxing Patron, what's up?
What's up, Ness? Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Oh, man, hold on, let me shut this shit off. Yeah, man. How's it doing, Ness, man? Good show today. Um, yeah, well, I heard you talking to Punch Drunk, and I heard you telling him about, about the, you were talking about, like, who could, what was it, man? Fuck, kind of got lost in it. About, about the skill levels, could Crawford beat Munguia, who had more skills? But no, let's put it this way, man. Berlanga out of the last three opponents, I would say, because Canelo's last 3 opponents, correct me if I'm wrong, is going to be Berlanga, Munguia, and Charlo, right?
Yeah, last three, yep.
Yeah, okay. I'd probably say Berlanga out of those three is probably the least skilled, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we probably everybody would say agree to that. Is there anybody on Bud's resume right now that Berlanga wouldn't beat the shit out of right now? Not because he's just as skilled as Crawford. We all know he ain't close to Crawford. But you know why Berlanga would beat the shit out of everybody on his resume? Because of his size. You know why Munguia would beat the shit out of everybody on his resume? Because of his size. That's it.
Wait,
Those
wait,
fools are
wait, wait.
nowhere
Whoa, whoa,
in the
whoa, whoa, whoa,
conversation.
whoa, whoa, whoa.
But
Do you really think Berlanga beats Earl?
yes, that Earl that was there that day. Yes, I never believed that Earl was as good as he was before that wreck, dude. I never believed that. I believe that Earl's
Does
best days are ahead
Berlanga
of him. I hate
does
to say
Berlanga
that, man, but
does
I
Berlanga
believe that. I believe that.
does he
Now let's just say Spence moved up to
but does he beat
168 and
but
fought
does he
Berlanga.
beat that
That's just with
Porter?
Spence moving up.
Does he beat that
Say that
Porter?
again.
Does he beat that Porter?
These guys moving up to 168 would all get their ass whooped at 168 by either one of those guys.
Mm.
And moving up to 168. That's what I'm saying. Not at that division. We're talking about moving up here, and that's a big difference, right? Porter moving up, trying to throw all those punches, dude. Munguia throwing all those punches. Come on, bro. He wouldn't be able to handle that size. That's why I said moving up. That's why I said Porter retired after that for a reason, right? Spence should retire, but he's not. He's going to continue. But we're all going to see why he should be retired when he fights Mondora. But there ain't nobody on his resume, dude. But it's the size difference. It's not the flat-footedness that these dudes say. Is Canelo's this? Canelo's one of the best counter punchers in the business, dude. Crawford's got to put size. You have to build. It takes years to build up size to get up to those divisions, and he's just going to judge. He's a natural 147 guy. Let's just admit that. That's why I said, dude. But there's nobody in those divisions, man, that those guys wouldn't beat just because of their size. The size difference is going to matter here. You know what I mean? I'm never going to bet on this fucking bandwagon, man. I think Canelo's need to fight either Bivol or he's fight Benavidez. We're wasting our fucking time with this fight because it's a fantasy and it's going to sell a lot of pay-per-views. That's it. You know what I mean? That's why he don't want to fight anybody. There's a reason why Crawford, if he was really serious about this, he wouldn't move up to 168,
Champ,
right?
that
And
is the
fight.
bell. That is the bell.
All right, thanks, man. I called that.
You the man. You the man. All right, we got some more to get to. That was Boxing Patron. We got counterpunch from Midwest Mafia. Now, that's from Lil Zudas, so I'm assuming he's sending that for Treese. Because I don't see no Lil Zudas here. Treese.
Y'all.
You got a counter.
Oh, what up, though? What up, though? Damn, that's what's up. Who sent the counter? I sent you.
It looks like Lil Zuda sent it for you, because you the only dude says Midwest Mafia.
Shout out to my guy, man, because I definitely like to stay zooted, man. Shout out to him. But hey, man, I just got a couple of questions. Then I'm hearing we talking on records and breaking down shit. I got a question there real quick. So you know me, I was just breaking the NOA and Tank shit. So would you say that Tank has beat anybody that's gonna be a Hall of Famer before?
Has Tank beat? Of course, Lil Santa Cruz would be a Hall of Famer. He's like a 4-division champ.
Okay. So
who else? Who else would be a Hall of Famer on his resume? Probably Gamboa. Gamboa was a 2-time and a unified champ, I believe, and a 2-time gold medalist.
Okay.
Who else could get in? Who else? Porter. I see Porter getting. Porter already got into the Hall of Fame in Nevada, so all he got to do is get into the Canastota. But Porter was a 2-time champ, welterweights, which is a difficult division. He was in a good welterweight era too, with Bud and Thurman and Danny and
That's all
Earl.
I was going the same thing about Bud. All right, bingo. That's all I want at because people acting like. So when I'm viewing it like this, I'm thinking, if these guys is beating Hall of Fame fighters and they on the pound for pound list, and y'all telling me that Canelo got this untouchable record, it's fathomable for these fights to happen, man. And then it's like when we talking about the pound for pound list, these guys is actually close enough to make the shit happen. It ain't too many motherfuckers like that you think that's on the pound for pound list that we can actually get a fight. And if they talking about they want to fight, I ain't look. I don't really want the Bud and Canelo, but like I say, if Bud give me an Austin Trout or something like that, or he give me like you say a Munguia or if he just going up the ladder, like you, I hear people talking about him undisputed 154, but to me that ain't necessary. You only got a finite amount of time. You feel me? You got to go ahead and maximize your time and make these fights count. You feel me? Move up the ladder, knock some guys off the ladder. Which when you moving up the ladder, you need to be trying to eliminate some guys that Canelo would fight while going up the ladder. So if you like Ness, I've been hearing you clamor for Shane Mosley Jr. Bud, if you think
Clamor? I'm just saying. I see a
not clamor.
storyline. I see a
I won't say
storyline.
clamor. I won't say clamor. But
Yeah.
I'm saying that I've heard you say that you wouldn't be surprised if Canelo took it. If it's good enough for Canelo, Bud is good enough for you.
Homie
Go
be
ahead and take
throwing
him
me
out the
under the
game.
bus.
You say what?
I said you be throwing me under the bus. Talking about
No, I ain't
Clamor.
trying to throw, I'm just saying, man. I ain't trying to throw you under the or sometimes you feel me. Gotta throw you under the bus and then back up because sometimes you be talking nutty on here, Ness. But you my guy. I fuck with you, gang. You know.
Crazy.
But sometimes you gotta back up over you again because you be talking crazy and then pull forward. But hey, that's neither here nor there. But hey, and then you just said something about Gamboa. Damn, I gotta. So if he going to the Hall of Fame, I'm sure you would say that Fury going to the Hall of Fame. Quick question: who would you say out of them is chinnier? I heard y'all talking about chins the other day. Before I get off of here, between Gamboa and Fury, who's chinnier? Who got the most? Who goes down the most between them?
Gamboa got last time they
You may
last
feel like
time they
it's your time,
recorded it on a live
but it's
fight
not
that
your
he was
time.
having. They say he had 16 and he had more fights after that. So Gamboa got knocked down more than Fury, even more than Trinidad. But you know he still did his thing. Like that's what I'm saying. That's what I was trying to say about J Mac, right? Like I was proving the point that we tear people down. You know, we gonna say no right now because he want the Bud Canelo fight. But it's what we do because he said Tank is not a Hall of Famer if he retires right now, and it's hard to say that he won't when he's beat people that are gonna get inducted into the Hall of Fame. You know what I'm saying? But this is what we do. I don't like you, so I minimize what you do because he's not moving the way traditionally. I ain't gonna just say the way you want him to move because I want him to unify too. You know what I'm saying? He's not moving traditionally, but the things that he's doing is gonna get him in the Hall of Fame. Moving up to 140 and beating Barrios, which that win just keeps getting better and better. Imagine Barrios beats Boots or Brian Norman or Stenonius. That win keeps getting better and better. You know what I mean? The Isak win got better for him. You know, it's just hard, you know, to say that we gonna give people credit when I hear like this. What I do for a living is listen to y'all calls every single day. So, yeah, you could mask it in to say that what some weirdo says on a YouTube show, it does matter because we are what keeps the sport alive. We are the people that pay for the sport. We are the people that steal the sport. We are the people that talk about the sport, the people that go to the fights. That is us. You know what I'm saying? To say anything other than that is just insane. But it is what it is. We do it on the regular. You know, he did it for Tank when we all know Tank is going to be a Hall of Famer. We all know it. And he did it for Tank. Jay Will did it for Jamel a couple weeks ago or a week ago. I lose track of time because every fucking day is Friday. Shout out to the one curse. My bad. I messed up. Right. We have more counter punches, right? We last stopped off on Treese's. That was Midwest Mafia, courtesy of Lil Zuda. We got CYP counter.
Yo, I don't know if that was Jay Will, whoever that was talking about Muhammad Ali. Well, sir, I got a history lesson for you. I grew up Muslim, and when you grow up Muslim, they had me specifically study two men. That was Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali. That means I had to study them, read their biographies, watch their tapes. I had to listen to their speeches. I had to study these men. That's how I know that black people were very much not happy with him being a Muslim because 90+% of Black America in the 60s were Christian. 90+% were Christians back in the day. And if you know that Malcolm X, being in line with Malcolm X, there was two sides to Black America in the 60s. There was the Malcolm X side and there was the Martin Luther King side. The Martin Luther King side was the Christian side. The Malcolm X side was the rebellious side and the Muslim side. Which side was Ali on? The Malcolm X side. That was one of his best friends. So to tell me that they liked and they loved him, you just talking. You're talking like a boxing fan. You're not talking like a Muslim. Because I think that the Muslims would know more on if their greats were hated or loved than the guy who's just a boxing fan. So like I don't want to give a history lesson on Christians because that wasn't what I studied growing up. So if somebody could tell you about the Bible because they studied and have a degree in it, then I would be like, hey, shit, you probably know something I don't know. But I'm telling you right now, from the information I had to study as a child, had to study these things. I know for a fact Black America had a problem with Muhammad Ali. That is a fact. But that's it, though. You know what I'm saying? You probably didn't mean nothing by it. But trust me, when I tell y'all something, I don't just be talking. But if y'all question me, I will tell you why I'm talking, and I will speak your mother language. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Comprende? I'm gone.
All right, let me see here. Who is next? The Real McCoy, $10 super chat. Why do anybody want to see Earl fight again? He's out of his prime, health-wise, and trainerless. Only thing he has is his name, which he should use to build his promotional company, in my honest opinion. What you say, Ness? Again, that's us outside looking in. We just don't know if he's fully done. We believe that. That's the perception. He could come back and totally dismantle Fundora, and then the big fish is back, and everybody wants to see the Crawford fight. And they're like, I told you that wasn't Earl. He's back. He's ready. He struggled to make foot. Like, yo, boxing is beautiful in that way. You know, so we do got to give him that opportunity. Like, he's entitled. We entitled to criticize and say we think he's done until he proves us wrong. You know, and if not, he loses and he retires. But I got to give Mr. Credit. I got to give Mr. Perfect some credit for what he says. It's like, yo, he lost to one dude, and it's the dude that y'all say is the best. So I think we need to stop saying Earl's done until he shows us he's completely done. Yeah. But shout out. Appreciate the engagement and support. We got Pugilist Zine, $5. You guys hyped about Keyshawn Davis versus Gustavo Limons? I think the winner becomes a serious contender at lightweight. This fight has potential fight of the year. I am with you, my brother. I really like that fight. Keyshawn, surprised me for sure. These dudes are just so, like, I don't know, bro. Like, my man hit me up. He's like, yo, what's up? Let's do an interview. I'm like, for sure. Then we get caught up. So I was like, I kind of was late, and now I'm getting the cold shoulder. And all I want to do is congratulate him on how, amazing this fight is. But regardless, I will enjoy it from the outside looking in. November 8th, he's fighting on a Friday, which would lead us up to the Boots fight on a Saturday. We're going to have a jam-packed November. It'll be the 2nd, we get Tank. The 8th, we get Keyshawn. The 9th, we get Boots. And it's just getting started, man. So, boxing's in a great place. We got Pristine Sports Network, $2. Pitbull beat Rolly for Barroso's belt. Not impressive. To you. But, it was impressive to a lot of us, the way that he did Rolly. Rolly's back. We'll see how much is left in his tank as well. But this is the thing, man. I guess it's because y'all watch other sports, and I guess it might be a thing, a common theme in those sports. But you know, if we continue to discredit every achievement that everyone does, it's like we're just in a vicious circle. You know, they ain't gonna give Canelo credit if you ain't giving Pitbull credit, if you ain't giving Tank credit, if you ain't giving Ryan or Devin or whoever the person is credit. You know, again, y'all know this year specifically, I've been preaching. Let's do equality. Let's treat all the fighters equal, and we'll be in a better place for sure. H Town $2. Bud, don't do it. Reconsider. Read some literature. Damn. This guy. All right. So let me refresh this. Make sure I ain't leaving nobody. Quite a few. See what I'm saying? All right. We got Dom on Twitter. Counter.
TBV, what up?
What's up?
Yeah, Canelo versus Crawford, in my opinion, I don't think it's happening next. I think Canelcio, he won't stand on this. You know, Capnelo has made it clear that he's marinating these big matchups like Bud and David for at least another year or two. And if you ask me, this is like a duck patrol turned damage control. You know, I think Canelo wasn't expecting all of the criticism when he stood on dismissing both Crawford and Benavidez as next. But yeah, he's gotten plenty of it these past few months, and now it seems like it's time to clean it up, choose the smaller guy out the two, and give the smallest of inkling that you're considering him next.
We losing you, champ.
Will go anywhere.
Hello.
Say it again.
We are losing you. You must be driving through bad service area. While we wait for him to connect, go ahead and smash that thumbs up. Let me see how many we at. We're going to unlock the live chat once we get to 600. Right now we have 521 thumbs up. Go ahead and give me the other whatever that I need, I believe 80. And we'll get to the unlocking of the chat. Dom, are you there? Dom. All right, we got a counter from Jay Swift, courtesy of Jay Cash. Plus, I see that you sent your own. Again, Jay Swift, so you got those. You got two.
One, two.
What up?
Can you hear me? I understood what you're saying now, and now you're tap dancing, CYP. But the first thing you said that made me want to call back in is you said all black people. Now, you said black people hated Muhammad Ali. That's what you said. I was there. You were not. When were you born around, what, the 70s? The late 70s? I was born in the 50s. All right? So I was there. My grandmother, she's a Bible thumper. Her son, my uncle, was a Baptist preacher. And we all used to listen to Malcolm X on the radio in New York. He was at the Audubon Ballroom, and we'd be able to tune into it on AM radio in my grandmother's house. So the reason why is because back then we had more of respect and a union with black people because we were so much attacked by white America, by colonialism. So yeah, I do agree with you that there were some Christians that were against Muslims. But Muhammad Ali was first a Christian. When he won the gold medal, he was a Christian. The only reason he turned Muslim is because the corporation of America, the colonialism of America, shorted him of what he was supposed to get after he won the gold medal. So he threw the gold medal in the river. And after a while, he turned Muslim. But that has nothing to do with the fact that they still champion him as our hero. All blacks. Or, okay, maybe I'm presumptuous in saying all blacks, but I'd say 90% of the blacks championed him as our hero. That's a known fact. You can look it up. And yeah, and we listen to Malcolm X on the radio. And you don't have to be Muslim to listen
You
to
may
these
feel like
people.
it's your time, but it's
Peace.
not your time.
Jay.
Yo.
Someone paid for a counterpunch, so you want to save it or you want to go again?
No. We'll save it. I don't want to run my mouth.
All right, raise your hand when you're ready to rock and roll again. I see the phone lines packed. You already know we never leave a man behind. We're going to get to everybody. Just give me some time. We're going to keep going down the line in order. If you jump out the line, you lost your spot. DC3, $2. That at Pristine Sports Guy is a clown emoji and bias. JXV, 88, $2. People are ready to not give Canelo credit if he wins. Nate, the alien, what up? Member for 15 months on that champ level. I think Crawford should shoot for that IBF strap at 168 so that Canelo fight will be for undisputed. Then it'll also show that Crawford can compete at 168 fighter. I said that. William Skull, bro. That's a perfect fight. Take that belt from William Skull. He gonna want to do a fight. Turkey can make that fight. William gonna be like, what? Turkey out of Sheik money? Let's get it. And then you fight a 68-pounder, and now you make it for undisputed again. Like, that's a great idea that I had already said, so you got a great idea as well, my brother. I don't know why we ain't doing that. That's really what it is. Abraham, counterpunch. What up? Abe.
Hey. Yeah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
I'm going to say it like this. Attributes, genetics. There's a reason why Terence Crawford can go to 168, challenge Canelo. There's a reason why Jermell Charlo couldn't do it. I'm a fighter, so I know one thing. When people look in my eyes and I'm standing in front of you, they know one thing. You're looking at a bona fide killer, and you know you got a problem. Jermell Charlo knew when he looked. That's why they do face-offs in boxing, because it gives those fighters the opportunity to see, oh, shit, I'm in trouble today. The night of the fight, I got a big fucking problem. Jermell Charlo saw that shit when he looked in that face-off with Canelo. He knew. That's why he was all nice in the motherfucking press conference, and that's why he fought anyway, because he knew, shit, this dude is a killer. I can see it. This is what fighters don't understand. This is why Terence Crawford, if you notice, that's why he jogged Errol Spence. Everybody was like, nah, Errol Spence is the dog. Well, I seen somebody that was 115 pounds throw around somebody that was 150. You know why? Because they was a wrestler. Attributes, you have skill sets, and you can't do nothing about that. You got some people that got to go to the gym to get strong, and then you got a motherfucker like me. I'm just built like that. I'm naturally strong. I don't have to go to the gym. I can. I'm just going to get stronger. And that's what you got running around here in this boxing game. Okay, Jamel Charlo is bigger than Terence Crawford. Is he stronger than him? Huh. Interesting, ain't it? But everybody thinks, oh, he's bigger, so that means he's stronger. No, it doesn't mean he's stronger. I need people to stop thinking that bullshit. Oh, he's bigger, he's this, he's that. Then these motherfuckers don't understand something. Everybody is not built like that. Attributes and genetics. I remember talking to this woman, and I was like, hey, what you do when you go to the gym with your calves? And she was like, I don't do nothing. I don't even go to the gym. And she was like, I get my calves from my dad. But she looked like she'd be just hitting it hard. It's genetics. You can't do nothing about that.
You may feel like it's your time,
Hey,
but
man.
it's not your time.
Oh shit. What you was about to say?
Ness, let me tell you something. I sent you two $5 counter punches, and I've been on hold for like 2 hours, bro. What the fuck is that?
You only sent one, brother. I could refresh and double check.
I sent two.
I mean, I see only 829.
No, I sent two.
I only see 829. Yesterday you sent. It says you sent yesterday.
No, I'm not talking about yesterday. I'm talking about. I've been on hold for like 2 hours.
Check your Cash App.
That was CYP was.
Check your Cash App. It says 829 and the time is now 8:58. So you need to check your Cash App. It also says $5. All right, but that was the bell.
That 829, that was my second one, but I'll check it.
All right, where's the first one? No, I'm not seeing it. I promise you. I'm keep refreshing. Unless you sent it from another one, it ain't here, brother.
No, I got you locked in, bro.
No. I'm saying unless you sent it from a different Cash App. I only got one $5 Cash App from you at 8:29 a.m.
Got you.
All right.
I'll check it out.
You got it. We are keeping it moving. We got J. Will in Ohio. Can he talk? He usually be at work. Going once. 2 times. If you're watching this on YouTube.
Yo.
We hear you.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Yeah, man. I was gonna let this whole show go by, not call in, just listen. Get me through my day at work. But there's been so much J. Will slander, man. I got to defend myself, man. Unfortunately, the thing I found crazy is like, there's a YouTube short on the Box of Voice YouTube channel with my voice saying Canelo is in the same group with Mayweather and Roy Jones as far as pound for pound greats, and he's the best Mexican fighter ever. But I'm still a Canelo hater. It's crazy because I dare to have any kind of nuance thought about, some of the guys he's picking to fight. And you bring up the Mel situation. You're saying I had to send shots at Mel, and I just was truthful, bro. And you will agree with everything I say. Jermell is not of the same pedigree as Bud. Period. I don't think anybody will call in and say that, Jermell is of the same pedigree as Bud. You even said that Bud.
And why is he not? Because he lost to Canelo? Because I swear to God, 6 months ago, 4 months ago, we wanted Mel and Bud. We only didn't want that until Canelo beat Mel. We didn't even know that Bud could beat Mel. We wanted to see, can Bud beat Mel? Like, I got videos interviewing Bob about that fight. That shit goes back 3 years. All of a sudden, but it is what it is, bro. That's what I'm saying. Y'all fickle. Y'all fickle. Now Mel ain't good, or he's not as good as Bud. But we didn't even know if Bud could beat him. That was the fight we wanted. That was the fight we were clamoring for. That's what Bud wanted. That's what
Who
he
was the
was.
favorite? Who was the
That's
favorite?
what
Who
Bud
was
was
the
doing
favorite
in
going
the
into that fight?
Come on, man. The undisputed champ. That dude ain't never
Who was
even
the favorite
moved
going?
up.
Who would be the favorite? Who would be the favorite going to that fight?
If Mel ain't lose, because you know he lost now. That shit matters.
He had,
But if he didn't
he had
lose,
already lost
if he
prior to that
if he
though. He had
didn't,
already lost prior to that though.
yeah, he had lost prior to that, but he undisputed. And if he didn't lose to Canelo and Bud had the performance that he had, yeah, Mel would be the favorite. Mel would be the
Oh,
favorite.
Mel would have been Mel would have been the favorite over Bud if they would have fought before Canelo.
If Terence would have had the same performance he had versus Madrimov to show the world what he looked like at 54, and Mel knocking everybody out at 54, yeah, bro, like what's up? Like why you
You may
capping?
feel like it's your time.
Like
Well,
the
see,
undisputed
that's
champ.
not. Hold on,
No,
man.
no,
Whoa, 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 whoa,
don't
whoa,
worry
whoa,
about
whoa,
the
whoa.
time. Don't worry about the time. The undisputed champ who's on a knockout streak, and again, we hypothetically saying didn't lose to Canelo. Like, how is he an underdog? Like, you talking about Bud's best performance is Earl. He's still a 47-pounder.
Well, in that hypothetical scenario, you said that you're taking Madrimov performance, which would have been after whatchamacallit, after Mel
After
fought
Earl.
Canelo. But for Canelo, but for Mel, you're doing everything as if he never fought Canelo. So you can't have it both ways, bro.
I mean, if you
But
want to
that's
make the
my call,
rule, if
bro.
you want to make the rules that way, that's fine. You know, then it would be Mel coming off his undisputed performance and Crawford coming off his undisputed performance. So maybe it'll be a little even. But I just want to remind you that Crawford wasn't that big of a favorite over Madrimov, who wasn't undisputed. I think it was like he was. I'm gonna Google it anyway because I'm sure we could get those odds. But I remember Madrimov being like a minus plus 400 or 500. Let me see, Crawford. But I'm gonna get to another call. Jay
All right.
in LA. Jay in LA.
Oh, sorry. How did I do the unmute there?
You got
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Cool. Well, as far as the conversation for today, highly concentrated on this whole Canelo versus Crawford.
You there?
Hello. I had a call come in. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Sorry, I had a call trying to come through. I had to cancel them out real quick. But as far as Canelo versus Crawford, I kind of have just a simple question for like you and all the other people here listening, all us boxing heads. Would you say that Bivol is a skilled fighter?
You asking me?
Yeah.
Of course.
Would you say Benavidez is a skilled fighter?
Yeah.
Right? So all this thing about Bud jumping up from, one fight removed from 147 to 168 because we think his skills can beat Canelo, when Canelo has business to take care of with skilled fighters in and around his weight class. I mean, he's got actually some retribution to get after with Bivol. And Bivol was even willing to come down to 168 and say, hey, look, you challenge for my titles at 175. How about this? I'll make it more for your advantage, Canelo. I'll come down to 168, but you got to put your belts on the line. And what does Canelo say? No, right? Walks around with his tail behind his legs. That's the big problem I have with this fight. Because to me, it seems like everybody's pointing for Crawford to lose. They want to put him in a position to lose. Yes, make money, but highly likely that he could lose. Now, there is a chance he could win. Sometimes we see these guys that are, generational talents that can do the unthinkable, right? The Pacquiaos that go up through all these different weight classes. Sugar Ray Leonard came up. Roberto Duran way back in the day, although he was before my time, but I've seen and heard about him and seen his fights. Amazing. But man, Bud, that's just way too much for Bud to ask for Bud. Now, cashing in, yes, I can see that happening. But there's so many good fights for Canelo at 168, even 175, that he really should not be entertaining the fight with Crawford unless it's money. Now, if he went to go fight Bivol and Benavidez and took care of business that way and then fought Crawford, Crawford has maybe one more year, a year and a half to get up and acclimated to weight, to fighting guys at even just 155, 160. Okay, maybe then that's the right time and cash in. Both guys make huge money. But Canelo needs to take care of Benavidez business, needs to take care of Bivol business. Canelo has a lot of B business to take care of, right? And that's with me.
You may
He
feel
needs
like
to
it's your
really take care
time,
of that for us fight fans.
but it's not
Get
your
the best
time.
fight possible.
That's the bell, Jay.
Thank
In
you, man.
LA, Jay in LA. If you're watching this on YouTube, this is your 100th reminder to go ahead and subscribe. We are at 231,288. Still need about another 800 to get to the next goal. Let's see here. We got DC3. I've been here 7 years. Jay Will hates Canelo to the core. Damn, Jay Will. DC3, $2. Jay Will called in to IBFP and they cooked him on my lawn. What does the OML stand for? You know I'm old. You know these damn acronyms. On my life. That sounds better. On my life. Damn, Jay Will. So you see, I thought it was just us. I actually feel like now I'm like, damn, Jay Will, you out there on other channels hating too? I thought you was just our resident Canelo hater. Damn, you on other channels hating on Canelo. That shit runs deep with him. DC3, $2 more. Y'all call in, give a guy credit, then minimize it. Clown emoji. We got Lowe's Nose Boxing.
Yo, Ness, you hear me?
Yes.
Yo, all right, yo, listen, before you cut my call off thinking that I'm trying to compare Chavez and Canelo, that's not what I'm looking to do. I'm tired of CYP always calling in to degrade the Latino legend, so now I got to cook them. First of all, you can remove half of the 80-plus wins that Chavez has, Ness, and he's still top 2 in the greatest Mexican list, top 15 all-time list. Now, you want to talk about cab drivers, right? Let's talk about the non-cab drivers that he beat. Belgian Taylor, Hector Camacho, Edwin Rosario, Greg Houghton, Roger Mayweather, Jose Luis Ramirez, John Duplessis, Rocky Lockwood, Joey Camacho, Tony the Tiger Lopez, Frankie Randall, Lightning Lonnie Smith, Juan Laporte, and 5 of those guys next are quote unquote, as you like to say, nemesis. So all I'm saying is, CYP, put some respect on Chavez's name, bro. Straight up and down. Now, as far as Canelo versus Bud Crawford, let me give you a history class. History Thursdays.
Yo, can I ask a
We're gonna get.
question?
What's up, bro?
Who's better
What's
though?
up?
Who's got a better legacy, Chavez or Canelo?
Canelo.
Oh,
For
wow.
me, Canelo surpassed him. The argument's not for you. I just don't like this dude always calling degrading him. Absolutely. Canelo surpassed Chavez for the fact that he won titles in divisions where Mexicans don't even rock at. Now, as far as Canelo versus Bud Crawford, I'm going to give Canelo credit because we gave Aaron Pryor credit at 140 for beating Alexis Arguello, who came up for 126. Because Alexis Arguello, like Terence Crawford, was wrecking shit. So Terence Crawford been wrecking shit, with the exception of one tough fight that he just had. So Canelo Alvarez does deserve the credit. Let's not forget, Canelo had a tough fight against Miguel Cotto, who was smaller. He struggled with Khan a little bit, who was smaller. So I do see this fight being competitive, but I got Canelo winning in the end because Canelo has better defense than Bud Crawford. He's a bigger, stronger fighter. All I'm saying is to some people, man, I don't gotta do my research. I don't gotta do my doo-doo-doo-doo because I was actually there, bro. I watched that fight live on TV. I watched all those fights live on TV as a kid. So I know the hype and the buildup behind those fights. So let's respect Chavez and the greats of the past. Ness, enjoy your Thursday. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to cook, man. That's my call.
You the man, champ. We appreciate you calling in. We always need that history lesson. We got Tip Bellis. Oh, hold on, Tip. I see Dom back. He had a late counter. I mean, a counter that he didn't connect on.
Yo, my bad about the connection earlier,
Nah,
but I'm
nah,
back.
nah, 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 nah. No worries.
Right on. So yeah, as I was saying, Canelcio, Capnello. I don't believe Canelo.
Wow, that was like
He
a play
gives.
on Pinocchio. Wow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Canelcio. Call him Capnello. I'm calling him anything but Canelo till I see a contract sign. If he's gonna speak this way, he's not gonna fool me by giving the smallest of inkling that he's even considering Crawford. And I don't think those negotiations will go anywhere in a few weeks. He's gonna play hardball with Turkey, and I think he'll end up taking another soft touch. Collect his usual payday, and perhaps circle back to the table earliest mid 2025. Next year.
But what's another
Maybe it
easy
happens
payday?
this
What's
time
another
next
easy
year.
payday?
Oh, we went through him. I mean, he could go the Pacheco route, the Garcia route. I mean, there's
I don't know that
options.
he could go the Pacheco route and get a payday. It would have to be a free on the zone fight, don't you think? I
I
mean,
don't know. I don't
Berlanga
know.
has more. He's got more buzz than Pacheco. Like we understand, there's also a rivalry there that's built into boxing with Mexico, Puerto Rico. I don't think you could do Pacheco, Mexican American, very humble, soft spoken guy. Like I don't know, bro. Not on pay
Well,
per view, I
maybe
don't
the
think.
Danny Garcia if he proves victorious on the co-main,
Now
but
that
we'll just
that
have to
that
see.
that's for sure.
I don't think that he's gonna pick Crawford next just because he says so. But however, if he's being sincere, then he gets my respect off rip just accepting the fight, regardless of the results. I'm gonna maintain that respect for him. Give the most accomplished peer a chance. We all want to see that. I think in fact, if it does happen next, you put Shakur Cepeda on the co-main, and you could even put Steven Nelson versus Pacheco on the undercard. I saw them talking about that. You could have it at the Raiders Stadium, Las Vegas. Cinco de Mayo weekend. That's already reserved. Maybe dress it up nice for Canelo. But yeah, I just don't see it happening. I think the callers who said that there's a play in motion from the PBC, there may be something to that. It's going to be interesting how Turkey and Crawford do approach these negotiations. And I think there's a chance that they give Canelo the cold shoulder. If that means that Bud has to, avoid this unification fight with Fundora, if it eliminates that from a possibility, I think Turkey and Bud just might, say, well, we'll come back to you, Canelo. And, I think that's honestly what they should do. You have a unified Crawford approaching the negotiation tables. And, if Canelo decides to duck, he could always go back and, get his third undisputed title or at least go for it. But, yeah, I mean, it is nice to see Canelo, starting to welcome the fight. I just don't think it's going to happen next. That's just my take. But that's it for me, y'all. Y'all have a good one. Peace.
Tip Bellis. Tip Bellis, DC. All right. Going once. Two times. Moving on to new caller in Philly. Who's this? Yo, Philadelphia. Who's this?
It's Twin.
Twin, what up?
What up? What up? What's the topic? What we touching on?
Bud and Canelo. The fact that Canelo said even though Bud was ordered to fight Fundora, it don't mean nothing that they still can make that fight happen. The order doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, right? Yeah, I just see Canelo just trying to get everybody to tune into the fight. He's leading everybody on. He's not fighting Bud. He's really clout chasing at this point now. Leading everybody on. Oh, I'm gonna fight Bud. Benavidez. But he ain't gonna fight none of them guys. He gonna, like dude said earlier, he gonna take a lighter touch. And you know, I rock with Canelo. He had his times back in the day, like 2017. He was fighting Triple G, shit like that. But I don't know. At this age, 33, what he's 34 now.
Yep, 34.
How old is Canelo?
I believe he's 34. I'm double check.
At this point, 34. I don't see it. I don't see him fighting Bud. Bud. He
Yep, 34.
Number one pound for pound.
Just turned 34,
Yeah,
July
34.
18th.
Okay, so he just turned. He getting up there in age, man. Canelo, he got like 60 fights now.
Oh yeah.
34 years old. He ain't fighting Bud. He just leading everybody on. He did this before. He said, remember he said, I'm gonna fight Bandit. We can see. We gonna see. That's what he always says. We gonna see. That's how he get all.
He got a total of
right
65 bouts.
6 feet.
65
of them, Joe. Canelo got mileage, dog. You got mileage. You gotta respect it, but I just feel like he clout chasing, man, with that Bud. He gonna fight Berlanga, most likely knock him out in the second round.
Damn, the second?
Matters. Second, bro. You gotta remember, Berlanga egging on Canelo. Anytime Canelo get in that bag where you egg him on, he going, look what he did with Plant. Plant started talking to him. I'm a good fighter, right? He's trying to get Canelo the bag back.
Time, but it's not your time.
But
all right,
I
champ.
think Canelo just clout chasing.
That's the bell. Appreciate you though. Let's see here. We got CYP counterpunch.
Oh my goodness. Muchachos, and homeboys. Hey, y'all know that the Say My Name fight with Muhammad Ali. Remember that Say My Name, Say My Name? You know that was not a white guy he was fighting, right? I know some of y'all may think it was a white guy who didn't want to call him Muhammad Ali. No, it was a black guy who didn't want to call Muhammad Ali, because he was also upset and didn't believe in that black Muslim thing, what they called them back then. Not Nation of Islam, they called them black Muslims. So for anybody who actually believes that Muhammad Ali was so loved, weird. And I did not say they hated him. I said they hated on him like they hate on Canelo. You got to listen to my words, my man. Never said hated on. Like you hate on your boxers, we hate on these boxers. I don't know about anybody really hates them. Like we don't know them personally. Get out of here, man. That's not what I said. But that right there should end the discussion. If he was not fighting a white guy, and he was fighting a black guy because the black guy was mad at his name change, then that tells you that, yes, the Christian community was not cool with him becoming a black Muslim. Why would you be cool with a black man denouncing Christianity and becoming a black Muslim? You need to look up the word, what denounce actually means, my guy. It's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. But secondly, move on to my Chavez guy. You do realize that if you remove the 89-0, you remove the win streak, he's just a very good fighter who lost as many big fights as he won. You realize that, right? The 89-0 is why we talk about him, stupid. And I'm going to call you stupid because you're trying to play us like we're dumb. Everybody knows that the biggest claim to fame for Chavez is the 89-0. That's the biggest claim to fame. And out of 89, 80 of them are not worth talking about. That's the problem. You want to talk about how he robbed Pernell Whitaker. Let's just say the draw. Let's just call it what it was. It was a robbery, but let's say it was a draw. Do you realize that Pernell Whitaker offered him $5 million, the most money he's ever got for a fight at that time, for a rematch? He turned it down. You know that? You know that? $5 million. Nah, I'm not doing it. But you won't talk about that. You talk about all the hype and the buildup, all the fights I saw when I was a kid. But you didn't see 70% of them fights, stupid, because they wasn't on TV, because he was fighting bums in Tijuana. So you didn't really see all them fights you talking about. Oh my God, all the fights. It was so much buildup. Shut up, man. Shut up. And I'm be honest with you. You can call in as sensitive as you want to be. Be sensitive as you want to be. But if Ness ever had a goddamn real debate between me and you or any Chavez fan, just a 30-minute debate, I don't care how much it costs, $500 for the debate, you wouldn't show up because I would murder you. I want y'all to think about this.
Nah, he'll show up.
I studied something. If I study, no, he won't.
No, he will. Let's set it up. I like
Well,
it.
set it up then.
Nah, he
Let's
will
let's stop
show
all the
up.
talking and set it up. Well, let's see then. Let's see then. Let's stop all the talking and finally do something. Do something where CYP gonna look good. Because everybody runs when it's time to really face the big bad wolf. They always run upstairs because they know who downstairs. Him downstairs. And lastly, if we bring up the fact that without the 89-0, we don't talk about Chavez, then there's no way we could ignore the 89-0 when we talking about Chavez. Let's be real here. If I'm lying, I'm flying. But everybody know if you take away the 89-0, there is no conversation about how great Julio Cesar Chavez was. And 80 of those 89 are not worth talking about. And you did not get all hyped up back in the day for his fights, like you say, because most of the fights that you saw, he lost half of them big ones and won half of those big ones. He's like Sean Porter without 80 bums. That's what he's really like. CYP gone. Oh, and set it up. If you really want to set up, you know I'm down. I'm super down.
Yeah, I think he'll do it. He's in the history and shit, especially if you're gonna make it about Chavez, and that'll be good. You against Chavez, him defending Chavez, that could be good. Jay Swift counter.
1-2, 1-2.
You.
Yo, CYP, you got this in your this notion that your research is better than regular history. And that's the only difference I have about it is I actually was listening to these people while Muhammad Ali was fighting. Were you even around then? Were you around? Did you see any Muhammad Ali fights live? No. I'm not going to keep going back and forth, but I don't understand why you don't understand that we were at a war. Black people was at a war with white America, and we championed everybody. There was a bunch of deacons out of Mississippi. They carried shotguns and guns, and they shot at white people, notably being shot at white people, called the Deacons from Defense. There was so many different Bible thumpers, Christians, that took up a stance and arms against white America, which means that we were all in that same stance. You can't say that they drew a line and there was whites against blacks, and then they drew another line and then there was Christians against Muslims. No. And Black Panthers. No. You can't say that. So, and the reason I keep saying this to you, because like I was around these brothers. I was around the Panthers. I was at Geronimo Pratt's funeral. I was the photographer. I was there when we surrounded a Finnish Shakur, when they surrounded the courtroom on 161st Street and the Grand Concourse in the Bronx. I was there. So my point is, what you're trying to do is trying to negate the history that I've lived, as opposed to what you're reading now today. I do not dispute a lot of your content. When you do your research, I always sit back and be quiet, and sometimes I don't even need to call in because you already took care of the problem for me. But at this point in time, you're talking about where and when I lived and what we were doing at that time. And I'm telling you, even if they weren't buddies,
You may feel like it's your time,
almost all the
but it's
blacks
not your time.
were champion Muhammad Ali as a boxer. Peace. I'm out.
I chant Jay Swift. Not to be confused with Jay Will. You heard me? We got Cherry in Baltimore.
What's up, man?
What up?
Yeah, Canelo Alvarez. I don't know if it's fair to say he's ducking Bud Canelo. He's still 2 weight divisions below on Bud Crawford. Bud Crawford himself is a guy that claimed for years that nobody would fight him and he couldn't get any fights. Now he's in a position to make fights. He don't seem to want to fight nobody. The only person he wants to fight is Canelo Alvarez. Now, I do agree that Canelo has been ducking David Benavidez shamefully. So I can't defend him on that. As far as fighting Bud Crawford, I've said from day one that's a lose-lose situation for Canelo. If he fights him and he loses, that's a legacy killer right there. As good as Bud is, you can't have a guy come up 6 divisions in total, 3 in a year, and knock you off. That's a legacy killer. However, if he can get the money that he wants, this $150 million, then it goes from a lose-lose situation to a win possible, lose situation, because he would have gotten the money to make it worth his while. Okay, now I think the money he's asking for is outrageous, but I'm not him. He's rich, so he's in a position where he doesn't need to fight if he really doesn't need it. However, it goes to a win-lose situation. But the very same people, the very same folks who are championing Crawford for Canelo to fight Crawford
90
will be the
seconds
very to say Canelo was a weight bully and that he picked on a guy several weight classes lower, and that's exactly what will be said. So for the people that think that, Crawford or Canelo should just take this fight just because, it's a little bit more complicated than that. And lastly, Bud Crawford, I would have loved to see him fight Virgil Ortiz. The Turk wanted that fight.
60
and
seconds.
You heard the Turk say, I want Virgil. Well, apparently Bud doesn't want Virgil. So if Bud doesn't get the Canelo fight, what's he going to do? I see the WBO just ordered him to fight but with Fondor. He beats him, then he'll have 3 of the belts at 54 and only have 1 to collect, the winner of the Zoo fight. And then he could be a 3-time undisputed. He wants to fight Canelo Alvarez for the money. Point, plain and simple. That's why he wants to fight him. He wants that big bag. And I don't blame him for it, because he ain't asking nobody to give it to him. That would be a hell of a test to move up 2 more divisions. But let's just get clear about some things. He wants the money. That's what he wants. And he don't want to fight none of these other young guns. That's Boots, Virgil, none of them guys. He don't want to fight them. He just wants Canelo.
10 seconds.
Thanks, Don.
All right, champ. We got counterpunch from Moose.
You may feel like it's your time, but
Moose. Mic check. Moose, if you haven't already subscribed, go ahead and do so. It's going to help with the visibility of the show. If you haven't smashed that thumbs up, do that as well so that we can get to opening that live chat. Moose going once. Abraham, counter.
Yes, sir. And then, I think people need to stop with that boost, because that's what happened to Canelo. Early in his career, he messed around and messed with somebody that is the greatest thinker and has the best composure in the game, and that was Floyd Mayweather. And I don't think Terence Crawford had any interest in messing up his career. Boots is a very great talent. I think people need to quit calling for that fight, because he cannot do Terence Crawford. Let's knock it off. Knock it off, because he can't beat him. That's just the bottom line. Terence Crawford is a dangerous fighter for a lot of reasons, and this is why his resume looks the way it does. He did fight a lot of dangerous fighters that people don't know about, and that's why they're like, he didn't fight nobody. Well, why are you scared to fight him then? If he ain't fought nobody and he ain't got no skills, why are you scared to fight him then? Huh? What? To me, it's hilarious. He ain't got nothing, but you don't want to fight him, and that's the problem. You know, Errol Spence, you know, had the heart to fight him. Now, who else is going to? You know, something. You know, and this, I owe you an apology, bro, because I did hear a caller, and I heard you and another caller talking about how you need to clean up the show, not use profanity, and I was cussing all over that last call that I had. I apologize for that. I'm going to make a point when I call in to clean it up, so that way, you know, the show is a lot better. Because I'm intelligent and I know how to use other cuss words. I'm just aggressive sometimes. So I apologize for that if you accept my apology, bro.
Nah, no worries, bro. You know, I'm a king coper to that. I'm working on it myself, man, trying to get better.
Yeah, I know it's hard, man, because once you, like, man, you was on some gangster yesterday. People was calling in, pissing you off, and you was going off on them. I was cracking up. I was like, damn, this is a gangster today. But, no, it's all good, bro. But I'll make a point to clean up my conversation when I call in. Other than that, that's my call, bro. Thanks for taking it. Shout out to the Boxing Voice Nation. Y'all keep doing your thing. Y'all do a great job, Ness. You keep carrying it day after day. I think it's great. Keep doing your thing, bro. You're doing a great job.
Appreciate you, champ. Enjoy the rest of your day. If you're watching this on YouTube, go ahead and smash that thumbs up. Let's see where we at. Let's see where we at right now. Look, we need another 2. Open up that live chat. We got to get to it. Uh-oh. We got J-Mac. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Touch a few things. And I'll address something you said earlier in the show, Ness. For callers calling in talking about Bud want a payday, isn't this prize fighting? Isn't it the ultimate goal to get the biggest prize? Isn't it after you done fought a certain time in your career, you get the biggest prize? So to say Bud want a payday, that doesn't disqualify him saying how much he want to win a fight. He wants a payday because he's a professional fighter and he wants the prize that he has earned, he has deserved. So I don't understand why dudes who call in that has a job and does whatever they need to do. If it sells, you sell what you need to sell monthly. If it's your if it's your driving bonus, if it's your don't fuck shit up at a warehouse bonus, like, bro, like, you want to get paid more money, you get a job to get paid money. I mean, bro, like, I don't understand what we're talking about. Somebody want a prize when they're prize fighting. Ness, you said something about miscalling. I mean, I'm sorry. You said, and don't hold me to exactly what you said. You said something about we're misguiding the new people in the sport. Well, when you say stuff like they're not going to get credit, we already know fans are fickle. You call fans out all the time about how fickle they are. You run your narrative. You say what they say. You discredit them. You tried to spin what I said earlier when I said I wasn't discrediting Cotto or Shane Mosley because they still are great wins. I just said that Bud would be a greater win. I had to make my point. When we called in.
Nah, you did. You said they got a couple losses.
Bro, I said that to make the point that Bud is undefeated.
And that's
and
fine,
when Canelo
but
got
you
to him,
are still discrediting.
Bro, okay, all right. You're entitled to take whatever you want to take from that. I was making a point of Bud being undefeated, and Canelo got to them when they were already defeated. Somebody had beat them. So I was saying the Bud one would be bigger. I'm not trying to discredit great fighters. If that's what you get from that, you can have it. But that's the point I was making. Lastly, I had one more thing I said. The dude said prize fighting. Cherry said something about prize fighting, money. and he said something else I wanted to touch on. He said, Bud, he'll respect Benavidez and fighting Canelo. He said that's a duck, but Bud is not a duck. There was one more thing that dude said. I can't even fucking remember it. Hey man, look, hey, shout out to the counter punchers who counter punched me in. Shout out to the show. I want to see that Bud and Canelo fight because
You may
Bud beats
feel like it's
Canelo.
your time,
That's my call.
but it's not your time.
CYP counter.
Yo, 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 yo. You know what? Shout out J Mac for coming back. Listen, my man just said because he lived in the 50s, whatever he said. And first, I was born in the mid 80s. Fool, I wasn't born in the goddamn 70s. I'm a millennial. The mid, early 70s. That wasn't me. That was your old ass. You was born in the 50s. Now, to get back on the topic, the funniest thing is that you said because you was there and you lived that you know more than I do, but I'm actually a Muslim, right? Like we are taught to study other great Muslims. Study them. But you think that you know more because you was a boxing fan about Muhammad Ali than I do as a Muslim. That shit is craziness. That shit is crazy to me. That's like a dude who's a preacher or a Baptist minister, and they know about Apostle Paul. They know about John the Baptist. They know about these people. But because I was a Christian and went to church back then, I know more than them. What? Like, no, they study it. Like, there's a difference between studying and knowing somebody because you like them. Like, there are dudes who are in their 30s right now who are historians on Michael Jordan. That means they know more than you or me because we saw Michael Jordan play in the 90s. They are historians on Michael Jordan. It's different between being a historian on somebody, studying somebody, doing papers and writing books on someone, than being a fan of his. We're not the same. Like it doesn't even make sense. Ernie Terrell would not even exist if black people weren't upset with him becoming a Muslim. He wouldn't even exist. He would have been beating up a white guy, making him call him Muhammad Ali, not a black guy. Why would the black guy have a problem with this man that everybody loves? That doesn't make sense. From the history of slavery till now, there have always been a big group of black people who've always saw things like white people have saw them. They always have. If you were going to run away as a slave, they would snitch on you. Like we've always had them people. They have never disappeared from American history. It's crazy to me. But what you should do, you probably can get a lot of degrees. If you go to an American history class in college, you are going to get straight A's because you lived through a lot of the shit they're about to teach you. Even though those teachers who are younger than you have degrees and studied this shit, and now they're teaching America. But you know better than them because you lived through it. My man, that's not how shit works. But if you believe that, come on, please. I like you. I like you. I like you. We ain't never had no beef, so I'm gonna keep it respectful. But if you thinking that me studying these men, dog, and knowing about these men, that their mom would lie, their dads would lie, their sisters, their brothers, their kids, their friends, their families, these are the people who gave interviews for these articles, for these books, for the biographies. They gave outlook and insight on his life as well as him to tell us what we need to listen to. But somehow that's not true because you lived in the 60s and watched some of the fights. This shit is crazy to me, man. Hopefully, I ain't got to say nothing back, but whatever dude was, I ain't heard him call back in because we can set that Chavez massacre up. But I would tell you, don't do it because I've been studying Chavez for a very, very long time. I know him like I know Tom Brady, like I know Canelo.
You may feel like it's your time,
I'm ready,
but it's
locked and
not your
loaded.
Once again, don't forget, we're going to have Xander Zayas on the show. If you are a YouTube member, for as little as $3, you could get and drop him a question. Same if you're a Patreon at the same level. You can drop him a question. Make sure to put, yo, it's CYP from California. This is my question. You know what I'm saying? We're all going to phone lines open. Don't forget, you can call in 1563-999-3427. We got Jonathan Sims with the $10 super chat. And let me ring the alarm for CYP. That is number 4. I think you got 4 now. Yes, sir. Drop the bomb for him. And J-Mac as well. And Jonathan Sims sends 2 counter punches, one for CYP and one for J-Mac. So we will be going to them again. Hello, Mr. J-Mac.
Hey man, shout out to Jonathan Sims. Topic running a little dry to me. I'm gonna get on the with CYP and Jay Swift talking about. Oh man, I kind of I'm gonna side with CYP on this one only because he made a statement. Jay Swift came and challenged it, and I think he said he was wrong. See what Jay Swift messed up was CYP was right. There are a bunch of black folks that hated Muhammad Ali guts. If you rewind the time and fast forward time, we living in the same thing. We got the same people. We might have different principles, different meanings, different things that we focus on, but we always had fans. Fans are always been. They always had fanatics that carried over for generations. And even the time was different, you still had a fanatic, and a lot of people didn't go for what Muhammad Ali stood for. They like his cockiness. They didn't like how confident he was. They didn't like the way he spoke. They didn't even like the light cut of his skin. So let's not even get going with what they're going back and forth about, bro. Like, a lot of people hated on him. That was a good example when he brought up Say My Name against I can't think of his name. I can't think of the dude's name. He fought. But I remember the fight. So Jay Swift, I think you should gracefully bow down. You're wrong on this one. I have my grandfather who actually didn't like Muhammad Ali. He spoke about the time of a bunch of people who hated on Muhammad Ali. When we talk boxing, he tell me about this all the time, how a lot of people hated Muhammad Ali and they respect him and give him the praise today. I'm not going to say what percentage of people who hated was. The fact of the matter, there were people who hate. And with CYP talking about, I might not be the dude that's going to tell on you if you run away for the snake. He's talking about somebody like myself, because I'm going to call them niggas out on that shit they do. If it's bullshit, it's bullshit. And Tank is the biggest duck. That's why I call his ass out for the shit he does. And that's just how I feel it. So when he making point of people who's going to hate on fighters for certain reasons, I'm definitely one of them ones that's going to call you out, whether you call it hate or whatever. And shout out to Jay Will. This is what I say about Jay Will. I wish Jay Will wouldn't let you disrupt his call so much and run off with it. I respect you, though. I mean, that's y'all little dynamic. Because I actually like to hear him call, but he can't get his point off because it's always spewed and spin talking about hating. I didn't hear Jay Will. I've been on this show long enough to hear him talk about Spence and Bud, and I didn't hear him keep it real and keep his energy the same. I heard him keep his energy the same about Canelo. All these narratives about him saying he hated on Charlo and all that, he gives great points. I just think they get lost in the battle once you take over the call and start spinning your narrative. But shout out to you. That's something you're great at doing. Shout out to Jay Willis, too. All right, that's my call.
You may feel like it's your time, but it's not your time.
Or you could just go listen to the call where he discredited Charlo.
What up, nigga?
Exactly. We got CYP counterpunch courtesy Jonathan Sims.
Yo, shout out Jay Mac. No, but I wouldn't talk about you. You wouldn't snitch on nobody trying to run away as a slave. That might be G-Von. No offense. But listen though, hey, I noticed that some of y'all in the chat, man, you know, y'all realize that I like y'all in the chat. You know, the chat is my home. But a lot of y'all wouldn't even exist if I didn't say your name, because you ain't got no courage. Remember I always told you, don't let your fingers type something that your fist won't do. You know what I'm saying? Don't do that. Somebody gonna say, it would be nice to listen to my favorite boxing show without hypocrites like CYP crying about the race all day. I said, man, listen to me, dog. If you think that's CYP to make the show better, you a goddamn lying, you a goddamn fool. Look at the numbers since I've been here, fool. We eat with me, buddy. We eat with me. You understand that? And I'm allow you to come eat at my table. I'm allow you to come eat at my table. So when you do that, stop lying, because when there's no callers on the show, you know what happens? The show lasts an hour, and that goes home. That's what happens when there's no callers. So to say you like a call-in show without come on, man, it's a call-in show. So what you need to do like I had a lot of callers do over the years. Put down the pad. Don't do that. Pick up the phone, dial, and call in. That way we can hear everything you got to say. You can become a created character. You can lie about how much money you got. You can cry about your fake boxing record. You can cry about a credit of community. You can pretend to get in border wars. You can support Trump. You can do whatever you want to do on TBV, and we will accept you into this community. Until then, please, 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 shut your ass up in the chat because we can't hear you unless CYP talks about you. I'm gone.
Jay Swift, counter. Let me go ahead and drop a
1,
bomb
2,
for you.
2.
Let me drop that bomb for you. That's your fourth as well.
You talking about me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, well, it's all good. Yeah, the J-Mac and CYP, I'm not about to allow you to back me down on anything. I already said what I had to say. The problem is you was born in the 80s, and y'all swear y'all know shit, but y'all ain't even lived enough to know shit. And J-Mac, I don't know where he from, but I respect both of y'all because I think that we came about this debate intellectually. And that makes even more sense than us arguing and fighting. But yeah, it was Ernie Terrell. He was punching in the face in the ring, said, say my name. However, you're talking about the greatest black champion, the greatest black person alive, besides Jack Johnson, who was also a boxer, that universally brought black people together. And that was to watch the fights. That's the problem that I'm having, that you don't understand that. You know, yeah, maybe they were indifferent. They were against him for his being a Muslim. But he wasn't the only one. We all went out for the Nation of Islam at one time. I studied, but I studied a lot of things. I've written 4 books. I published one. I'm in the Library of Congress. I've written for a magazine 14 years. Yeah, you're right. You know, there could be people indifferent to him against his religious preference. But as we were so well coming out of this Jim Crow era, we all were solidified behind Muhammad Ali, especially when they started and they sent him to jail because he wouldn't go in the army. We were all stood behind him for that. So once again, I understand that hypothetically, you can make that point, both of you, hypothetically. But I was there to see it come through. And at that time, there was a time when I was 14 years old, 13 years old, I was called Justice Allah. That's New York. We New Yorkers. We got behind all of that. Anything that's going to promote a camaraderie with blacks, we got behind it. The one thing that killed everything was when they killed Malcolm X. And then they allow people to sell drugs in the streets. And that kind of diminished, killed everything. Anyway, I'm out. Peace and blessings. Much respect to both of you.
Appreciate you, Jay, as always. Tyler.
Yo.
Yo.
You may feel like it's your time, but it's not your time. I really don't know what the show about anymore. I've been listening like a whole bunch of I don't know. But if it's about Canelo and Terence Crawford, I'm excited for that. Like I don't understand why fans necessarily don't think it's a close fight or a fair fight. Like when you think about all the boxing greats have been like multi-division champions, and every great boxer in the past has climbed up in weight to test themselves. Like Roy Jones Jr. versus Ruiz, or who was another good example? What's his name? Roberto Duran versus Iran Barkley, or Manny Pacquiao, Floyd, Sugar Ray Leonard. Who else? Lord, they just countless. They just countless names, man. Wait, Pernell Whitaker. I mean, these people ain't just staying like want Terence Crawford to stay at 147 like they want Terence Crawford to do fight boots at 147. Stay at 154. Canelo way too big for you at 168. No, back in the day, them niggas used to be hype. If Roy Jones Jr. went to heavyweight, you know what I'm saying? People like, oh shit, Roy a real nigga. He trying to do that. But when Terence had to go and step to correct the Canelo, he just want a payday. He want to just get his ass dusted off. Why can't niggas just, like go back to the history books and just look at what the greats actually do? The fact that he actually want to take on Canelo proves what we've been thinking about him the whole time. He has greatness in him, and he want to display it to the world. That's how I feel. Because when you look at history, all the greats climb through divisions, unless you're talking about like heavyweights who just stayed at heavyweight like Muhammad Ali. If there was a weight class heavier than heavyweight, Muhammad Ali would have went to it. Some of these niggas would have went to it. I'm just stating facts. Like I don't know. I don't really care about. Oh, it's a smoke session. Look how he did, little Charlo. Jamel ain't Terrence. Last time I checked, they got two different mamas, two different daddies. They come from two different places. Jamel ain't Terrence, bro. So I'm all for greatness. I'm all for greatness because I love boxing. Personally, I love boxing. And when I look through the history books, ain't nobody just stayed at the weight class. And the real test of how good a fighter is how high he can climb. Really? Really, the real test of a real fighter is how high this nigga can climb. Man, how high he can climb. What, Roberto Duran beat Ian Barkley at middleweight. Where did Roberto Duran start at? Like, I don't even know, bro. Like, 135, 147, 130? Who knows, bro? But he ain't go to Roberto can't beat Iran Barkley. No, Roberto stepped to that man, and every Roberto fan knew he was gonna step to Barkley. You couldn't tell them that, bro. But I appreciate
It's not your time.
All right, champ. Tyler Matt. We got Pillow. What up?
Yo, what up?
What up?
Yeah, so let me just touch on that shit, that CYP, that Muslim shit. Because I'm Muslim, so I'm just touch on it before I get to the rest of my call. But they both right, because the Christians was following Muhammad Ali, but they hated him at the same time. The reason, because they didn't have no real leader, so that's the only person they had to follow. But off that, let me talk about like the topic. So the thing they not realizing about Canelo is that he might be 5'8", but he's thick, you know what I'm saying? No homo. He's a thick boy. So they kind of underestimate him by his size, you know what I'm saying? Because he's short, but he's like a tree trunk, you know what I'm saying? Like a cut tree. That bottom part, it's small, but it got a lot of weight to it. And I got a hot take for this Crawford shit. I actually think that SOG has a better chance of coming back and beating Canelo than Crawford. Because when you look at Crawford, like when he was fighting Madrimov, I was really looking at him like, could he go to 168? And I looked at his body, like you got to look at the torso area. That's where you see like who carries weight. Canelo shit is like might be almost double what Crawford. You know what I'm saying? Crawford is skinny, like he's not a big dude. That's kind of normal with black dudes. You know what I'm saying? We kind of be tall, but we don't really carry much weight like Mexicans do. But Mexicans, we be the same size and they be 20 pounds more than me. Like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, I just want to touch on that, put that out there. That's my call.
All right, time to drop a bomb for Jonathan Sims. Sends 2 more counterpunches, totaling 4 counterpunches for the community. And he says one of those go to Jay Billy and the other to my choosing. Jay Billy, whenever you're ready. In the meantime, JT got a counter.
Yo, Ness, can you hear me?
Perfect.
Okay, so the show is basically about Canelo's gonna get credit if he take the for taking the ball fight, right?
Nah, the show is actually Canelo did an interview and he said that it don't matter that Crawford and Fondora have been ordered to fight, that the fight between him and Crawford could still happen, that the order doesn't matter.
Okay, well, the show
And he
actually
said
it was
next.
about
And he
that.
said next.
The show was about that, but it always turned into about Canelo not getting credit, and I always sit here and wonder. Okay, I got a few questions for you next. Just real quick, yes or no? Has Canelo lost before?
Yes.
Has Canelo moved up in weight and faced adversity and got credit for it from losing, right?
No. No, they call it a cherry pick going wrong.
No, they said he was daring to be great. That's what I heard a lot. I heard he was
No,
daring to be
I
great and he
I
lost.
heard I heard a cherry pick going wrong. I still hear that.
Okay. Has Canelo lost to a smaller fighter before?
Yeah, Floyd.
Okay. Has Canelo been in a lot of controversy wins that there was question that he won or lost?
No, only two.
All right. That well, one or two. That's more than one.
I said
Period. Okay.
two. I
That's
said no, only two. And the man has 65 fights, so maybe you should do some math.
okay. Well, I could go down the list. I'll go down the list of a few fights that he's been in controversial losses that everybody thought somebody else won. Okay.
Triple G and
Has
Laura.
Bud lost?
Give me some more.
Has Bud?
I already said Triple G and Laura. What else?
Hold on, Ness.
Oh,
Hold on.
exactly.
This is my call, right? I know this your show. This is my call though. Has Bud ever lost before? Hello.
No.
All right then. Has Bud been in some controversial decisions?
No.
Okay. So this my thing. When I hear these callers call in and sit there and say Canelo's not going to get credit for fighting, taking on an opponent of Bud Crawford, which in history he already done that before and got credit for those guys. I'm confused here. This is one of the best fights. The last caller just said a lot of great fighters move up in different weight classes and beat these other champions. This happened. This is not like something just happened. This never happened before. So I'm trying to figure out what's the thing about Canelo's not going to get credit for fighting a smaller guy that has a possibility on beating this guy. Because if we look at history, Canelo lost a few times. He lost to a small guy. He lost to another guy. When
It
Canelo
may
faced
feel like it's your
adversity in these
time,
losses, I mean in these
but
losses
it's
that he
not your
took,
time.
he didn't come out on top. If you could sit there and say, Bud, I gotta get my call
That's the
on
bell
come through
champ.
as well. Hold on, Ness. I gotta get my other call too, brother, because I never got my call.
Yeah, I mean, we don't stack the free call. Y'all know that.
Okay, well I'll kind of punch back in there.
Nah, I'm going to get to you. Just got other counter punches. That's all. Jay Billy, counter courtesy of Jonathan Sims.
Yo,
We
got
hear
me?
you. Yep.
Yes, sir. Shout out Ness putting in that work. Shout out Jay Sims, man. But yeah, it's. I'm pretty sure. I just hate I hate the perspective of Canelo trying to clout chase. That's just what I want to say first. Like, what is Canelo really trying to clout chase? What is he gonna gain off of Bud's name? And these are two of my favorite fighters, but like, I really don't get that. But with me, it's like it really doesn't matter if it's about the bread or Bud or what it's about. I think that Bud deserves anything that Earl was due. Like he inherited after he did what he did to EJ, he inherited anything that he had coming to him. And we know that Canelo fight was coming to him. A lot of people was calling for it,
Can't say
Canelo
that, bro.
and Bud. Who wasn't calling for it in the Cowboy Stadium? Ness?
No, I'm saying you can't say he inherited because that's the key right there. If Earl would have won, the
What's
fight would have
the
been big in Dallas because Earl has that huge fan base in Dallas. He has the connection to Jerry's World, and then Canelo being Mexican and has done 70,000 with Billy Joe in Texas. That's why, bro. You can't just say he inherited. Like Bud don't. He don't fucking. Bud never did 48,000 people.
You know what, Ness?
Earl did
That's a
that
good
shit
point.
without fucking
You know
Turkey
what?
Al Sheik, my brother. He did that
Cool,
solo
cool, cool.
dolo.
That's cool. That's a good point. But after he did what he did, I'm still gonna stand on that. He inherited it. Even though he doesn't have the Cowboy Stadium or anything like that, he beat the dude that you thought was gonna be Canelo's next opponent. He beat the guy that you thought that people thought, I'm not gonna say you, but people thought could jump up 3 divisions and actually give competition to Canelo. So why not? But we can't deny him that chance of greatness. You feel me? That's all I'm saying. I see 100% what you're saying about the Cowboy Stadium, Earl's Link, but still, that's just the way it is now. And if Bud wants to do that, he gets to do that. You know what I'm saying? We can't say too much about that. But I'm not one of the ones like I feel like there's weight classes for a reason. Like I said, these are two of my favorite fighters, so I'm gonna really stay away from picking it because boxing has showed me I don't know shit about boxing. Every time I make a pick, it goes the other way, damn near. So Bud very well could, give Canelo some competition. And as you said a few times, Canelo hasn't stopped anybody in a while. He hasn't stopped Jaime. He really let up on Jaime. And there's been multiple clips. I don't know if you want to believe it or not, that he kind of carried Jaime, at the end of the fight. He saved him from going down, and then he just kind of coasted because he had it in the bag. So yeah, man.
You may
And
feel
Bud
like it's
asked
your
for the
time,
fight. Yeah, Bud asked for the fight
but
too.
it's
So
not your
if he
time.
wants to fight, then it's gonna happen. But I'm gonna tap back in if somebody say something. Keep on putting in that word. Shout out Jay Sims.
Yo, it's wild that he says Bud wanted, Bud could get it because that's what he want. Somehow Bud has done more than Canelo and deserves whatever he wants, and Canelo doesn't deserve. And that's the thing you gotta understand. Bud could want. It's Canelo that has to give, and that's why we're doing the show because he's finally said he's willing. And the show's taking this weird turn into whatever it is. It's more about, hey guys, Bud Crawford fans, you bud tenders, go ahead and rejoice. Canelo is considering giving you the fight next. That should be what we're talking about. The fact that they say it next, we should be talking about what day. You think Turkey gonna do it in February, or is they gonna go to May? Y'all sitting on the past and degrading fighters and diminishing their wins, and this one is better, and Bud is gonna be better. The best win on it, bruh. Let's get back to boxing. Let's get back to boxing. Like all you great coaches, where is the damn? If Canelo really take this fight, he gotta watch out for Bud Crawford from that southpaw stance, cause that right hook, man. You know what I'm saying? You see what he did to Madrimov? He kept him on his toe. Like, bro, it's always about, well, Bud would be the best name on his resume. Well, Canelo ain't fought nobody. Canelo duck. Like, bruh, can we get back to boxing? Can anybody tell me what's going to happen in the fight? Majid, counter.
Yo, how my audio sound?
Like you on a Bluetooth.
That that shit better.
Yep, way better.
Everybody need to like the video, subscribe to the channel, join YouTube members and Patreon for something. Um, yeah, man. I'm like, hey, if Canelo said he wanted next, I would go under the assumption that this would be like most likely for him to entertain it. This probably gonna be like some of the most money he ever made for an event. Yeah, I'm like it's fucked up. Benavidez can't get it, but as a Crawford fan, if this shit happen, I'ma enjoy it anyway. I think it's a dangerous ass fight and blah blah blah. But Yeah, Ness. I remember last year when you was talking about that Canelo Berlanga, and it might even been later than that. I remember that the community was talking about Canelo versus Makabu. You know what I'm saying? Then they like, yeah, and if he beat Makabu, he could go up and
And
maybe
fight
fight Usyk
Usyk.
at a catchweight. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't know if y'all new to the community who calling in, or if y'all forgot. But y'all need to start listening to these playbacks before y'all just like, oh man, it's Crawford. We don't want this shit because y'all energy last year, y'all was all for Canelo could fuck around and beat Usyk. Like let that shit sink in, y'all. Like yeah, Ness. And then on top of that, we got these heavyweights that's fighting people fucking 300 pounds and all this shit. And nobody say nothing. Because they know what the fuck they signed up for. So all I'm asking this community, the people that already made the calls or whatever and said the piece going against it, they put their foot in their mouth already. So ain't no reason for them to say shit. But y'all people calling forward, just remember that energy. And if y'all wasn't one of those people, go ahead and say that y'all wasn't. And y'all most likely gonna lie and say that shit. But that was the energy last year. So all these people calling in from this call on, y'all absolutely full of shit because I ain't hear nobody bitching when Canelo was ready to do it. Respect people at least trying to be motherfucking great, even if they fucking fail. But all that other shit is bullshit. All right, now shout out to your show, and that's all I got.
All right. I mean, to be fair, Canelo had been jumping up a lot, and then the Kovalev jump was the wild jump. I know that again, and this is what I'm saying. They try to say Kovalev was an alcoholic and a liver, and he got him in 8 weeks, and la 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 la. This is what I'm saying. Once you do it, they diminish it. But that's the one that I was like, whoa. You know what I'm saying? Then I started believing he could beat anybody after that. DJ Double D member for 4 months on a contender level. It would be nice to listen to my favorite boxing show without a bunch of hypocrites like CYP crying about race every day. Hashtag keep it about boxing or shut the F up. Hand on face emoji. Colin Smith. So that must have been what CYP counted in about because obviously we went to CYP's counter before this. Colin Smith, welcome to the prospect level. Super Mix, $5. Mo, he says the same legends that jumped weight we use for Bud. What? The same legends that jump weight we use for Bud, most had alcohol and drug issues and had bad KO losses. So let's keep the same energy with Spence. Okay. Coyote Blanco, $2. Imagine going resume for resume with Bud and Nello. Laughing out loud. Dead skull emoji. Capicu, $2. Does Bud beat Laura or Cotto or Kirkland at 154? Well, Kirkland, yeah, because Kirkland lost to Yoshida. I watched that fight live. He lost to Yoshida who didn't have power. That was like a dude that didn't have power, and that dude fucking knocked him out. And then he lost to Carlos Molina, another dude that wasn't notoriously known for power, just very awkward. And, he blamed that on his trainer. He said Ann Wolf gave him black pills on this show. He said, yeah, she gave me some black pills before the fight. That shit had me fucked up. So, yeah, I would say, hell yeah, he could beat Kirkland. Kirkland was good at one point, but the in and out of jail and the changing from the trainer, he was good when he was with Ann. And then when he got back with her finally, it just seemed like it was too late. He dealt with alcohol. He dealt with, violating parole, going back and back to jail, and that could just fuck up your thing. I mean, that kid was blessed. Hopefully he's doing better now, at least after, not having a, active career anymore, because, bro, I mean, to go to jail and then have Oscar, Eric Gomez, I forget who else was there, bro, maybe B-Hop, all show up for you in your courtroom and shoot you some bail, get you paroled, and then you go to buy a gun. Like, come on, that's like common sense. You a felon, you can't even have a gun. My man went and bought a gun at a gun show. And they reported it, and they bagged him back again. So, And then he came out, he was doing his thing, and you know, he fell victim into quick turnarounds, and he fought Ishida off of like a 2-week turnaround. You know, and that shit, that I don't know if that dude was Japanese or Chinese, but he fucked him up on Showtime. I think that was Showtime. Who we got? Oh yeah, we got that one counterpunch to give away to a lucky community member. Let's see what we got. Yesterday we went to somebody new, because you know the usual suspects is the usual suspects. Let's see, what's this? Who are you? Colin. Free counterpunch, courtesy of the community. Who's this? Where you calling from? Colin, gotta unmute. Colin, going once. 2 times. H-Town.
There we go. How we sound? How we sound? How we sound?
Now we hear you. Now we hear you.
Now we're here. What's going on, this? How we doing? It's quick call out of ATL. Just wanted to chime in right quick. I mean, it's good news to hear Canelo say that. I don't know what's changed from the last time we was talking.
Word.
When Turkey was putting the pressure on him to make the fight, you know, he was like, you know, I don't want to talk about another fight while I got a fight going. Now he's saying he's interested. Let's see what he sounds like after the 14th. That'll tell us if it's real or not. But just on the hypothetical, if it happens, I mean, it could be a good scrap. You know, that's why we watch boxing, because you never know what's going to happen. We can assume a lot of things, but looking at the fight stylistically, I think Crawford's got a chance. Can he hurt Canelo and knock him out? No, but Terence has got a style. You know, he's a sharpshooter. Whether you knock somebody out or not, getting punched in the face hurts. Nobody wants to get punched, even as big as Canelo is. When you're getting hit clean in the face, that can, you know, throw your whole game plan off, deter you or whatever. So we'll see. But I wish it was David. I hate that David went up to 75, because unless Canelo's going to fight him at 75, I don't want to see the fight anymore. Just given recent history, correct me if I'm wrong, most boxers who go up and come back down aren't successful. Most recently, Kell Brook did it. Went and fought Triple G, came back, got destroyed by Spence. De La Hoya did it. Came down to 147 after a decade. Manny Pacquiao, that was his last fight. Chad Dawson did it. Came down and fought Andre Ward after the Super 6. That was the end of Chad Dawson. And famously, we know what happened with Antonio Tarver and Roy Jones. So if it's not going to happen at 75, I don't want to see David try to come back down to 68 and fight Canelo. So that's all I got to say. I appreciate you taking the call, Ness. Okay, go ahead. You think that's the plan?
Yeah,
I mean, of course, he wants to. He's going to want to have the advantage.
Well,
he's going to want to have the advantage.
Not only that, I just feel like the writing has been on the wall. The fact that he fought the Canelo fighter, that said it all to me, bro. That said it all. The fact that they deleted the post, it just seems like it's some, you know, team play going on. We all on the same page type shit going on, and you know they made him go up to make him come down. I've been saying this shit. There's no reason for him. Like, why'd he go up to fight that dude of all people? Like, why that dude? Like, I get it. They're gonna say, oh, he was a former world champ. But okay, outside of that former world champ, like,
you may feel like it's
man,
your
that
time,
dude wasn't.
but it's not your time.
Man. I don't know.
He got impatient, and he might have screwed himself out of the bag. But if he does it, maybe David could be the first to go up and come down successfully. We'll see. But I don't like it now.
I mean, technically,
I don't like it.
technically, I believe he can do it successfully, but he needs a strength coach because we've already done shows where we've shown his physical appearance without a strength coach and with a strength coach. And with a strength coach, he's a lot leaner. He's got muscle, and he just looks healthier. He ain't gonna be able to do it himself because he went up in weight and looked worse. You're supposed to go up, and then I don't mean in the ring. I mean physically. He looked flabby.
Physically, right.
He looked flabby.
He did.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like you got to make sure if you're going to take that fight at 68, you got a high-level strength and conditioning coach. I know they got their issues with Memo Heredia, but I'm only saying the names that are popular. Memo, Snack with Victor Conti. You could go dig up Alex Ariza. He ain't been popping since Manny, but fuck it, bring him back. Whoever's on that level.
Call Chris Algieri. Shit. He's a
I'm with
Chris.
you. I'm
Chris
with
will get you right.
Chris will get you right, and he'll cook for you. He'll get you all the way right. He won't just give you the right workouts. He gonna put the right food in, and he's
exactly.
The word I'm looking for is qualified. He's qualified, but the thing is, are they gonna give him a chance? And has he done an elite level camp? And are you gonna take that chance on the biggest fight of your life? I would do it with Algieri. I think that he got the skills. He always made weight. He never struggled. He made it for all his fights, and he's written books and shit. He cooks. I think he could definitely do it. But if not him, certainly someone on an even higher level than him to make sure you come back down properly. Hire the people that Devin uses. There's no way Devin weighs 165 and is fighting at 140 without the professionals he's got.
That's true.
The other
That's
people,
true.
there's another set of group. I think they're called something fighters. Oh my God. Perfect.
I wouldn't know.
Perfect. And I know it's like Perfect Fighters or Perfect Fitness something, and they get you right too. James Lockwood is who Devin uses. Call him, but you need a real strength
He got to
coach.
do something.
Yep.
He better get the best of the fucking best. Spend that money, top of the line, because he gonna need it. He gonna need it. And it makes me wonder real quick, because I don't know. He looked great in the beginning of that last fight. He gassed out. They trying to put it on injuries. He wasn't healthy. I don't know what it is. It seems to me like when I watched that fight, it seemed like he got discouraged because he was hitting that dude with everything. I mean, upstairs, downstairs, and Buddy wasn't going nowhere. So I don't know if mentally he just checked out. That's David. Benavidez. On his last fight. Them first 4 rounds,
I just think he didn't have the same energy on his punches because again he was zapped. He looked flabby. He didn't look like he had a great camp. But listen, I got to get to some other callers, which is unfortunate because I really liked him in Miami. I felt like the heat, the humidity. He was running so much. He was working with a group of people, so he was motivated to be in the gym for hours and days and days. It's just that whatever strength training they had for him there, that wasn't it. It wasn't doing it. But, it is what it is, right? Moving on to the next caller. Who we got here?
Yo, Ness.
I never went to you play. I'm so sorry. Go for it.
H-Town, baby. Hey, you looking for a strength and conditioning guy, man? Why are you looking for, man? CYP. He's got a world-class class facility. He coaches fighters. He's a world-class athlete. What else? Track and field star, champion. I mean, set up CYP right there. We get Brandon Lentz down there, too. 2 people that hate Canelo training David. Shit. Get the best training ever. Anyway, but yeah, hey man, it's a good fight, man. Like I said, I'm a Bud fan, man, and in my heart I want Bud to win, but then my mind says, hey, Bud's gonna start trading like a dog because once he gets clipped one time, he's gonna get mad and he won't want to get it back. Then we're gonna have a Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia situation where the pride got the best of him, instead of keeping to the game plan. Because I mean Bud's history being you hit me, I'm gonna hit you 3 times. You know what I mean? So that's why my only problem with the fight, as far as who deserves it, who don't deserve it, hey, Bud and Canelo deserve it. Everybody else needs to shut up. Nobody's as decorated as these two guys. These two guys could do what they want. If this is what the fight they're trying to get, everybody shut your mouth. All y'all Spence fans crying, shut your mouth. Go dig him out the ocean. That boy's well food. He got eaten up. Spence is with. Hey, Spence got a trainer already or what?
No reports. No
No
reports.
reports. No reports. He's still in the bar for all we know. You know. So all y'all Spence fans crying about Bud getting the fight, and all y'all Benavidez fans crying about Canelo picking a smaller guy and all this bull crap, trying to already take away from credit of this fight. Y'all shut up, man. Work on your career. Work on your legacy. These two guys, their legacy is cemented. These two guys are legends. These are the actual stars of boxing right now. These are guys that deserve all the praise, not just fanboyism. Everybody should praise these two guys. These guys are the best of the best, especially around these same weight classes. Other than that, you got and Noah Inoue and those guys down there that nobody likes to acknowledge because they're smaller guys. But other than that, everybody needs to shut the mouth, appreciate greatness. That's all I got.
Appreciate you as always. As we transition into the next caller, let's make sure that we continue to hit the thumbs up. I have opened the live chat, and since then, we're only at 670. We should be easily at 1,000. Let's go, man. I need those numbers. Numbers is power. You feel me? Right now, we're at 231,291 subscribers. So we're still trying to get to that next goal of 232,000. So we still need about another 800, give or take, because you win some and you lose some. You don't always just gain. People subscribe and they unsubscribe. We got Drew. What it do?
Yeah, come back to me.
All right, AMG Chamaco, what up? AMG, going once. We got Diego, what up? Diego, you gotta unmute. Diego, gotta unmute. You there? Tip Bellis.
Yo.
Yo.
Yeah, man. Been a long day. Just hearing all this talk about Terence Bud Crawford, man. Like, you know, just wild talk. Like, Bud Crawford will be the best win on Canelo's resume. You know what I'm saying? Because Bud Crawford beat Julius Ndongo, future Hall of Famer, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what makes Terence Crawford, you know what I'm saying, Canelo's best win. Shall he beat him? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just nasty talk, man. You know what I'm saying? Beat beating dudes like John Molina and Felix Diaz. You know what I'm saying? That makes
Nah, it's
that
because
makes
he's two-time undisputed.
come on, bro. That man had this, bro. He had the weakest undisputed run of anybody who's been undisputed. Like, what are we talking about?
Why you
Like,
diminishing that man's career? That's what
bro?
we saying
Come on,
people
man.
do, and you doing it
Man,
again.
I'm just giving you the truth, man. That man ain't been through no gauntlet. Charlo had a better undisputed run than him. Respectfully, bro, Charlo had a way better undisputed run than Bud Crawford. You know what I'm saying? Like why we keep trying to like put this dude in matter of fact, and yeah, no, I missed yesterday's show. I want to get this off too. The WBO is doing nasty work, bro. Cause I'm really trying to figure out how a dude moved up a weight class, fought for a WBA title, and then fought for a WBO interim title in the same fight. I have never seen that.
You know why? Come on, why you acting like this some fucking
I've never seen
conspiracy?
that. I've never
Don't
seen
you
that.
want me
I'm
to
just saying
waste
I've
your
never
call
seen
to
that. Is
educate you?
nasty.
That is nasty, man. That's nasty.
Champ.
That's nasty. All I'm saying, I've never seen it, and it's nasty work. You
Champ,
ain't gotta
think
educate
about
me.
it.
I'm
Think
good.
about it.
Yeah,
He's the super champion. He's the
hey,
super
that's
champion.
cool.
He
That's
activated his
cool.
status to fight the WBO champion in Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu then asked to do his fight with Fundora. WBO says, yeah, cool, do your thing because you've been defending the belt. But the winner must
Hey,
face Crawford. End the story.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Oh,
That's
I'm just
nasty
saying.
work, bro.
I'm just
It's
saying.
nasty work. It's nasty work what the WBO is doing. You know what I'm saying? I don't
Man.
respect it. You know what I'm saying? They allow Crawford to pull that stunt, but you know what I'm saying? When it came to, when my boy was about to get down, nah, you can't fight for the title. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say, man. That's all I'm gonna say. This dude always catching breaks, man. I mean, he always catching breaks. But it's like I said, man, they hyping this dude up, man. Let this dude up, move up to 68 and fight Charlo, man. Let him fight somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all keep wanting this dude to fight flat-footed fighters, man. What's up with this, bro? What's up with this? Like, why don't we put him against a threat, bro? When is he gonna fight a threat, bro? So I can at least give him some type of praise, bro. The man ain't fought a threat. Let the man fight Big Charlo, Little Charlo, Little Charlo. He still got the ring magazine. Like, do something, bro. You know what I'm saying? We hyping
You
him
may
up.
feel like
Yeah,
it's your
run a
time,
counter. I'm gonna send you five. I'm gonna send
but
you
it's
five.
not your
Run a
time.
counter. Like, bro. Like, we hyping this dude up for his best win being Earl Spence, but Earl Spence never beat the number one guy at 47. You know what I'm saying? He never beat the number one guy at
That's
47.
the bell
He
player Himalaya. You already know. Diego, you got to unmute, my friend. Oye, compa, está ahí. I wonder if this Diego that came to my fight party that lives in Mexico. Hello, Diego, my friend. Diego, my friend. Diego, nos vemos. Te jodiste, papá. Drew, what up?
Yo, you hear me?
Yep.
Yo, we back. Man, Tip Bayless, stop it, man. Tip was one of the callers saying Bud got to lay down. Remember this when they thought Spence was gonna get the fight? He hopped in the ring with Fundora. They was laughing that Bud got outmaneuvered again. So now when Bud flex a little bit, he get going. I'm gonna take your advice though, Ness. We should be getting back to boxing. I could jump on here and say the burrito eaters and the chitlin eaters are mad going at each other, but I'll avoid the racial stuff today. We should be on board with this. We should be applying the pressure that Canelo takes care of Berlanga, easy work, and hops on the December card for a big Riyadh spectacle. Let him get on the card, Canelo and Crawford get on the card with Usyk and Fury. Let's really let Turkey do what he want to do and have these big spectacles of boxing. Let's apply that pressure. Damn the triangle theories of who did this, who did that. We all want to see the fight, bro. We all want to see the fight. Let's put the pressure on. Okay, you want to have it next? All right, do it in December. The big Riyadh season card. Or are we going to get people crying, complaining that's in Saudi and that should be an American fight? I thought Tip Bayless said Bud don't garner American fans. So what does the fight need to be over here for? In regards to the CYP and Jay Sims, the Ali did not get no love till he got sick, really, from the casual American. Ali really, really crossed over at the 96 Olympics with the casuals getting the love when he lit the torch in Atlanta. I don't know what Jason was talking about. It's all documented, factual. Every damn Muhammad Ali documentary talks about how he didn't get no love, how he was a draft dodger, all this shit. So I don't know what the hell Jonathan was talking about. Put the E and J down, brother. You know what I mean? But yeah, let's get back to boxing, bro. Tip Bayless, don't be mad at Crawford. Ran through your guy over there, bro. Earl, not the true Spence. It was the fish fry, baby. Let's get this fight going. I got Canelo winning after what I saw, and you know what I mean, that it is what it is. And Cliff, man, Cliff, quit crying on here. You sound like Yvette and Baby Boy saying, "Ness don't love me no more." Come on, Cliff. That's my call.
All right. Looks like Tip is busy back with another one. Twin says Bud with the dollar cash app. Bud is pound for pound number one for a reason. Canelo in no rush. And Tip with the counter.
First of all, if you're smart, no, we do not want to see this fight. This is not the fight we are calling for. The fight we are calling for is David Benavidez versus Canelo Alvarez, bro. Respectfully, bro. That is the fight we're calling for. You know what I'm saying? The fights we really want to see Terence Crawford in is against Tim Tszyu, Fedora, Erickson, Lubin, all them threats that are at 154 now. You know what I'm saying? Now when the division is loaded, now when he's in a loaded division, he wants to hurry up and get up out of there and go fight Canelo. You know what I'm saying? Now he wants to get up out of there and go fight a payday. You know what I'm saying? Because he sees how stacked that division is and there's threats there. You know what I'm saying? You can't run and hide no more. You know what I'm saying? Behind the money wall. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just nasty, bro. Like your man he's pulling BS stunts, man. He's pulling BS stunts. He did that at 47, man. We watched everybody fight each other at 47 while this dude sat on the sideline fighting the Americans and Kell Brooks of the world, you know what I'm saying, who are already past prime and beat up and done. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just nasty work, bro. Like that's why his resume look weak. You know what I'm saying? When you really look at it down the line, you know what I'm saying? Like man fought Kell Brook after Kell Brook had already got his eye socket broke by Triple D, had his eye socket broke coming back down fighting Earl Spence. Then he fought Khan, who had already been knocked out. You know what I'm saying? He had moved up in weight. You know what I'm saying? Then came back down. You know, it's just nasty when you really start to look at Terence Crawford's resume. Come on, bro. Like what? Like his best prime win. His best prime win is legitimately Victor Postal. That's his best win, bro. That's his best win. You know what I'm saying? People might say Yorkio is Gamboa, but Gamboa was moving up in weight, man. Just look at the fight Gamboa took before he even fought Crawford. It was a shit tune-up, bro. It was the dude ain't. I don't think the dude even fought a 12-rounder before. The dude fight 8-rounders. You know what I'm saying? Gamboa ain't won shit at 35 cents. It looks like a shit win. Even on Tank resume, it looks like a shit win. Haney resume, it looks like a shit win. You know what I'm saying? Gamboa ain't done shit at 35, bro. Terence Crawford's resume is a facade, bro. And now when he in the gauntlet with dudes who actually beating each other, he want to get up out of there and fight Canelo for a payday. Man, fuck out of here, man. I don't champion that bullshit, man. No. Like you know, and then when it comes to Sean Porter had already went through everybody, bro. He was the last dude to fight Porter. Like, come on, bro. Yeah, man. Y'all get on my nerves with this, bro. Y'all get on my nerves with this champion Terence Crawford BS, man. Put that in the ring with some killers, man. Put him in the ring with some killers. There's no reason he shouldn't be calling out Charlo now that Charlo said he coming back.
You stay
You know what I'm saying?
You stay hating on poor Crawford, man.
Hey, man, it's not my fault that I'm exposing the truth about this
Postal
dude, bro.
is his best win is just like your nastiest work ever.
Hey, man. Victor Postal didn't look like Earl Spence.
Let me tell you something. I think it's because you saying Victor Postal. I know why, because your favorite fighter is Gary Russell, and that's his biggest win. So you trying to make it sound like something.
That is crazy. That's nasty. No, I'm just looking at it, man. When I look, I mean, if you want to say Earl Spence, that's cool, but Spence was older than Postal. Postal was 32 when Crawford fought him.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, he was about to be out of his prime. Mm-hmm. 32. He had the end of a prime. Ain't your prime years from like 28, 27 to 33, like something like that. 28. I mean, it's 30.
Next
32.
level hate from
like you know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. It ain't my fault I'm telling the truth about this dude Terence Crawford just beating up expired milk.
So
man.
what's the problem? What's the problem? Because the man literally trying to fight Canelo.
Man, yo, you know what the problem is with Canelo, man.
You saying he ain't fighting nobody and he ain't fighting nobody. Now he trying to fight Canelo. You still got a problem.
Canelo, we know we want to see David beat up Canelo and send his ass on the way out the door.
You feel like it's your time.
Let's stop the games.
But it's not your time.
Super chat, Jonathan Sims. Why my guy mentioning my name? I only sent the counterpunch. I didn't speak on Ali's situation. But if you're putting me with J Mac and what he said about it, okay, I stand behind what he said. If you're watching this on YouTube, go ahead and hit that thumbs up. Let's go ahead with the visibility. It's going to put this episode in the eyes of boxing fans that have not seen this episode or this channel. We got Jerome, $5. Canelo is more known for who he lost to and who he's not fighting than what he's done in boxing. He didn't win one round against Floyd. This is Ya King. Lord have mercy. See what I'm saying? They just know how to discredit. Jay, Billy. Jay, Billy.
Yo, yo, yo. You got me?
Yep.
Hey man, I'm glad you just checked your nephew because I was about to go off on both of y'all, but I'm gonna spare you a little bit. The Crawford hate is crazy, and that's the Crawford hate for you is kind of leaking out too. See, at the end of my call, I said whatever Crawford wants, he should be able to get, and I'm speaking to the fans. You thinking I'm just speaking on some? Oh, he got the leverage shit. I already said at the beginning of my call that Canelo can't get clout off of Crawford because his name is already big. So how would I be saying Crawford calls any shots? And you said I don't break down any fights. I'm sorry. It's a little transition when you kick us out of Discord. We got to get back in real quick.
Oh no, I didn't say you don't break down it. I said that we've gotten away from the topic, and it's always about, you know, fighter's resume, and this one ain't doing that. Like we should be happy that he's considering a fight. He's saying it's next. What date could it happen?
See.
How does he win? How does he
Hell yeah, man.
lose? But instead,
And I've
we
been
talking
saying
about
this.
who
I've
Canelo
been
fighting, who he not fighting. It's just crazy to me.
Yeah, man, I've been saying this. These two of my favorite fighters, so at least I'll be able to say I got to see two of my favorite fighters get in the ring with each other. Despite the weight advantage or the weight difference. So, yeah, man, like I've been saying, it's weight classes for a reason. I just feel like Canelo might be too big, but the impossible could happen. What people think can't happen, it probably could happen. Bud could probably pull out the win. Hopefully, it's at a catch weight. Hopefully, it's somewhere like at 164, or that's the only place I can see it. Because the male fight was at 68, or was that at 64? Yo.
Yeah, I hear you.
So the male fight was at 64. Was that at a catchweight or was that at 168?
Nah, that was 68.
Damn, yeah. So
I don't remember no
hopefully he
catch
can
weight
get
for
it at a
that.
catchweight because really the only chance that he got. But Crawford does have the skill he displayed, and like I said, it's a gladiator sport. So may the best man win. If Bud feels like he can get in the ring and make it happen, then let him try to make it happen. But I feel like the weight is too much. We got Canelo coming up with Berlanga, and he's gonna show y'all when he knocks out Berlanga. Then people are gonna call in and say, "Hey, man, I think it's too much." Because, like I said, he was laying up on Jaime. He didn't want to do that to Mexico, to his fellow brethren. So, people not really seeing that. I saw that. I saw him knock out Kovalev, a 175 pounder that knocked out a Lion and Anthony Yard, his fight before that. So you got me there.
I hear you.
Yeah, man. It's just too much. It's too much. But these are two of the best pound for pound fighters in the sport today. So hopefully they get it on, man. Keep on putting in that work, man. I'm gonna tap back in if somebody say something.
You may feel like it's your time, but it's not your time.
Jersey Bob.
Low Ness, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Listen, the stuff you talking about, all sports, they talk about and discredit. And I got to go to the NBA. I coach basketball. My sons watch basketball. They all discredit. I showed them Patrick Ewing. They all, oh, he was going against guys with 6'8". It's always an excuse why the dude wasn't that great. That's what people do in all sports. I show him Charles Barkley. He couldn't do that now. That's what people do in all sports. So it ain't just boxing. But my real problem is like this dude CYP, and I know you saw him boxing, but this dude wasn't there and talking about he read some report. Well, my dad is 85 and he was in the Air Force and they would not feed him because he was black. So you gonna listen to him or you gonna listen to some white guy who got a master's degree in history and tell you about history? You gonna listen to my dad. My dad was there. He done told us, me, my brothers, everybody, what the real deal was. Or I'm gonna listen to some dude in the history books. And this is the last thing I'm gonna leave you with. History, it depends on your perspective. My dad took a college course. The professor was English. All them people we call heroes, he said was traitors. It's all your perspective. So all these people talking like he like, well, everybody hated Muhammad Ali. That some people might have felt that way, and then some people might have felt everybody loved Muhammad Ali. So you can't prove either way is true. So both people might be right. But he needs to stop talking about all this he studied. Who cares what you study if you wasn't there? If you wasn't there, you don't really know. So shut the hell up, CYP. All right, man. Have a good night.
Jersey Bob. We got a couple counterpunches from the community. DC3 with the counterpunch for Tip Bellis. We got Jerome with the counterpunch for Jerry Soriano, your lender. And we got Bodywork Boxing with another counterpunch for Tip Bellis. AMG, what up? AMG, what up? If you're watching this on YouTube, smash that thumbs up. It's free. Sharing the show is free. That's how you can help me. You feel me? Everybody ain't got $1 to give, but you certainly got a finger to press that thumbs up. So go ahead and do that. You can also subscribe, you know. You can take it a step further and grab your, spouse device, child's device. I don't give a damn who device. Get me them numbers. So I get those big sit downs, AMG, you're not connecting. And Tip, you haven't claimed 2 counter punches.
You may feel like it's your time, but it's not your time.
All right. Well, on that note, we got a counterpunch from DC3 for CYP. But if y'all don't come get these, I'm about to be out. Oh, here goes Tip. What up?
Yo.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Yeah, this narrative that is Crawford hate is a facade, man. I just like telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? When I look at a guy's resume, you know what I'm saying, I'm looking at his opponents. Almost every fighter has an opponent on their resume, you know what I'm saying, that got beat up, you know what I'm saying, prior to, you know what I'm saying, facing the champion or whatever, almost all of them have it, right? But it's just like when you look at like the damage that the fighters have taken, you know what I'm saying, on a certain level, bro. When you look at Crawford resume, and you know what I'm saying, if them guys have even gotten to that level, like a Jose Benavidez, like the dude, like we couldn't even see the best Jose Benavidez, bro. The guy got shot. He was fighting on one leg, and Crawford made it a tough fight. Like he went 12. He went 12 with a one-legged Jose Benavidez, and then we see Jose Benavidez later on at 164 against Charlo, and Charlo cooked him 12 rounds with just the jab after being on a 2-year layoff. Come on, bro. Bro, like this the dude we call him pound for pound, man. When people making your opponents look like easy wins, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I say, if this dude gonna move up and fight Canelo, let's see you fight a dog first. You know what I'm saying? Let's see if you really ready for Canelo. You know what I'm saying? This is why I call for the Andres and the Charlos, man. You know what I'm saying? Because it don't seem like they're gonna make a Jaime Munguia. You know what I'm saying? All them other dudes. Hey, ain't nobody gonna want to see him fight Berlanga. Berlanga not gonna be a test for him. Come on, bro. Fight a champion. You know what I'm saying? Looking to get back, and you know what I'm saying? Got fresh legs, man. Charlo. You know what I'm saying? Andre, man, Andre just had his toughest fight, so now he got the experience under his belt. You know what I'm saying? Let's see one of them dudes, man. You know what I'm saying? Fight Erickson Lubin, man. Somebody who done lost and somebody who knows how to win and come back, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's plenty of fighters. That Majamal shit, that wasn't doing it for me, bro. I'm sorry, bro. It just wasn't doing it for me. That was a nasty fight, bro. That was a nasty fight. And then the fact that the WBO sat there and made that man an interim.
But somehow you're not mad that the WBA let Lamont Roach defend his belt versus who exactly was that?
Shit, yeah, you know who it was? It was
No, I
McCory
don't.
cousin.
I don't. Tell us.
Man, stop the cap, man.
All
You was just
right.
praising Edgar Berlanga for fighting Patrick McCory, and Lamont Roach just fought his brother.
Patrick McCory had an IBO champion.
Man,
His brother that Lamont Roach fought didn't have nothing.
Look, we got to tune up. We got to tune up because Oshaki was busy. We were supposed to make the Oshaki fight. Oshaki went and lost. Now Oshaki trying to get his belt back. And you know the thing with our mandatory is, as Gary Jonas said, they want us to come to Russia.
All
but,
we saying is you crapping on one fighter, but you praise another.
And then,
you was happy
then,
that he brought that fight
They
hometown,
got the whole
though.
thing with the WBC. They got the whole thing with the WBC where them two dudes is fighting a rematch that shouldn't even be happening because this one dude went up to 35 and lost, and the other dude, he just got cooked in his last fight. And I don't understand how he get another title shot. Like, you know what I'm saying? But he got a BS win. Once again, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's just nasty things when I look at, you know what I'm saying? And I got to bring this other dude up, Riyadh Season. You know what I'm saying? Riyadh Stevenson, man. When I look at his resume just looks bad. You know what I'm saying? Because all his best wins are getting gifts. All his best wins, the dudes that he beat are getting gifts. I'm terrible because I'm realizing that all his best wins are getting gifts, and the fight that he really lost, he won. Like, come on, bro. Like, you can see everything behind somebody's resume, bro, and their body of work when you actually look at the fights, man. You know what I'm saying? When you actually look at the fights, this is why I say, man. Well, I always told y'all, Earl Spence was going to get knocked out if he ever faced the puncher, man. I ain't think Crawford was that type of puncher, but he was sharp enough to, you know what I'm saying, do what he did to Earl. I ain't think, you know what I'm saying, Crawford would have been the guy. Y'all know who would have been the guy, in my opinion. But you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. The same thing with Crawford, man. Crawford ain't faced no hitter, bro. He ain't faced no hitter. Y'all talking about Mean Machine. Who the fuck is Mean Machine, bro? For real. Who's Mean Machine? You know what I'm saying? I want somebody to call in and tell me who the hell Mean Machine is, what Mean Machine ever done.
But champ, Earl is the hitter. He was Mr. No Tune-Ups.
Come on,
dog. He was taking belts from champions.
Ness. He was taking belts from champions.
Yes.
Come on, man. So we gonna act like
he took all the belts, his belts. He got them from champions, bro.
We gonna act like Brook didn't go up 2 weight classes, then come back down and fight this man. Come on, bro.
And
come on, bro. I'm telling you, man. Like we know who the real threat at 47 was, bro. You about to make me talk like Mr. Perfect, bro. Like we know who the real threat at 47 was, and Bud ain't want to fight that man. He ain't want to fight the man. It's simple. And he still don't want to fight him. He don't even want to fight Charlo now. We know Charlo really the man at 54. Now he trying to move up and fight
Why
Canelo.
would he fight Charlo off a loss, bro? You just saying anything today.
Come on, bro. Why would he fight Charlo off a loss? How many other fighters fight somebody off a loss?
Yeah, and
off a loss.
And that's not pound for pound. Like, he not moving like that. He not moving like that.
And you saying why would he fight Charlo off a loss? But you saying here talking about Earl who fought Kell Brook off a loss. Like, come on, dog. You see what I'm saying? Like, but and then the Charlo.
No,
the Charlo
Earl was the mandatory. That don't matter. You telling a champion to pick a you asking a champ. It don't matter. You asking a champion to pick a dude off a loss.
He got stopped. Brook got stopped. Charlo ain't get stopped.
He was the mandatory. You want him to walk away from his mandatory title challenge? Get your man. You sound crazy today. You should say anything to say it.
I guess, bro. I guess. But shout out to Terence Crawford, man. Saw his career, man.
But it's not your time.
The hate is real, bro. 2 calls of just nonstop Bud Crawford hate is whoa. AMG, finally, are you there?
Yeah, what's up, Ness? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my bad, man. Kept getting work calls. I'll tell you what. I like this fight for TBV. I like this fight for our community. I think it's gonna fucking blow up. The closer and closer it gets, like you imagine like media week and all that for Bud versus Canelo, it's gonna be huge.
Yeah.
I don't love the fight as like, yeah, purist or whatever, but fuck that. It's gonna be entertaining. If nothing else, the buildup will sure as fuck be entertaining. So I like it because of that. Another thing is, I don't see where Canelo can get the same amount of money. I mean, it's either David or it's playing hardball trying to get a Crawford fight or a Crawford offer that he likes or whatever, right? I don't think he's going to make that same amount of money if he goes and tries to fight Bivol again. And who else is really left at 168? I get that Canelo will make, whatever, 30 to 35, 40 mil. But this is like his two chances to push the envelope. And I don't know whether it's 100 or 200, whatever it might be, maybe 60, 75 for one fight. That's why I think it is going to happen. And I like the fight. Like I said, I like the fight mainly for our community. And we always know that the big shows always bring two cultures together. Like that's a must. That's must see. Yeah, David's got his own following, but you can't compare the amount of people that are going to come out for Bud compared to the people that would come out for David. Like there's way more people that are going to come up for Bud, in my opinion.
Yeah,
So
I can't deny that. I can't deny that. He certainly has people that call in, and when we did the Earl and the Bud, fight party. I mean, bro, we had to get 2 theaters. So yeah, he's got a fan base.
Now, if Canelo loses, obviously that's huge for Bud. Well, I should say if Bud wins, that's huge for his resume. If Canelo wins, people are gonna shit on it. Like that's a fucking given. But whatever, at least he got paid, right? That would basically be like how he justifies it. So I think that's why he really wants to try to push the envelope with how much he's gonna get paid, is because he knows people will shit on it. All these callers calling right now saying that, oh, I'm gonna give him credit, I'm gonna give him credit. Out of 20 people that say that, maybe 1 or 2 will. The rest are gonna shit all over it and say that Bud should have never moved up, fight should have never happened. But, Canelo walks out with a check, so fuck it. But yeah, I want to see it. Let's do it. That's all I got, man. Keep it up.
You the man. We got the teacher.
What's good with Ness?
What up, champ?
Hey, listen, man. You just cannot please these Negros. Listen, if Canelo and Bud fight technically, the reason why it's a great fight, because I know, because I just want people to see that the days that you think you just can box Canelo and be moving around, that shit just, excuse my language, it's not gonna work anymore. Two things is one thing for certain: Canelo's gonna come forward. He's gonna check you with the hook, whether it's up or downstairs. He's gonna go to your body, and all the moving around and all of that. That's not gonna do anything. That's over with. That I don't know why people even, and you're not gonna hit Canelo. His defense is advanced, highest level defense. That's why he's able to go up and be a 3-time world champion in Sergey Kovalev, 3-time WBO, and he knocked him out cold. And he went 12 with Bivol, who's a legit 75
Damn you,
pounder.
Bud. Oh my bad.
It's kind of crazy, like how people think. And listen, I love Bud. But the other slander is just like everybody was saying Earl Spence was him. So then now when he get his pack busted, now he just wasn't this. And man, stop it. Stop it. Anybody I don't really know these guys' names like that, but I hear the clown talk. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy because you can only fight who they put in front of you. But at the end of the day, whether you lose to somebody at the top level or you get upset, on your record, it still counts as a loss. You got to keep winning at the end of the day. Wins is win. Floyd didn't get to 50-0. And if Canelo does when he does beat Bud, it'll be another champion to go towards the list of how many champions he beat. So it does mean something because it'll be a list of champions that he beat on a resume of champions. So you just got to stop the cap. That's just the fact. I'm glad that Bud if he get the fight because it's a good test of his skill. But it's gonna be different when he get in there, bro. It's not gonna be what he thought it was. He underestimating the speed of Canelo and the head movement and the slickness, the craftiness. You can't underestimate those things. And thinking you just can move around in the ring, that's not gonna work like that. It's just not. How you feel about? Well, logically, what would you say, Ness?
I mean, obviously got to see it, but you know, watching Jamel have such issues certainly is signs for
You may
concern.
feel like it's your time,
Yeah,
but it's
because
not your time.
Jamel
But I got a
is one
counterpunch,
thing.
Troy, from
No, do your thing. Do your thing.
JT, who I'm assuming. What up, JT?
Yeah, hear me?
We hear you.
Yeah, Mr. Teacher. Hey, bro, I thought you been around boxing alone to know it just you so stuck on Canelo, but I heard you say everything what Canelo could do. But see, this the thing though about that, and I know Ness made that comment about coaches calling him about how he break down the fight. Not only when we call and try to break down fights, nobody want to hear that because it's above y'all pay grade. Y'all don't really understand it anyway. But let's talk about it. He said Canelo go come forward and Bud is just gonna move back. Bud is not gonna just consistently move back. Y'all just brought up Jamel Cholo. Jamel Cholo had good movement, but it was uneducated. He was moving unnecessarily. He wasn't setting no feints up. He wasn't drawing Canelo to open up on shots to counter, to pull back counter, all this. This the things that Buzz does. And like y'all talk about Bud last fight, but you gotta remember, Bud controlled that dude from a southpaw stance that took away his jab. And y'all kept saying he kept getting nailed with the right hand. See, I saw that. A lot of people don't see that. But back to Canelo and Bud. I don't think Bud is just gonna move Troy the whole time. He gonna sit in the pocket like Floyd was doing with him a little bit, drawing him into the fight. Canelo got good defense, but he's vulnerable when he throw offense because he's flat-footed. So I think Bud is gonna go kind of off his offense. He's gonna open Canelo up. You got to remember that. What you could take away from Canelo does good, you got to look at what Bud does great. He's a counter puncher. He punches real hard. You got to remember why Canelo didn't just take over Floyd when Floyd was hitting with certain little shots. So what you think them same shots gonna happen when Bud hit Canelo? Y'all talk all this crazy talk and y'all keep saying size. Before the fight, I was rooting for Errol, but I never said Errol's size was the biggest issue with Bud Crawford. Everybody was saying Errol was too strong. They're saying the same shit about Canelo. Canelo is a strong individual, but he's not a bigger guy than Canelo. I'm sorry, than Bud Crawford. So Troy, if you come here saying one sided, but bro, I'm questioning your boxing knowledge because you sit here talk big up what Canelo does good, but you don't pick up what Bud be doing and then how he be dissecting people, breaking people down. So like that's the shit I want to hear. Stop being so on one side on Canelo. You know Bud does a lot of stuff. That's why he's a pound for pound great. He makes good adjustments. Everybody kept telling Bud to switch to orthodox. Why you think he didn't switch to orthodox in the last fight? I bet y'all ain't noticed that. He wanted to take away the man's jab and control him with one hand. Y'all kept saying he kept getting hit with the right. You rather get hit with one shot or you rather get hit with both hands? So, this is why I think Bud does have a good chance on beating Canelo. I never say stopping him or dropping him. I say beating Canelo. A 12-round fight. That's why it's a 12-round fight. A lot of people not getting credit for going 12 rounds anymore, but I can see Bud outpointing Canelo in a
You may
12-round
feel like
fight.
it's your time,
That's my counterpunch,
but
man.
it's not your time.
All right, JT. Nike Hendricks is on you.
Shouts out to Ness, the boxing voice. I just got on, man. I'm catching up. Shouts out to the last caller, Cooking. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Ness, is that Troy who used to be on the show?
That was.
Damn, what happened to Troy, man? I ain't hear from him in a while. My arch nemesis. Nah, man, but I like this, that Canelo say the fight can still happen. He keeping hope alive. That's all we want. Shit. And two, like he was saying, everybody just up in Canelo and not saying what Crawford do good. Cause shit, Crawford got flaws, Canelo got flaws. That's why they get in that ring and see who the best. You got 2 pound for pound greats. Well, Canelo undisputed one division, right? 68. Just 68, yeah. He undisputed 68. And shit, Crawford 2-time undisputed. And man, Crawford trying to go 3. That's why he want the Canelo. He testing himself. It was cool when shit Canelo tried to beat Bivol and went back down. It was he dared to be great, but he lost. He dared to be great, but shit Crawford tried to do it. It's too much. I don't know, man. These standards of boxing. If a motherfucker want to be great, let them be great. If they fail trying, hey, they failed trying. At least they tried. But shit, ain't no prize for second place. I want to see them fight because the winner of that fight, pound for pound, #1 of this era. The winner of that fight right there. But y'all keep cooking, man. I'm gonna catch up along with it, Ness. Keep doing you.
Yeah, I think that's a bit unfair to say that the winner is pound for pound #1 of this era because that doesn't give Inoue an opportunity to get into the fun, right? Like he can't physically fight for that position the way that Crawford and Canelo potentially will. Ahmed, what up?
Yes, this, but how's it going?
Straight.
Yo, what do you think about Canelo saying that he didn't want this fight a couple of was it weeks ago that he doesn't like movers, but now he's open to fighting him. Like I still think the weight
Well,
is a
I
big
think you
factor.
misinterpreted it. I mean, he clearly said that he used to be a mover and now he's not moving so much based off his last fight.
Canelo said that about himself, or was that about
About
the Crawford
Crawford.
fight? Because
About Crawford.
all right, because I still think the weight is a big factor. But if he's not going to fight Benavidez, then I think this is probably the biggest fight. Would you say available for Canelo? Because unless he wants to go back up to fight Bivol or the winner of Bivol Batubia, which I think if it is a Bivol rematch, that will be a big fight. But I don't know who else he could fight at 68. Unless Bivol wants to drop down. Like his
Yeah,
Crawford
I
fight
don't
is, I
think he'll
think,
do
brick.
it. I don't think Canelo will do it at 68 just due to knowing he won't get credit. These people seem to believe that doesn't matter, but it does because if it didn't, he wouldn't have said it. He would have did the 168, but he knows that people are gonna just say what he said that you had to bring him down. That's not the division you lost at. You know.
I agree, but if Bivol wants to move down, I heard you, I think, debating with someone a couple of weeks ago that you were saying when Bivol won the fight. I wouldn't say Bivol was the A side, but he had some sort of leverage, if that's the right word, in negotiations or the rematch. And I think if Bivol wanted it at 68, he should have been allowed to dictate that term. But Canelo didn't want to fight him because then, if Canelo would have won the rematch, they could have had a third fight. Then that would have been on Canelo's demand at 75, which he probably would have wanted it. I think Canelo kind of missed the boat because a lot of people wouldn't give him credit, but he could have fought him like 3 times. He didn't. He didn't just have to fight him at 68. If he won the rematch at 68, they could have fought at 75, the third fight, and then Canelo could have, been 1-1 going into that third fight. But I was gonna ask you one question. What do you think about? You were saying Danny and Thing would be a big fight. If Crawford and Canelo fight and Danny beats Lara, is that a bigger fight than the Danny Thing fight, Canelo? Because Crawford is not a big pay-per-view draw, it seems like.
But I mean, if he beats Canelo, he's got to gain something, bro.
No, I'm saying if Canelo's got a choice between if Danny beats
Oh,
Lara and
oh,
Crawford,
oh, oh.
what's the bigger fight? What's the bigger fight?
I mean, it's hard to say
Obviously.
that the Crawford fight is not bigger because there's just more demand. No one's even talking about Danny.
Yeah, but Danny's fighting on the undercard. I don't know if he knocks Lara out. I don't think Lara's been knocked out. that might make or call for some demand because at the moment I don't know, is Crawford really even a pay-per-view draw? Really, I know Danny hasn't fought on
Bro,
pay-per-view
I don't
outside
know,
his
but if
fights.
Danny gets a knockout, Lord have mercy, that would be amazing for him. C-Dub, what up?
Yo, how the audio?
Straight.
Straight, that's what's up, man. Shout out TBV, smash that like button, it's free. Do something with yourself. You know, Ness, TB, goddamn, Breakfast Club of Boxing. You know, the TBV community, we here. Yo, so Canelo, you know, he's smarting up. He said, Bud, is a possibility. You know, he was kind of not saying it was a possibility for a while. But, you know, when the Mexican monster, when people coming at you about fighting the Mexican monster, and, you know, but longer, he just as big, he bringing 25 pounds to the scale too. But you know, Belong ain't just bringing 25 pounds, so you got to bring this up now. So I get it, and it's smart. It's smart. You know, it is a want for the fight. It is a market for the fight. So it's only smart to bring up Bud. You know, a couple of divisions down, and not bring up, you know, and say Mexican Monster. You know, is looking to be the next opponent. But I always said, you know, the war's on the back call. I got Canelo stopping Bud, but Bud do got the tools to pull out a Lara type of performance. He has to be moving. He has to be on the back foot heavy. You know, he doesn't move as much now, but who's to say that he's not going to pull that out his trick bag or pull that out his bag, his repertoire bag, and get back to that. You know, I think Bud do got the tools to do it. He's a pound for pound fighter. He's one of the greats. And he'll do what he needs to do to win. The more he mix it up, the more chances he give Canelo to land that shot is going to be by stoppage Canelo. But if he can remain disciplined, not as change as much or little to none, stay on that back foot, stay moving, boxing, pull off a masterclass, I can see Bud edging out a victory. You know, but you got to pull out a masterclass. Canelo already up 3-4 rounds. I mean, Bivol washed them, and what those scorecards was looking like. You know, so it's you in a uphill battle, you know, ice skating uphill on the back foot the whole time and moving the whole time. But if you wash them, then hey, I can see it happening. It should be a good fight, you know. But I don't know if like Bud will remain on the back foot and remain in heavy movement the whole fight. So I mean, I just think Canelo had a chance and had those opportunities to knock him out. And then, like I've been telling everybody, it's very, very hard to stop and to consistently cut off the ring against somebody that's good and somebody that's really focused and that's in the game plan. Ask Boots how he couldn't stop Karen, made those excuses. Ask Shakur, you know, even the greats have a hard time cutting the ring off and consistently trapping somebody so they can land those shots and land combos. So and Canelo even mentioned it. Like, I don't want to fight him, and then people saying, you know, like you said, Ness, you alluded to it when you said people going to think negatively and say you can't cut off the ring. Like, no, they can cut off the ring. You just got a boxer with the pedigree and the knowledge to move, and they got the gas tank to move and keep it up, and then know when to move. So it's going to be a tough fight. It's going to be a tough fight. But shout out TBV, smash that like button, it's free. Do something with yourself.
All right. Appreciate you. That was C-Dub. And looks like we got Tip Bellis with another one. That'll be number 3. Shout out to Tip. We got Twin with another $2. He says, Benavidez beats the winner of Bivol better be. Yeah, but when? When? They about to fight. Are they going to need a rematch? Is the rematch really going to happen? When? Twin, right back with another $1. What happened to beating the guy that beat the guy? Shout out to Mac and Cheese. Salute all my lost vegans. He says $5. He says, oh yeah, Canelo went up and then back. And why can't David? Yeah, I mean, Canelo got that elite level team. You feel me? Uh, looks like we got JT with a counter, number 3 as well. But first, Tip Bellis.
Damn. Before I really get into it, I just want to say, man, shout out to Jamal Charlo, Jermel Charlo, and Erickson Lubin. Something those three guys have in common, man. They all have great jabs. You know what I'm saying? They all have great jabs. Uh, that's does Jeff Horn have a great jab? I don't think he
Nah,
does.
nah, nah.
Uh, does, does Julius and Dongo have a great jab?
I mean, Victor Postal had a good jab. Earl had a great jab. Porter had a great
I mean,
jab. Khan had a great
I
jab.
mean, I
Brook
didn't
had
see,
a great
I didn't see much
jab.
of it. I didn't see much of a jab in that Postal fight.
What?
You
Come
know,
on.
yeah, I'm telling you, go look at it. If I'm wrong,
Come
you go look at the fight
on.
and you tell me that you seen a great jab displayed in that fight.
Come
But
on.
I'm just telling you, bro. I'm just telling you. If he had a great jab, Crawford wouldn't have been able to do anything. You know what I'm saying? We all know when we look at Charlo versus Canelo that all Charlo had to do was jab, but instead he got on his bicycle because he got hit. You know what I'm saying? He showed great footwork in the fight. He just had to use his jab, and he would have been in the fight to possibly win it. We all know that. So we know Charlo got a great jab. We saw what Big Charlo did with his jab. We seen how Erickson Lubin beat Jesus Ramo was just the jab alone, right? You know what I'm saying? We know Lubin could get down. You know what I'm saying? But when you look at these other guys, you know what I'm saying? It just seems like I don't even want to go too much even deeper into the resume. These guys ain't got a great jab. You know what I'm saying? You can say Earl got a great jab, but you know what I'm saying? Earl just got to come forward jab, and he don't even fake behind his jab. He just one direction, straight forward, no feints, no nothing. He running into everything, man. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Like Spence fans don't even know about their favorite fighter, and they'll probably call in and it's spit some BS. But anyway, man, yeah, shout out to them guys, man. Them guys, they all got great jabs, man. All got great jabs, and we know Crawford won't fight anybody with a great jab. You know what I'm saying? He gonna stay out the mix of that. Canelo, guy's flat-footed, man. He's just gonna look to counter him all day, man. Canelo's gonna be like a David Avenesian in that ring. Come straight forward. He's just gonna step back, boop, counter over top. You know what I'm saying? Canelo don't use his jab like that, but we all seen that. We all seen it, bro. It's gonna be like Floyd all over again, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why Canelo's staying away from David. David got a great jab. You know that? David got a hell of a jab, man. Andre got a great jab too. And shout out to the last caller who said something about Danny Garcia. So if Danny beats Laura, then we want to see Danny versus Crawford. Come on, bro. Let's be for real, dog. Why would we want to see Danny versus Crawford instead of Crawford versus Charlo, who was champion at 160? Like, come on, bro. Like, this is the shit I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. But anyway, man, I'm moving on, man. I'm moving on.
You
Shout
may
out to
feel like
Charlos,
it's your
man.
time,
Lines only.
but it's not your time.
JT counter.
Uh, my my thing about somebody having something great, if you got a great jab, it shouldn't have been taken away. So like I don't know, if Canelo hit him first. I just think Charlo never settled down to establish his jab in the fight. Yes, Canelo brought the fight to Charlo like he's supposed to. He's not supposed to wait on somebody with a good jab to get his jab established. So Canelo brought the fight to Charlo. Charlo never settled down. Like I say, you go back and look at the fight. He showed good footwork, but he was uneducated. He kept moving. He wasn't punching when he was supposed to. He wasn't drawing Canelo into traps. But going back to this thing about the Bud and Canelo fight, man, I hear a lot of callers call in, and they say Bud need to move basically to survive to even make it to 12 rounds for Canelo. I highly disagree with it because the aggressive fighter you have to bring the fight to the fighter, and what we based off seeing Bud Crawford fight, he got a good temperament for it to fight Canelo when he's supposed to fight Canelo, to rough Canelo up when he's supposed to rough Canelo, to smother Canelo when he's supposed to smother, because he's gonna need to do all those things to even beat Canelo. I don't see Bud staying on a back foot the whole entire time just to beat Canelo. That's gonna fall into Canelo trap. 12 rounds. I don't care what kind of conditioning. You could be running in the Rocky Mountains all you want. If you constantly moving and not setting stuff up, taking your time to control the fight, you're gonna get tired. And somebody like Canelo, you have to play chess with him. You have to stay inside just a little. You have to move a little bit to throw him off. Like I said, like Troy said, Canelo got good defense, very flat-footed, but good upper body defense. But he's very vulnerable when he opens up. Because when Canelo commits, he opens up, and that's when I think Bud will capitalize on Canelo, on scoring on Canelo. He's gonna draw Canelo into a lot of feints, a lot of movements to open him up to hit him. And like I said, once again, I always say, if Canelo was so big and strong, why he just ain't walked through Floyd? Floyd was pop shotting him. Floyd was stepping on small angles in the pocket. Floyd was smothering him when he was supposed to. Not saying Bud fights like Floyd, but you could take some stuff away from that. So, like, you know, you look at the Arrow fight. Bud pressed Arrow. He took his jab away. Arrow had a great jab coming forward, but he took his jab away, right? That's the main thing. He took Arrow jab away, and it was all she wrote after that for Arrow. And I still rock with Arrow to this day. That's still one of my favorite fighters. But I'm not stupid by far. So, man, y'all just got to look at this boxing thing and take it. Y'all got to just stop saying, "Oh, Canelo's too big. He's too strong." No, that is not true, man. Bud and them Bo Mac and them picking on Canelo for a reason. They think they can beat him, not just for no payday. That's my counterpunch.
Mikey thought he could beat Earl Spence Jr.
But it's not your time.
Everybody sees something until they get in that ring. You feel me? Moose.
Check 1 2 2.
Did I not get to you, Moose?
No, sir. I mean, you did, but I was having some technical difficulties.
You got it. You got it.
Why am I hearing your name twice? I heard your voice twice.
Yeah, no, that was me. My bad. Apologies. You good, though.
Oh, okay. Okay. Japanese going up. Nobody beating anyway. He just got up from a knockdown and stopped Louis Ray. Put the world on notice. Ain't no fighting on the weekend. He ain't messing with these hoes because he training on the weekend. Now, I know you're probably asking yourself, where did this come from? Y'all spoke on Anyway Fighting on Tuesdays. So I was inspired to spit this song. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what song I just imitated?
Sound like a Spider Rico song.
Oh, it's got the club going up on a Tuesday. Got your girl in the cut and she choosing. You remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Drake. You say you're a Drake fan, but look at your ass out here slipping. That's how I know you're getting old. You know what I'm saying? You and Jerry arguing yesterday. Y'all both a couple of geriatrics. But yeah, man, I heard you say earlier, yoke in the face. This was earlier this show. I was like, Ness said yoke in the face? That sounds like a homophobic slur to me. You know what I'm saying? You saying these cats got yoke on their face. What's that about?
You sound weird right now.
I'm just saying, you know, yoke, well, yoke is similar to, you know, skeet.
Nah, never been
That's a
around
baby.
anyone that even referred to yoke as what you're trying to imply, which is strange.
Okay, but you did say yoke on the face, though, right?
Absolutely.
All right. What does that mean?
It's an old school term. Look it up.
Well, in the new school age, that's a pause, my guy.
I mean, cause
Yoke-
y'all young punks ain't comfortable with your sexuality. Y'all the ones that made wearing tight fucking jeans cool. Y'all the ones sag with your asshole out so somebody can run up in it.
Hey, man, they did that in prison back in the day.
Nah, I don't know nothing about that, champ.
You know what I'm saying? But that I fucks with Cam and Mace, and they about your age, ain't they?
Yeah, and Cam wore pink, and he ain't what you saying.
But he do say pause. That's where I got it from.
That's some New York shit.
No,
You ain't from
that's
New
not
York.
where I got it from.
You ain't from New
but that's
York.
where
Stop
I got
being
it.
influenced.
Okay, I hear you. I'm Cali.
You ain't from
you feel
Harlem.
me? The Valley.
You ain't from Harlem. You feel me?
I'm Cali, the Valley.
You
the
ain't part of
Bakersfield where it's real.
Dipset. You ain't part of Dipset.
You know what I'm saying?
You letting some New Yorkers influence you all the
Where
way
chickens
over
carry
there.
steel. Run me again.
You let New Yorkers influence you all the way over there to change the way you talk and the way you think.
That's cool, but run me again. Give me another counter punch.
You
But it's not your
pausing
You know what
in
I'm
front
saying?
of grown men. You
I
pausing
got money on your lunch.
because somebody in New York told you to pause. Y'all
Hey,
wild for
look,
that.
check this out, man. Cam and Mace, salute to Cam and Mace. They doing it big, you know what I'm saying? And I was never into the pause thing until I start watching. I'm watching every episode. I'm running through it right now. You know what I'm saying? But when TBV come on, I gotta shut it down. You know what I'm saying? And I'll come back around. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that yoke in the face, man, that's a pause regardless. And I heard El Tanque saying Bud was scared. He either said Bud was scared of Madrimov power or something like that, or he was a little gun shy, something to that extent. I don't remember verbatim what El Tanque said. You know what I'm saying? AKA, no, it's Baby Joker, AKA El Tanque. I like that name. I heard some people shitting on that name, but El Tanque, I like that. That sounds nice as hell. But man, you was what I would say is that Bud was a little gun shy because Madrimov, he did the most feints in boxing history. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if this is real, but that's just my opinion. This man was feinting it with every step. He was dancing, literally. He had happy feet. You know what I'm saying? So that'll make somebody gun shy, especially you going against somebody with power. But that power must have faded late in the fight, and Bud also must have got his timing down because Bud started to press the action. And also running out of time will make you do that. Black people stay late, so last minute that's when we want to turn up. You know what I'm saying? But shout out to Terence Bud Crawford, you know what I'm saying? Because he held it down. And I got a question. For the panel, you know what I'm saying? What do J Will and H-Town have in common?
What does J. Will and H-Town have in common?
Yeah,
I don't know.
they both call in on other platforms to speak on fighters that they are not particularly fond of.
Oh,
J
word?
Will being Canelo and H-Town being Tank Davis.
Mm.
Two of the cash cows in boxing. And it's funny because J Will, I'm assuming, is a black man, speaking on a Mexican man. And H-Town, baby. He a black Mexican speaking on a black man.
No, you getting H-Town confused with G-Von.
No. I'm talking about H-Town
He never
because
said he
he
was.
called on another platform and somebody even brought it up, and it was probably J Will who brought it up. It was somebody who brought it up. This was some weeks ago. I was at Vallarta getting some groceries. If the bell ring, run me again. We going for 15. You know what I'm saying? We three-time undisputed on this call. Like what Terence Crawford need to be.
You may feel
You know what I'm
like it's your
saying? But yeah, man. And let me
You was
see.
telling us
'Cause,
the
I wrote some
story.
notes down.
You was telling us the
Two-
story. The story
Yeah,
about
I think
H-Town.
I'm done with that. I'm done with that. They both called in on platforms. And
Uh.
H-Town, somebody called in on H-Town and said that's what he did. It was probably DC3. It was one of them brothers though. He was a black man. I know that. At least it sounded like it. But yeah. Let me see. What's the topic?
The topic
Yeah, hey man.
is
I don't need no attitude. You know what I'm saying?
the
I
topic
know you've been going
is
for a long time. It's been a lot of callers, but I asked you a question, my guy, and I need you to answer.
no. I'm answering, my friend. You got it. The topic is Bud and Canelo and the possibility of that happening. Now that Canelo said, even though Bud was ordered to fight Sebastian Fundora, it doesn't matter what they ordered. The fight could still happen.
You know why I ask you what the topic is?
Yes. No, I don't. Tell me.
Because I'm like Floyd Mayweather.
Mm.
I can't read.
Okay.
I'm just joking. Salute to Floyd Mayweather. I love you, Floyd, and all that you've done in the world of boxing.
It's
You know what I'm
funny
saying?
way.
It's just a joke,
Funny
Floyd.
way of showing it. Funny way of showing your jokes.
Don't sing your posse to put a 187 in my ass. Pause.
Whoa, okay.
I got that off a movie. So we're gonna pause. You know what I'm saying? We straight.
I don't know. You pausing a lot. You sound like the type that don't want to be pausing. You're just looking to catch.
I'm looking to catch. I really am. You know what I'm saying? But I like to pause.
This guy's terrible with the freak.
You know, I also rather ask you what the topic is because it keeps you engaged. Pause. 'Cause we ain't getting married. You know what
Oh
I'm
my
saying?
lord! Even for the word engage, you pausing, champ. You doing too
Yeah.
much. They
You know what
got you
I'm
doing
saying?
too much, man. Don't let them Harlem dudes change your life, man.
Shout out to Harlem. I ain't never been there. I'm gonna have to go there one day. Hopefully before I die. You know what I'm saying? And I ask you
More
because God
life, brother.
said,
More life.
ask and you shall. God said, ask and you shall receive. And you are the God of TBV. So I need you to tell me. You know what I'm saying? Tell me what you want. I ain't even gonna go on that, but you know that's that Drew Hill.
That
All
is.
my jiggers know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
All my jiggers.
No, I
You
know about that Drew Hill, bro. Come on.
know what I'm saying? Use a jigger too.
I
You know
know
what I'm saying?
about that Drew
So you
Hill,
know.
bro. I know about that Drew Hill.
But yeah, man. Is that my third right there?
That was it.
Yeah, I got that. That's all I
It
got, man.
feel like it's
I
your
done hit my
time,
limit. You
You
know what I'm
did.
saying? I
but it's
can't
Hey,
not
go
your
up no
time.
more divisions.
nah,
Shout out to TBV.
you the
One love,
man.
everybody.
You the man, champ. You ended it beautifully, man. Brim. Hold on, Brim. Did we get? Let me see. We got Lake County $2. All Ahmed calls sound like masterpiece theater. One way Renzo, $5. That's SDS Renzi, right? I don't think this fight is about tangibles. I'm still not certain that Canelo didn't accept that Bivol loss mid-fight. Neither can afford mistakes. Leonard Sterling, 5-pounder. You see these 135-pound division rumored fights for November in Saudi. Will you consider it as the second show? Okay, as the second show is what he meant. Probably to a hardcore. One of the bouts, no surprise for me. Can you send it to me somewhere so that I can read it? Unless I've already gotten it, which I don't know about. Brim, what up?
What it do, Ness?
What up with you?
Who with you today, bro?
Solo Dolo, Scarface, no
On
Manolo.
the solo mission? Oh, man. Well, I first want to give a gigantic shout out to the new promotional company. He's helping fighters out. You know, tip, you can say less, bay less promotions. You know, if you don't talk a lot, you inactive, you fight every 17 months, every 3 years. Don't worry, just holler at tip, you can say less, bay less. He'll give you a consultation for free and get a breakdown to find out what your needs are, whether you fighting or not. I ain't never seen somebody talk about inactive fighters so much, bro. Congratulations, man. you know, I salute you for at least keeping their name alive, because I mean, for the most part, they ain't doing it their damn self, though. But what's been the sentiment of everybody in regards to Canelo saying that the Crawford fight could happen? What's been the sentiment?
I mean, this audience is happy.
Are they happy? You sure? Most of the
I
audience is happy.
I
I
I, th-
figured it would
I
be like half and half.
I felt like it was more people happy. The thing is that the show kind of turned into will Canelo get credit? So then it became Bud Crawford fans calling in to say that he's the best fighter that Canelo would ever have faced.
Well, you know why I think
Excuse me,
Canelo would get credit.
I
He might
guess
not get
B.
credit on the immediate. He might not get credit from the jump, like in the immediate. But it's one of those wins that if he beats Crawford, if they fight, it will age really beautifully. Because if you're fighting somebody that's on the level that Crawford is, it is going to look good down the line. It'll be people that won't give him credit, but it ain't gonna matter. When you look at history, when it's all said and done. But the truth of the matter, I don't know. There's some people to poo-poo on the fight. I mean, it is what it is, man. If the fight happens, I'm all for it. I'll watch it.
Is it the fight I want to see Bud fighting the most? I wouldn't say that for me. No, I wouldn't say that it is. But if the fight happens, I'm tuned in. I think he has a chance. I don't think he's going to beat Canelo, but I think he has a chance. You know, but we'll see what happens. And it's interesting because I'm thinking what Vandora's going to do because I really don't think Spencer's getting back in the ring anytime soon. I just don't see it. Do you see any indications telling you that it's going to happen?
Just the rumors in the news, the headlines of him and Fundora and the possibility of that. Other than that, no. I mean, there's no clear indication. There's not even footage of the dude running.
I personally think, man, Fandora's going to end up fighting the winner of Tenzu and Murtazaliev, bro, and letting WBO go, and then you got two belts, and if Crawford doesn't get the Canelo
You
belt.
may feel like
But
it's
I
your
appreciate
time,
you, my brother. You be blessed, man.
but it's not your
All
time.
right. DC3 is on you.
Yo, what's the deal?
What up with you?
Shout out to Tip. I'm a campaign for Tip. I'm a campaign for Keith Thurman, Demetrius Andre, Gary Antoine Russell, Bayless, man. Man, Tip hilarious, man. Y'all gotta give him an award or something this year, man. And yeah, man, like Moose was saying though, y'all didn't heard the H Times of the World, the J Wills of the World this call other podcasts. Well, hey, like I say, man, you guys are like I say, that was my issue with Tim Boski when I first really started calling in. These guys, y'all guys break these fights down so wonderful over here, like, and it's amazing. And you guys are just start diminishing guys. Their credit, y'all don't give nobody no credit in this. I do think Canelo gonna get credit. This is why I think he gonna get credit. Because once they put all them names on the shirt that he beat, I don't think it's gonna say weight classes. People gonna look up what they accomplished in the sport. Gonna be like, damn, this guy was undisputed. This guy knocked out this many people. So I think Canelo gonna get his credit. I just think that the hardcores ain't gonna fuck with. Cause gonna be like, damn, but you ain't fight David though. That's how it is when you the top guy in the sport. Like you beat this guy, then they build up this other guy. You know what I'm saying? So, I think it's gonna be a good fight, and I'm calling this. This motherfucker gonna do a million pay-per-view vibes. It's gonna do a million pay-per-view vibes, Miss. Mark my words, Miss. It's gonna do a million pay-per-view vibes. How many pay-per-view vibes think it's gonna do?
Crawford Canelo?
Yeah, I think it's gonna do a million, Miss. I think it's gonna do a million.
I'll go with a mill, man. You know, I'm always
I think it's gonna.
optimistic, man. I want the sport to
I
grow.
think it's gonna. I think it's gonna be a million. I think it's gonna do a million, man. I really do because this really a big fight. You know what I'm saying? Because Canelo, he getting what 400,000-500,000 by himself. So all you need is Turk to do is pay for somebody. You know how you be on Instagram going through your stories and you might see a fight, pay for some of these sponsorships. Canelo and his people, they going the Mexican community, they gonna come out for that guy. It's gonna do a million buys for sure. It's for sure gonna do it. It'll surprise me if it don't. But yeah, man, that's my call though. Shout out to Ace Time for me hearing him call in on people. Next, I'm gonna try to find these clips and I want you to play these live of Jay Will and Ace Time calling these other shows. Just hey, getting ran off and this like this was I heard H Time when you went on what was that, your honeymoon? You went on a honeymoon and I was fiending, bro. Paul, I was fiending for somebody. I'm like, damn, let me click on this guy. And this, soon as I clicked in the show, guess what H Time? Tank Davis. This guy, Tank Davis wasn't even the topic. Then you go through comments on other posts, you got Pristine Sports Network in the comments arguing with people about Shakur on Instagram and Twitter.
You may
These
feel like
guys
it's your
sick,
time,
man.
but it's not your time.
Well, appreciate you, champ. That's wild, Jay Will. They got you, man. DJ Double D, Fat $10. CYP. Nobody tunes into this show to hear you. Most of us are legit fans of the sport. You can key all you want, but we know you a bitch who don't pay his bets and duck G Vaughn. Hand on face emoji. Leonard Sterling 2-pounder. TBV. Oh, tweeted it to TBV. Okay, let me see. How do I see that? Check that latest ads. Leonard Sterling, is this you? Nope. Oh, you talking about from Fernando? What? Oh, God. How is this even true? Yeah, I guess this is what he sent me. Yeah, man. I mean, hey, I'll do this as my second show. This dude be breaking news. I just started following him the other day. I was trying to get him on the show. He only speaks Spanish though, but I guess I'm gonna have to get him on. He keep doing his thing. He broke the Gustavo news with Hitchens and now this. But we'll talk about it this afternoon, obviously. 4 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 7 o'clock Eastern. Peace.